Marinaro, the Sick Podcast. I'm back and I'm live on English after completing a couple of hours en français plus tôt ce matin, entre 10h et midi. Je suis de retour sur la même chaîne YouTube. I'm back on, of course, the same YouTube channel on a different link. I've just tweeted it out. I hope you are watching us right now because we're going to bring you NHL trade deadline coverage, and we're going to bring it to you with a lot of our collaborators. Eric Hoziel is here. Brian Wilde is here. Stu Cowan is at a distance. So is Eric Engels. Simon the Snake Boisvert will join us. Matt O'Han, Shayne Gaumond. We're going to talk with Jimmy Murphy of course, the Sick Podcast, The Eye Test. Everyone is on standby. Everyone is on hold. We are going to bring you once again this trade deadline coverage wall to wall. Everyone's talking about the Montreal Canadiens, of course. Here they are, our hometown team. What are they going to do? A lot of people would like to see the Montreal Canadiens go out and acquire a second-line centerman. Of course, the name of Robert Thomas has been thrown out there over the last couple of days. He is the sexy player that every team wants to acquire because he averages about 70 points per year, and he had seasons of over 80 points in the last couple of seasons. He comes with a contract for the rest of this season, plus another 5 years at $8.1 million on the cap. That is Robert Thomas, but it's going to take a lot to get a lot. Are you willing, Montreal Canadiens fans, to include Michael Hage in that deal? We saw him with Team Canada at the World Juniors. We saw him with Michigan in the NCAA. This guy can shoot. This guy can pass. This guy can score. And it was his dream to play for his parents' childhood team, the Montreal Canadiens. And, of course, they made a trade a couple of years ago at the draft in Vegas at the Sphere. And I was there, and I told you they were going to draft him as well. And they did. And he is the guy that other teams would like to have. Can the Montreal Canadiens pull off a trade for Robert Thomas without including Michael Hage's name in the deal? What will it take? Would it take 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 4 pieces? No doubt that the St. Louis Blues are going to ask for the moon. Whether or not their demands are going to drop today, we're going to wait and find out. We'll know by about 4 o'clock Eastern time. That is absolutely for sure. Some believe that the St. Louis Blues are putting Robert Thomas's name out there to gauge what the market can be right now so that they know what the market can be in the month of June or in the month of July. That's also a possibility. It's also a possibility that the Montreal Canadiens can actually pull it off without giving up 3 or 4 pieces. Craig Button, TSN hockey analyst and director of scouting at TSN, told me a couple of nights ago on Wednesday night on the Sick Podcast, which we bring you every Monday to Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern time. He believes that a fair deal would be Robert Thomas for Michael Hage, 1-for-1. We heard about 3 pieces, 4 pieces. Craig Button says 1-for-1. That makes sense. I asked Craig, would you do it? He said, oh, yeah, I would do it. He said he would do it because obviously Robert Thomas's age, his quality, and the fact that he's got a very, very respectable contract over the next 5.5 years. But then he said if they would ask for a second piece and it would be an Oliver Kapanen and a Michael Hage, at that point, he says, I'm out. Are you in or are you out? Are the Canadiens looking for a second-line centerman? If it's not going to be Robert Thomas, are they looking at Nazem Kadri? If it's not Nazem Kadri, are they looking at Ryan O'Reilly? If it's not Ryan O'Reilly, are they looking at Vincent Trocheck? Is there a name that we probably haven't thrown out there? By the way, Pierre Maguire has said over the last little while that he would improve the Montreal Canadiens top 6, and he believes that the Montreal Canadiens should take a look at Steven Stamkos, 36 years of age, former Stanley Cup champion, of course, with the Tampa Bay Lightning, now with the Nashville Predators, a guy who started his season with 4 goals in 22 games, but Stamkos now has hit 30 goals. That's unbelievable. He's not scoring down from a goal-scoring perspective. Scoring goals, of course, is the hardest thing to do in the National Hockey League. It comes at a premium, and it's been reported by Pierre LeBrun, TSN Hockey Insider, that 4 teams in the Eastern Conference have inquired about Steven Stamkos. The big right-handed defenseman. A lot of defensemen have moved in the last week or so. Connor Murphy went from Chicago. He went to Edmonton. Mackenzie Weegar went from Calgary. He went to Utah. And last night, the Buffalo Sabres made a splash, of course, acquiring Logan Stanley and acquiring Luke Schenn. And they did so, of course, from the Winnipeg Jets. So that's a big deal right there. A couple of defensemen that are off the market once again. Corey Perry to Tampa Bay from Los Angeles. There you have it. The Tampa Bay Lightning have added a player that keeps on going to the Stanley Cup final year after year after year after year. I guess Tampa Bay said, you know what? Corey Perry hasn't won the Stanley Cup in the last 4 years or whatever it's been. But, let's go after him anyway, because at least it'll mean that we're going to get to the Stanley Cup final. All right, okay. So there you have it. Some activity going on. Zach Whitecloud is a name that a lot of people are looking at in terms of right-handed defensemen. I know coming out of Calgary, we're hearing that the Calgary Flames are you're not crazy about trading a guy like Zach Whitecloud that they acquired, by the way, from the Vegas Golden Knights in the deal that sent Rasmus Andersson to Vegas. So they're saying, we have no intention of trading Zach Whitecloud, unless, of course, it's an offer we can't refuse. We should probably bring in the Godfather. I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse. You can act like a man. Come on. What's the matter with you? Boom. There we go. Anyway, it got the better of me. I love the Godfather, as you can tell, and Marlon Brando. He's the best. All right, okay. Now, big right-handed defenseman. Rasmus Andersson's name is still out there. Another name floating out there this morning, Nick Perbix, of course, of the Nashville Predator, 27 years old, about 6'4", 210 pounds. I threw out a name out there before. It's not the sexiest name. I get it. But we have to keep in mind now, any player that you're going to go out and get, there is a price to pay for that player. I think the Canadiens should be very interested in Trevor Van Riemsdyk, 34-year-old NHL veteran defenseman, right-handed defenseman with the Washington Capitals, been in the league for 12 years, has played for 3 teams, won a Stanley Cup with Chicago. He plays about 15 and a half minutes per game. He is a very good stay-at-home defenseman who, by the way, blocks shots and is very effective on the penalty kill. So is Perbix, by the way, who plays the penalty kill as well. These are a couple of names that are out there. Brian Wilde is here. Brian threw out a very interesting name with me last night on the Sick Podcast. The name of Toronto Maple Leafs defenseman Brandon Carlo, 29 years old, 6'5", 230-pound right-handed defenseman. The Bruins, however, received a lot for Brandon Carlo last year in their trade with the Toronto Maple Leafs. They received Fraser Minton. They received a first-round pick, if I'm not mistaken, and I believe a fourth-round pick as well. 1 year later, are the Toronto Maple Leafs going to ask for the same kind of return that they gave up when they acquired Brandon Carlo a year ago? If that's the case, I don't know if the Montreal Canadiens want to make that deal, but if they've lowered their demands, I'm all in any day, all day. Now, I'm leaving for now, but I'll be back today, probably within about 3 hours or so. Expect me to be back at around in about 3 hours or so. In the meantime, you're going to be well surrounded and well taken care of with Matt O'Hayan, Shayne Gaumond, Brian Wilde, Stu Cowan. Our contributors, of course, are on standby as well. Those who aren't here in studio, they're just one phone call away and taking over at least for the next hour or so, maybe even longer, because he's that good. As a matter of fact, I think he could do it for 3, 4, or even 5 hours. I leave you now. Happy trade deadline day. I'll be back with Eric Hoziel. Eric, take over, my man.
Yeah, my man. Don't leave, Tony. Don't go. No. There we go. That was smooth. Really smooth. There we go. All right. So you're back around 3 o'clock.
We should probably say that Eric Hoziel is brought to you in part by Au Noir. Why don't we do that? Let's hit that.
There we go. No, okay. So Au Noir. Hi, everybody. Brian is here. Matt, why don't you join me? Brian? It's an exciting day today. Okay, a lot of names out there.
I'll get
There we
out
go.
here. Where
All
are you
right.
going, Tony?
I'll be back.
Where are you going?
TVA Sport.
TVA Sport. The man never stops working, I tell you. TVA Sport.
Tony said this morning they pay him well.
Yeah.
He doesn't clean my house, though. Never.
There we go.
Never get him to come over and clean.
All right. So, big day today.
Huge.
Is it too big?
Meaning what?
Do we overpay every time?
You know what? Is it? Can you really overpay for a second line center?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start. Let's get into it then.
Yes,
you can. But let's get into it. You know, because obviously the name is Robert Thomas that a lot of people are circling. People are also circling right-handed defenseman and a goaltender. Now, I don't know if what your guys' stance is, but would you agree with the statement that the Canadiens are not ready to compete for a Stanley Cup this season? Agree or disagree?
Well, you're about to say they're not ready to compete because they don't have a second line center.
No, I'm not.
So I can't. I can't agree with your premise.
I named you 3 pieces that they're missing to compete.
Right.
So, would you agree or disagree with my statement?
The reason I'm going to answer they are not ready is not the reason you think they're not ready. I think they're not ready because I don't think they have the goaltending.
I don't think they have the goaltending either. Last week I came on here.
Who's clamoring for a goalie right now on all these podcasts and conversations?
Nobody's talking about
Eric,
a goaltender.
no one is.
Nobody's No, I agree with you.
They're bottom 3rd in goaltending.
But it is a year where it's open. And I remind everybody that at different moments during the season, we thought we were closer to making it deep in the playoff. So it depends at which moment. And if you look at the standings, obviously in the West, Minnesota and Dallas probably may meet each other, so they're trying to stack up. We understand that. But in the East, it's open. So who's to say that Montreal will only play 1 round if they make the playoff, which I think they will. So it's open.
Yeah, the favorite, Tampa, has lost 4 straight games.
Exactly.
I don't think they're the favorites anymore.
Who is?
Well,
I think it's Buffalo.
Okay.
They don't have the pedigree, right? But with the way, if you're just looking at it paper roster, how could you argue with Buffalo?
They look good yesterday. I watched the game. They look really good yesterday, Buffalo.
And of course, they added a couple of defensemen.
They did. They did. And I was saying earlier in French with Tony, I know that when Buffalo made the trade with Ottawa for Cousins with Norris, it was laughed at because Norris is often injured. But when he plays, he's good.
Yeah.
He adds a lot to Buffalo. They're a really good team.
Back to what Matt was saying and trying to get at with Robert Thomas. Like, I know you're for this.
I'm all in.
And
I'm all in.
And I'm for Michael Hage all out. But I bet we're all in versus all out for different reasons. Right. My number one reason for being all out is that Michael Hage has cost control for a lot of years. And I feel that his standard when he's set and ready to go will be at Robert Thomas's level. So I call them equivalent players, one who's proven himself and one who has not proven himself. So if you're saying you want Robert Thomas and you're all in, you're spending more money for Robert Thomas, and his window ends a lot sooner than Michael Hage's window. So the overall, how long do you want to be awesome? I think Kent Hughes has told us many, many times, we want to be awesome for a decade. And if you want to be awesome for a decade, then Michael Hage is your man. If you want to make a run right effing now for the next 4 years, then Robert Thomas is your man. So it's philosophy.
Yeah, but Brian, Robert Thomas has the same age as Nick Suzuki.
That's where I was going to point at.
And that's okay. Because
so what my point is, if you're talking the next 10 years, Nick is 26, Thomas is 26. And which one would you take first? I mean, they're 2 great players.
Yeah.
They're built in the same mold. They play the exact same style. I mean,
Thomas is maybe more involved physically than Nick.
But they're both just smart players that are not too big, but they take up space on the ice, and they play a good, responsible style of hockey that the Canadiens really like out of their centermen.
But, you know, like, I understand what you're saying there, but are the Canadiens loading up on 26-year-old forwards? Like, would they think of that as their window? Like, they may load up on 26-year-old defensemen because their windows last 3 to 5 years longer than forwards' windows.
But do you agree that last year or the year before, Matt and Brian, we were talking about a window in the next 3 to 5 years, and then the window would open? The window will open sooner, maybe next year.
I agree.
I think the window's open right now.
The window's open. So why don't you go for a 26-year-old proven superstar in Robert Thomas?
Because Michael Hage will be cost control, which allows you to have Michael Hage and another proven superstar. You can actually get Hage, pay him $1 million for 3 years, and load up on a Robert Thomas without losing Michael Hage.
So you would get Thomas, but not for Hage.
You would get Thomas, but not Thomas.
But you can't
because you can find somebody who's willing to give you a great forward that doesn't make you lose Michael Hage. For me, Michael Hage is among one of two untouchables, the other the goaltender Fowler. The rest you can have. Would I do Jurovsky? I would. But I won't do Michael Hage. I won't do the best player of the World Junior Championships. I won't do it.
I'll do it because I see your point in that he's cost controlled and it's
which allows you to get another Robert Thomas.
Sure.
Right.
But the way I see it is Robert Thomas, for him to reach his full potential, right? All things going exactly to plan, which we know in the NHL they don't. For that to happen, you're looking at 3 years till he is a standalone second line center for the Montreal Canadiens that is giving you exactly what they need.
Right. So your window is opening now, and you demand it to open now.
But up until that point,
let me give you a hypothetical, Matt.
Hold on. Let me just finish here. Okay. Up until that point, you're kind of, what are you going to do for that 3 years in between? Are you just throwing them away, waiting for Michael Hage to come?
I'm happy you asked that because here's my hypothetical. You ready? Here's your trade then. Okay, you can go because you absolutely must. Matt O'Hain have Robert Thomas, and nobody else is good enough. He's the greatest goddamn player to play in this game for the last decade. Or you can say to yourself, I got cost control on Michael Hage to such an extent that I can instead, and I'll give you a hypothetical here, which trade do you like better? Robert Thomas and for Michael Hage and apparently a first rounder and another first rounder?
Yeah.
Or do you like the trade of not Michael Hage, but whatever Trocheck costs?
It's not the same type of player.
It's not the same.
But I kept Michael Hage in my hypothetical. But I got a second line center. I gave up for Trocheck maybe the 26th pick overall. I don't know what they want, the Rangers, but it's probably, not 3 assets.
But to your point, Brian, we're talking about Robert Thomas. This is a dream because he's under contract. He's going to cost a lot to get him. You understand? The trade today that the Canadiens may do most probably will probably more for a Trocheck or a 4th or 5th defenseman.
Yep.
That's what they're going to go for. I mean, Robert Thomas, I don't think we will see Robert Thomas in Montreal. Yeah. And I don't think the way, it's only been since 2022, but the way that Hughes and Gorton operate, they're not going to go for the home run because Thomas is a home run. But you have to pay for it. And I don't think they're willing to do it. And they're smart.
Yeah.
So it's most probably on the list that we have, maybe, and I hope it's not like a Bobby McMahon or something like that. I hope it's not him. But it's maybe like you were saying, Carlo, that's interesting. That's interesting. Because right now with Toronto, nobody looks good.
No.
But Carlo, when he was with the Bruins, looked good.
Yeah.
But he doesn't look good with Toronto.
Well, not bad. I mean, that team, we checked last night, has like something around a minus 25, minus 30 goal differential, and he's a +4.
Yeah.
That's pretty darn good on a minus 30 team if you're a +4.
But Nicolas Roy didn't look as good with Vegas that he looked with Toronto.
Right.
The team is not playing well. You see the coach. They fired Mark Savard, and I thought they were going to fire Greg Berube.
Well, they'll get to it eventually.
They'll get to it.
It could be sooner rather than. Oh, Stu's here.
Stu is here. We'll get Stu.
Let's get Stu to weigh in on Robert Thomas.
So do you agree that they're not going to go for the home run today?
I don't think they ever think of those ever. I don't think they, as a unit, will ever go for a home run.
But is it going for a home run? It's just I would love to get Stu. I would love to get your opinion.
If you
on
give
this.
3 assets, if you give up Michael Hage, the best prospect on the team, my only untouchable, and 2 first-round draft picks to get Robert Thomas, that's an attempt at a home run.
Well, you also have to figure out how you're going to fit him in the salary cap, right?
There you go.
I mean, that's another.
I think.
They'll have $1.49 million in cap space right now.
Yeah.
So
for this year, but for the next seasons, the cap is
for the next season. I'm talking about right now to bring him in right now.
Well, and then what would happen is they would do a Laine thing.
Yeah. Well, they would have to be
the relief, and they'd have to pay. They'd have to pay all of it.
Yeah, so that's another thing that factors into this. But I mean, Robert Thomas, perfect fit for the Canadiens, right? Right in that age group that they like, 26 years old, a big guy, the centerman, something they need, under contract, reasonable contract through 2030-31. they'd love to. I mean, he'd be a perfect fit here, but the price is high, the salary cap right now. And one thing we've seen with Kent Hughes and Jeff Gorton is they make most of their moves during the off season, right? When they're look at bringing in Noah Dobson last year. So I don't think they're in a panic or a rush move today to do something. I think they're going to wait until the off season and then look towards getting bigger and tougher and hopefully finding that top 6 forward and maybe another right shot defenseman who can help them out.
What do you make of what Buffalo's doing?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, who would have thought Buffalo would be where they are now? I mean, the start of the season, that's incredible. I mean, and Parayko not wanting to go there. I mean, Buffalo is still obviously not a desired destination for some teams. They're trying to change that, like the Canadiens have changed it. Montreal wasn't necessarily a great destination for players earlier, also, but winning changes everything, right? So for the Sabres, I mean, they're what a turnaround that's been since they brought in the new GM, and he's been very aggressive. And I'm sure Sabre fans are really excited right now.
And they're young. Buffalo's the second youngest team in the NHL.
Yeah,
and they're going for it.
Similar situation. It depends too. I mean, the Canadiens, they've built to this point, and I think the patience that Hughes and Gorton have had, and Marty St. Louis also in developing players. You look at Yuri Slafkovsky, the patience they had in developing him, the patience they've had in bringing Cole Caulfield along, the patience from management, and they're going to stay patient. It's hard. I think it's harder for Kent Hughes to stay patient than Jeff Gorton, and he's spoken about that before. That's why I think they sort of work well together. They want to win. Marty St. Louis wants to win, but I mean, they're ahead of schedule. I think you guys were talking about this before I came on. They're way ahead of schedule in this rebuild for where I think they thought they would be 4 years in. Looking today, what 87.4% chance of making the playoffs this season. Back-to-back seasons in the playoffs. They haven't really given up any of their top prospects. They still have draft picks. They're in a really good situation with this team growing up. And as I mentioned before, Robert Thomas, a perfect fit, but I just think today isn't the day they're going to be able to bring in a guy like him.
Yeah, exactly. What about, I want to hear you guys. I was surprised, John Carlson to Anaheim, who's also a very young team. And they're going forward. 36 years old, John Carlson, very good defenseman, having a great season. They're giving a first-round pick. That I was surprised personally. What do you think, Stu?
Yeah, for John Carlson, I mean, he's a little bit like what the Canadiens have here, Mike Matheson, right? And you look at how he's still good at his age. Anaheim's a young team. Joel Kenville's done an amazing job since he came in there as coach and turning that franchise around. Also, that's a move that makes sense to me for Anaheim. A young team bringing in a veteran guy like that. Still a great player. Brings some experience, brings offensive ability from the blue line, and just a guy on a young team like with the Canadiens, comparing sort of Mike Matheson, you need to have those veteran leaders, the guys that have been there, the guys that can show the way, the guys that are respected in the room. And I think that's a really good pickup by Anaheim.
What do you think, Brian?
On Carlson?
Yes.
Well, I mean, obviously Anaheim's thinking they're a contender already.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And that's crazy.
It is.
Because they're basically just arriving.
It's not. Because you have to start somewhere, right? So if you take a look, let's take it back 10 years to where the Leafs were, right? First year they made the playoffs. They got eliminated in 5 games, right? To the Washington Capitals. Then the next year they made the playoffs again, and they got eliminated in the first round. Like, at a certain point, it's just you're ready when you're ready. And if you feel like the juice is worth the squeeze, just take the swing. And that's where I'm at with the Canadiens right now, because I really like the move for Anaheim because you can see the parallels. Like, they're just arriving. The Canadiens just arrived last year. At a certain point, it's like, hey, we're here. We got to do it.
Aren't we more mature with Montreal because of guys like Suzuki, who's 26? He's the leader. Carlson is much younger. He's a very good hockey player. You got some younger players that are your leaders. I think we're a little bit more ready in Montreal than Anaheim.
Yes,
Anaheim is more like the Sharks.
Yeah, the age of John Carlson is, that part is, but in a vacuum, to have a guy who's been there, even if it's just for one playoff run, the experience he's going to bring, and the young players in that room are going to learn from that guy. That's invaluable. You want to get these guys.
I'll accept that.
You want to get these guys in the playoffs as early as possible.
Yes.
Because losing in the playoffs is going to leave a mark on them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing with the Canadiens last year. Losing in the playoffs left a mark on them. So there is no they're ahead of schedule, so it's okay to, maybe take a back seat. That's where I'm at.
Good point.
You can't take a back seat.
different markets too, right? I mean, Anaheim's missed the playoffs 7 years in a row, right?
Yeah,
Their fan base. I mean, Anaheim's not like Montreal, obviously, right? Montreal, the fan base here has been behind the rebuild. The fans have been as patient as management has been. In Anaheim, they're still trying to sell that team, right? And still trying to, and this shows the players on the team, and I think the fan base also, that they're serious about trying to end that slump of not making the playoffs.
Good points.
Bill Guérin is all in.
Oh yeah, he is.
He's overly confident with the gold medal. I don't know if you guys saw what Jack and Quinn Hughes went through SNL and the Tonight Show, and Guérin saying it's how great it is for the NHL, how great it is for his market, and Quinn Hughes and everything. And he's obviously, we talked about it, the way the setup is in the playoff, 2 and 3, they play in their own division. So they probably will play
Minnesota,
the Stars.
Dallas.
So that's going to be a battle of trenches. So he's all in, obviously. Easy betting too big, Stu?
I don't think so. I mean, he got that taste of winning, right, with the gold medal. And he obviously wants more. And, talk about hockey markets. I mean, Minnesota, what a great hockey market that is. And for this franchise where they are now. And they're more of a spot now, I think, Minnesota, where the timing is right for them to go hard this year. And I said that winning thing, I think you get a taste of it and you just want to keep doing it. And Guérin obviously got a good taste of it at the Olympics.
When I think of Minnesota, Dallas, all I can think about is that the NHL's playoff format is weird and wrong.
It is.
Yeah,
those are two top teams that are going to face each other. And then in the Pacific, you've got teams that if they were in the East, they wouldn't even be in the playoffs right now.
It is,
so,
but it is.
Well, you're going to
it is
Stanley
what
Cup
it is.
contenders out in the first round.
That's
the way it's set up.
That's it.
Yeah. Who would you pick if it would start tomorrow morning? The trade deadline is not finished, but who would you pick between Dallas and the Wild?
Dallas.
Still?
It's you know what it is for me? It's just I really like Minnesota, and I'm I would call myself the president of the Matt Boldy fan club if it wasn't for my cousin, because he's the president of the fan club. Yeah. But they just don't have the pedigree, and they haven't won a playoff series in forever. So can they make a jump off 1 year? It's obviously possible, but to me, when they clash head to head, I just see the talent of Dallas just overtaking and overbearing Minnesota because they just haven't been there.
Yeah, and I think I like the best defenseman that no one talks about in Heiskanen, right?
He is.
Yeah,
and then a guy who played for Canada, Harley, who was dominant. He was shockingly good.
Yeah.
And I think that when the playoffs start, the benches get a little shorter and the top guys get more minutes. And I think the two guys I just mentioned can take over a game defensively and make the ice theirs.
But do you believe in guys, in the playoff, he's got a bad reputation, Robertson. Sometimes they say that he's missing in action.
Yeah.
Rope Hintz, they're good players in the season.
Sure. But what about Minnesota's forwards? Right?
Yeah.
They're not exactly proven either.
No, but they have a different style of play.
Sure,
than
I know,
the Stars.
but
and yet they have Quinn Hughes and Iskanen for me is top five.
Absolutely. Top three in the league too.
Werenski, Makar. You got to put Schaefer in there. I'm sorry, he's 18 years old. He's just. I want to see
what he's doing right now is unbelievable.
I want to see his birth certificate. I mean, this guy is unbelievable. I mean, I watched him again yesterday. I know the Islanders, they lost, but he's really amazing. And Rasmus Dahlin is playing really well in Buffalo. It's going to help him this. So it's going to be really interesting. There's still guys out there, and I know the deadline is 3:00, but we know sometimes there's trades announced at 4:00 because it has to be by the NHL office by 3:00, I believe. Right, Stu?
Yeah, I remember I was in San Jose one year at trade deadline. And it was the year the Canadiens traded Smith Pelly, and they had practiced right up until the trade deadline. Trade deadline passed. Smith Pelly was on the ice. It was like 10 minutes, 15 minutes after the trade deadline, maybe longer. Most of the media guys are going back to their hotels to write, figuring that's it. There's nothing more. I'm sitting in the media room, and Nelson, I think it was Donald Beauchamp, peeked his head in and said, "Oh, we have a trade." And I remember Smith Pelly coming out. He was in tears. He was in tears because he thought he hadn't been traded. He was sure he hadn't been traded, and then got the call at the last minute. So yeah, it's usually at least 30 minutes, 45 minutes afterwards before everything's finalized.
Can I ask Stu a question?
Sure.
Stu, who do you think the Canadiens should target? And I don't mean a name here. I mean position. Where do you think their greatest need is?
I think they'd love to get another right shot defenseman to come in and have Gouli play on his natural side as opposed to his offside. I think that would help things out. I mean, they have the forward position. I mean, we see Slafkovsky's going to go back on the number one line now after they tried Dach there for a while. They'd obviously love to get another top 6 forward. Maybe Michael Hage is that guy if he decides to leave Michigan at the end of the season. I'm not sure if the Canadiens will want to throw him right into a playoff race to start off, or if they want to send him to Laval. But I think the number one need right now would be a right shot defense. And whether it's Xhekaj or whether it's Struble in the lineup, they're playing like 8-9 minutes, and they're basically going with 5 defensemen. So having Gouli playing on his wrong side. So I think bringing in an experienced, bigger right shot defenseman than Alexandre Carrier. No knock on Alexandre Carrier. The guy's, I think he's number 1 in the league in getting hit. I mean, the guy's fearless for his size. I mean, he puts himself in vulnerable positions all the time, fearless. But they need sort of a Carrier type guy, but a bigger than him with a right hand shot. I think that would really help them out.
And statistically, the Canadiens are bottom 3rd in goaltending. Do you think that's a giant need, or can someone step up?
Well, with Jacob Fowler in the wings, right? I mean, when they fired Derek Maroon as goalie coach, and Jeff Gorton said he was comfortable with Dobish and Montembeault going forward. I think part of the reason he's comfortable is because he knows he has Jacob Fowler down in Laval and he can call him back up if needed. So to give up something at this point to bring in a veteran goalie, talk about Binnington and guys like that, and plus the salary cap's going to come into effect with guys like that if you bring them in also. I think he's more comfortable to just stick with what he has right now, hoping Marco Marciano, the new goalie coach, can continue to work with these guys and get them to be a little bit more consistent. I mean, I've noticed already Dobish's puck handling skills look like they've really improved. And I don't know how much that has to do with Marciano working with them. I haven't seen them do it. I haven't been on the road with them, but I know when practicing Brossard, I didn't see them working a lot on puck handling, but they do a lot of their coaching with video also. But it was really noticeable the last game at the Bell Center. And then Marty St. Louis spoke about it in California, just how much better he seems to be moving the puck and just how much that helps a team that's been struggling defenseman. As Marty said, you break out with 6 instead of breaking out with 5. I remember how good Carey Price was at that when he was here. It was almost like having a third defenseman on the ice. So I think Gorton was telling the truth when he said he's sort of comfortable with the goaltending situation he has right now. Montembeault in net tonight, but he has that. If Montembeault and or Dobish, or both of them struggle, Fowler's played really well in Laval, and I don't think they'd hesitate to bring him up again.
And he's back tonight, Fowler, by the way.
Yeah, they're playing Rochester.
Yeah. I'm a little worried, though, in terms of Dobish's worst game of the year for goals saved above expected was against San Jose, minus 3.55. If they got a good night in goal, they would have won that game in San Jose.
And the other thing is that, goal save, speaking of that stat, last week, Tony and I were with Mark Dumont, and we were talking about that in terms of the 3 goalies for the Canadiens. And while the eye test told you that near the end of his short stint in Montreal, it started to taper off for Jacob Fowler, his goal save above expected was great. It was great while he was in Montreal. Yeah, and for the short amount of time he was here.
Yeah, it's a small sample, and samples are important with that statistic, but he is in the positives, and Dobish and Montembeault have a negative number this year.
But that
and
game
what Ken Hughes spoke about when he at his midseason news conference, when he spoke about Fowler, he was impressed as much, if not more, with his the way he mentally handled playing here, as much as he was physical. Like, he's ready for the spotlight and the pressure of playing in Montreal, and that's what Hughes spoke about, how that impressed him as much, if not more, than how he actually played and what his numbers were.
And that's what makes the deal hard. Like, if you dealt for a goalie, it's essentially for a couple months, right? Because you feel confident that a guy's in the wings ready to go next year.
And that game against the Sharks, your take is interesting, but it shows you also where you're asking Stu which player they should go after position-wise. But that game showed you also we need to improve defensively.
Sure, yeah.
Because, yes, if did make the save, but we saw against a fast team, talented team, defensively, we were lost a little bit.
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I want to get you guys' opinion. It's not a trade, but Martin St. Louis has decided to bring back Slav on the first line. Do you like it?
Yeah, I love it. I think
just want to remind everybody that 3 weeks, a month ago, everybody was raving about that kid line. By the way, go ahead.
No, I love it because I love it because it's lines in the NHL.
They're fluid.
Exactly. They change. They change all the time. They change all the time. And you know what? The past few games, since the Olympic break ended, Suzuki looked really good in the first game. And then, it's kind of tapering off. And that was a really tough game for them in San Jose against a very young team.
Very fast team.
Yeah, the matchup was tough. And Slav hasn't been going so well since the return of the Olympics. And the second line, you got to shake things up. So I think this is more just a shake up more than anything. But Slav plays, all the underlying numbers that everyone talks about. He plays his best hockey with Suzuki.
Isn't the biggest news of that not Slav returning to where he was, which I think many people could have seen in terms of, they were pretty close to the first 100-goal line for the Canadiens since 1993. Muller, Damphus, Bellows. That's a long time ago.
I wasn't born.
Yeah, they put in 93. And if they would have stayed together this year, they were on their way to plus 100 for the first time in ages. So I think the return of Slafkovsky is not that surprising. I think what is more surprising is that Kirby Dach has been really demoted here after a very bad night.
Down to the third line. I mean, he was, Kent Hughes spoke about how there's small guys who play big and big guys who play small. And Kirby has a bad habit of being a big guy who plays small. And I spoke with him about it before they went on the road trip, about the back of his mind, that little hesitation maybe you have with all the injuries he's had. And he said that he doesn't, on the ice, when he was on the ice, he didn't think he was being hesitant, but then he would watch replays and realize that he was.
Oh, wow.
And he said that's changed this year. He said he's got over that this year, but he said, like, when he looked back, like last season, the season before, he realized there was times he was hesitant. I mean, he's had 3 major injuries, right? The knee twice, the ankle, and he broke his ankle or his foot right near where the ankle is. Very similar injury to what Shea Weber had, which led to all the further injuries after that when he tried to play on it. So for Kirby Dach, it's just that he's that big guy, and I think it's been really hard for him mentally to come back from these injuries. But you're right, Brian. I mean, definitely a demotion for him. And
they might have a hard decision to make on him, right? They may not re-up on him.
Yeah, but is it a demotion, guys? I remind everybody that Newhook was playing really well with Demidov and Kapanen before, and Slav moved because of the injuries. So, but Kirby Dach,
I think so, because I think in a perfect world, Marty St. Louis and Kent Hughes, they want Kirby Dach to be on the first line.
That's it.
I think that's what they really like. If they could say you can snap your fingers and make it happen, they would want Kirby Dach on that first line, Slafkovsky on the second line, and move forward. But I guess they saw enough that they realized with Dach it wasn't working. And now Marty St. Louis keeps his lines together probably more than a lot of other coaches in the NHL.
Yeah.
But as you guys are saying, I mean, they need to shake something up because both those lines haven't been working. And it's going to be interesting to see Slav. I know we talked yesterday, the guys in California saying, no, his game has changed since he went down to that kid line, right? Carrying the puck more through the neutral zone. And it's going to be interesting to see if he continues to do that now with Slafkovsky, with Suzuki and Caulfield. And if he continues to play with that, and if he does, that's going to make that line even better than it was before when he was on it.
I think it'd be good for him to carry the puck less, actually. I think he was doing it a little too much on the second line after the Olympics.
But then we were praising him for that.
Yeah. Well, because he was successful before the Olympics. But after the Olympics, he was not foraying successfully. His rushes were not working. That's the difference for me.
Yes. Part of that, I think, is the Olympic hangover, too. Marty St. Louis talked about that. You know, you come back from the high of playing there and everything else, and the jet lag, and they didn't have the break the other guys had on a beach and everything like that. And Marty spoke about it after the break.
Tony said the hit on the head, too.
Yeah, he expected guys to sort of struggle a bit coming back from the Olympics for the first part. But then he said, you know, he went through it himself when he played in Sochi in 2014. And St. Louis said, after a few games, you sort of get back into the rhythm again and get back into the flow like it was before. But it's tough coming back from an experience like that.
Will Hollywood ever make a movie about Corey Perry and his pursuit for a second Stanley Cup? Just been traded.
Does he only have one cup?
He has one cup with
Anaheim.
And how
and
many
he won it when he was 19 or something. He was really young when he
how many finals visits did he have?
He tried with different teams. I mean, the guy keeps on coming back. He's the Energizer. I mean, let's go.
Back with Tampa again. Another shot with Tampa.
Yeah, and so interesting, right?
Yeah, very.
I guess Brian, you called Tampa your favorite out of the East. I mean, I guess you could bet on that and then bet on them losing to whoever they face in the finals.
I don't know. I think when you said Buffalo, I think I almost agree with that. I think Tampa and now just under at Buffalo, and on a reverse day, you could put Buffalo ahead of Tampa. But the thing is, like the Canadiens, that first round matchup's going to feel like a third round matchup.
Everywhere in the East.
That's
everywhere.
What it's
but
be
again,
East.
to your point,
I don't know. I think the 2-3. I think the 2-3 in the Metro may feel a little less than all the others.
Yes,
right?
but we're not in the Metro. But to your point, no, to your point that, and Bettman said he's not going to change the playoff format. Yeah, he doesn't want to change it. But it is what it is.
John Cooper loves Corey Perry. Remember after the Lightning beat the Canadiens in the Stanley Cup final there, and Cooper had that conversation with Perry in the handshake line, and then the next season Perry was in Tampa. So I'm sure John Cooper's happy to have him back. And just looking at his stats, 50 games, 11 goals, 17 assists, 28 points, 59 penalty minutes with the Kings at age 40. I mean, it's incredible. The guy's still effective.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
It's 1:45. It's not over. Far from being over. A lot of trades will be announced until the end of the afternoon. But up to now, who's a clear winner up to now, guys, off the bat?
I think it's, Minnesota has just made so many moves and without really
giving.
Yeah, exactly. They acquired Nick Foligno for future considerations. They acquired Bobby Brink for Xhekaj, who hasn't really moved all that much. Here's a move. Jonathan it's not a move yet, but Jonathan Marchessault and Eric Holla are not skating for the Predators today at practice, so something to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
But I think Minnesota has just shown they've drawn the line in the sand in saying we're going for this. We're serious. And I think that message, it's not only a message to the league when you do stuff like that, but it's a message to your locker room. When you make these kind of moves and bring in the players that they're bringing in, you're sending a message to the players like, oh shit, management is serious about this. We need to hunker down here.
You asked me just before we got on the air if John Carlson was playing. Eric Engels just moved 4 minutes ago that he will not make it for tonight.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
So they don't have to face Carlson.
They don't have to face Carlson. Yeah. So Stu,
it's the same team as yesterday then.
Who do you think so far has been really performing well?
I agree with Minnesota. I mean, just the players they've added. I mean, bringing in Nick Foligno to join his brother Marcus. I mean, those guys aren't fun to play against, right? And so I think Minnesota. I think they just, as I mentioned earlier, the GM got a taste of what it's like winning. Look at the team. He was criticized for the U.S. Olympic team he built because he didn't bring like Lane Hudson. He didn't bring Cole Caulfield. He put an emphasis on size and physicality, and he looks like he's doing the same thing now with Minnesota going into the playoffs. And that's one of the question marks with the Canadiens going into the playoffs again, right? Are they big enough and are they tough enough to get beyond the first round? Last year against Washington, they weren't.
That segues into my answer. Because I think when I asked you what's the number one priority for the Canadiens, and I agree with you. I think the number one priority is a defenseman, preferably if you could get him in the 4 role. That would give you a top 4 that has obviously the 2 we know, Dobson and Matheson, and then Hughes and whoever that would be. I keep saying Brandon Carlo goes on the right side as the 4, and then your 5-6 is Goulet back on the left where he belongs with Gary.
That's a pretty good 5-6.
That you got a really great 5-6 there, and that's why my answer is Buffalo, who went from a really amazing top 4, and then they just complemented that by acquiring 2 guys in the same trade who are not having great seasons, but no one in Winnipeg is. But they're proven guys, they're giant guys, and they're just going to push bodies around in the playoffs in Shannon Stanley. So I think my answer is going to be Buffalo,
and
especially to the fan base,
Sam Carrick,
especially the fan base they said we're in.
Yeah.
And that's huge too.
If I throw to you guys, my pick is the Avalanche. And let me explain to you. Colorado, best team in the NHL so far. They want to get Kulak. More maybe for the playoff. I'm not saying Kulak is a fantastic defenseman, but he can play hockey. And I think with the way they're set up, Nicolas Roy can really help Colorado down the line. What do you think?
I love Brett Kulak when he's at the Canadiens. I think he's a really underrated defenseman, and I think Colorado feels the same way. A big guy, not hugely physical, but moves the puck, beautiful skater. Colorado knows what they need in the playoffs. And I think Brett Kulak, I really like them picking him up. I think that was a good move by them.
And Nicolas Roy will be probably, a depth center. He's a proven guy. Won the Stanley Cup, was really useful with the Vegas Golden Knights. So I like that move. I like that move very much.
I liked him in Vegas. Obviously, not in Toronto.
No, Toronto was not good.
Toronto. I mean, nobody's having a good season in Toronto, but for Vegas, I really liked him. So, just to put him back into an environment where they're going to win, it's a positive environment, can only be a good thing for him. I like Colorado. It's just they've fallen off a lot.
Yes,
since everyone anointed them as the Stanley Cup winners in January.
Well, there are 3 victories in a row. That's 6-4-0 in the last 10 games.
But to the standard that they were playing at the beginning of the season, they've fallen off.
Yes,
come back down to earth. So I think I don't flip a coin. If you had a 3-sided coin of who's gonna come out on top in terms of a 3-headed monster of Colorado, Dallas, and Minnesota, and you know what, I still believe in Vegas. I
think the Colorado acquisition of is an awesome one, because if you look at that lineup, people think it's really deep at forward. It's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's
It's really
lineup.
not. It's really
so
not.
they needed him desperately.
Yeah,
and,
but
it's an excellent. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, sorry. Colorado.
No. Please go ahead. I think I was done.
Colorado's fallen off already, but a bit. But they're still 6 points ahead of the second place team in the overall standings.
Yeah,
and they got a plus 81 goal differential. The second best goal differential is Tampa Bay at plus 49. So this is
and you know what needs to be said after that. That one dude, I don't know if you heard of him. He's like plus 50, like Nathan McKinnon.
Yeah.
He's like plus 50.
Who's that?
The team's
the guy who missed the open net for Team Canada.
Yeah,
stop! I can only take so much, Matt. But yeah, I mean, I the last I looked, he was plus 41. I don't know what he is now. Maybe Eric can help us on that.
I just looked it up. He's plus 54.
Oh my God, plus 54.
And Martin Necas is plus 42.
I bet you historically plus 54 in the last 25 years is maybe best.
Yeah, close to it.
Maybe
close
the best.
Close to it.
And then Cale Makar's plus 34.
Yeah.
And Arturi Lekkonen's plus 31.
And I think they're the top 3 plus minus in the entire league.
Yeah.
Or close, right? So, but after that line, that's why you need to walk.
Oh, yeah.
Because when they came into town and we watched them, I was like, hey, this lineup isn't that deep.
Well, they were deep. They were
line.
deep in the fall when we visited them. Remember?
Yes.
They were deep. They looked deep. Speaking of the best too, I don't know if you guys heard the comment from Sid Sixeros about McDavid maybe second guessing himself for taking a pay cut and now saying that Stan Bowman is not the man for the job in Edmonton. That's an interesting.
Hold it. What? He said that?
He said that this week.
No, McDavid said that, or
no.
Sid said
no,
that.
Sid said that.
Oh my God!
He should feel like the pay cut that he took was the wrong choice, wrong move. That's what Sid said.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, because when you do it, you say to yourself, look how generous and wonderful I am. But if someone behaves like an a-hole and can't get the job done, they end up making you look embarrassed.
Let's Stu, if you don't mind, we'll listen to the clip.
Mm-hmm. Year with Connor McDavid. Stan Bowman's move was Tristan Jarry and picking up 3 players from his former team, one of the worst in hockey, who combined are a minus 25 this season. Combined. Murphy, not as much. I actually don't mind Murphy. It's the other two I don't understand. The Oilers are panicking here. Panicking. And I'm going to go down a road that I know I'm going to regret, but I mean it, and this pains me to say, of a Canadian market. I think Connor McDavid screwed up. Stan Bowman is not the guy to lead Edmonton to anything, and Connor McDavid giving them that discount was a mistake. He should have hit the market. I hate saying that. Bowman has lost it. They are panicking as a group. Jackson, Knobloch, everybody. They are panicking. They don't know what to do. Connor McDavid, in his quiet moments, might be thinking that. I think I made a mistake with this executive. Not the city, not the market, not the fans. The executive of this team. Stan Bowman is well past his prime. Patrick Kane and Jonathan Taves aren't walking through that door.
There you go. You got it. So that was, that's his opinion, and that's a really interesting opinion.
Yeah, as I was saying, just as we hit it, you seem generous in the beginning, and then if they make a fool of you by making moves like that after committing to them, then you feel embarrassed that you did. You know what I mean? It's like someone you love, and you're just so committed to this person that you love, and then they, do things that you realize you wasted your time. It's a hard moment. And I think that's sort of what's happened to McDavid that Sid is right about. He's like, man, I committed to these guys. I fell in love with these guys, and here's how they treat me, right? They get a goalie who's no better than the goalie they got rid of.
Well, that was the whole thing, right? When
like,
they
what
acquired
are you doing?
him. Right when they acquired him.
Everybody saw that when it happened, Matt. Like when it happened, we saw it, right? Like Stu, when it happened, when they made that trade, were you like, oh, Jari, that'll change the net?
Yeah. Well, I think with McDavid, it's more of a personal thing that he wants to win in Edmonton and show that he can win in the team that drafted him, like other guys that have done before him. I think it's a personal thing. But the fact he only signed for 2 years tells you that he didn't have full faith in management that they could get the job done. 2-year deal, and his next contract, he's going to be, I don't think he's going to take a hometown discount anywhere on his next contract.
No,
but I think he did it for 2 years because he's like, I want to win here for my own personal, I want to say brand, but my own personal mark on the NHL, like other guys have done. And I'm signing for 2 years. And if you guys, if he had full faith in these guys, he would have signed a longer extension, right? But 2 years, and then he can get out and go wherever he wants and get maximum
You saw it? Are we looking at the same thing?
I think we're looking at.
What are you looking at?
Crosby.
I'm not looking at Crosby.
I'm looking at Nazem Kadri.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
So, Stu, just to tell you, Pagnotta says that Calgary and Montreal are talking about a Kadri trade, and he's told that it includes Patrik Laine. Now, I'm going to be blunt here. I really believe that those dudes float a lot. Yeah. And a lot doesn't happen that they float. Yeah. But that's what they're floating right now.
Well, as I mentioned before, they can't bring anybody in if they don't get rid of Laine's contract. Their hands are tied.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. But I mean, Laine's contract, like everybody talks about it like it's such an albatross. Guys, it's 20 more games. He's not signed for next year. Like, this isn't the move that Hughes made to acquire Laine.
No.
Like, this is nothing. Like, prorated, this is like it's going to be $1.7 million.
Yeah.
That's not going to kill anyone.
And it's, you get rid of a distraction. Not that he is, but, we always.
Well, they're not going to let him play, and they're not going to let him talk to us.
Exactly. So
right?
Yeah. I was looking at.
I'm wondering if they don't move him.
They will move.
Do something like what St. Louis did with Texier. And
it could.
But
happen, right?
how long can he be? Can he be on the inactive roster like this?
Knowing
that like
he can appeal with the union on it, but essentially, as long as the Canadiens want to.
Yeah, I mean, he's been practicing with a full contact sweater for
a month,
well before the Olympic break, a couple of weeks.
Yes,
anyway.
Exactly. So they have made their decision. It's pretty obvious.
It is.
They are not going to play him again, and they refuse to allow us to talk to him because they're worried of what he might say.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder if they don't move him, do they just say, okay, go home until the end of the season, or do they? I say like what St. Louis and Texier did, where Texier wanted out, and they mutually agreed to basically rip up the contract and make him a free agent where he could go wherever he wanted. And for Laine, he obviously wants to play some games this season because he wants to get another contract for next year. So I'm wondering if that might be a possibility if they can't move him today.
I feel bad for him because, people that have been watching regularly at practice, Stu, you can attest to it. I don't head out in Brassard anymore. You can attest that I'm hearing that with the knee better, he's looking a bit faster.
No, he's still firing the puck. I mean, the thing is with Laine, the Canadiens don't make the playoffs last year without him.
Right.
They just don't. I mean, that boost he gave them when he came in with all those power play goals, he's a big reason why they get into the playoffs. And Kent Hughes also got a second-round draft pick in that deal that he used to get Philip Deneau out of LA. So it wasn't a bad move by the Canadiens. It was a very low-risk move, and I wrote a column about that at the time. To give up a defenseman that wasn't even going to play. But I do feel for Laine now because what he went through mentally before coming to the Canadiens and was close to retiring, and he went through the player assistance program for mental health issues. And this can't be. I can't imagine how difficult this season's been for him. He's played 5 games, and we see him come out of the locker room after games while we're waiting to get in. Physically and mentally, it's just got to be really hard for him. That's why, he's going to want to try and play games this season. But the Canadiens, where do you slot him in? They don't. If they were going to play him, they would have played him by now, I think.
Yeah. Let's talk about the other half of the rumor. Kadri's 35 years old.
He's a good hockey player.
I think he makes about 7.
Yeah,
Yes.
7.
And he's got 3 left.
Yes.
Right? So it's a commitment to the age of 38.
Yeah.
Which for a forward is quite a commitment, but statistically he has actually not fallen off yet.
No.
He's putting in the same numbers that he always did. So he's one of those guys that seems to be beating Father Time.
And he's a proven playoff ready player.
As nearly did an MVP when the Avs won.
Yes.
And I'll add this.
Or did he win the MVP?
I'll add this.
No,
If,
he
you
didn't.
know, if
It was nearly, though. He was talked,
No.
right?
if Michael Hage comes over at the end of the season,
Mhm.
right? He's well insulated between, and you want to play him at second line center. He's well insulated between Suzuki and Kadri,
Yeah.
where you could bump Kadri up
Yeah.
and then just drop Hage down
I
to third.
think-
That's just, my thinking.
Right.
And
But
going
don't you think
forward,
Hage joins the NHL as a winger,
probably?
tutelages, and then moves to center?
So that's the other thing is then if he moves to center, let's say he'll move to center by the start of next season.
Mhm.
Start of next season, they're starting him at center.
Mm.
He's well insulated between Suzuki and Kadri.
But that's the tricky part. And it's always like that.
Yeah.
You were talking about Thomas and Age, the possibility of a transaction, if we agreed or not. You're talking about a proven hockey player, NHL player, to a guy that has never played yet in the NHL. So it's always, it's if. It's a lot of if.
Yeah.
Nick Suzuki
for
started.
sure.
Nick Suzuki started with the Canadiens as a 4th-line winger with Nate Thompson as a center.
Yeah, Claude Julien put him on the 4th line.
Is that right?
That's how he broke in. And Nate Thompson spoke about it. I spoke with Nate not too long ago, and he said all his buddies that season were calling him saying, "Man, how come you're doing so well?" He said, "I'm playing with this kid. You got to see this kid I'm playing with."
Yeah.
That's
But
fantastic.
but Suzuki
What a
also
great
talks
anecdote.
about how much he learned about playing center by watching Nate Thompson and having him as sort of a guy to look up to when he first came in. So with Hage, I can see a similar thing. Just going back to Kadri, he's mean. Like he can be nasty.
Yeah.
And the Canadiens need some mean and nasty. And I was talking earlier about some big guys play small and some small guys play big. I mean, he's 6 foot, 185 pounds. He's not the biggest guy, but he doesn't back down from anyone or anything.
And what do you think he would cost? What do you guys want to
Well, I think
speculate
it's
on what
more-
Kadri would cost?
I think it's more than just Patrik Laine. I think.
Well, of course.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
I think if you listen to management in Calgary, they don't want to do a rebuild. They're
Right.
trying to see if they can get back in it next
So
year.
you think they'd want a player?
Yes, I think.
I think that they would take the 25th pick overall, a first rounder, and a good prospect.
I wonder if
Not in the level of Hage or Jarofsky.
No.
Maybe even Reinbacher. Maybe.
Well, that again, it's he never.
But
played in
Engstrom, right? But Engstrom, who's
Arber
proven his worth.
Xhekaj.
Beck,
Arber Xhekaj.
I've heard some interest in Xhekaj.
Yeah, okay.
So I think it would be Kadri for the first. And don't get all upset about the first. It's the 25th pick, not the 5th.
Yeah.
It's got a 50-50 chance of making the NHL at 25 statistically and a 5% chance of being a star. So 25th is not the end of the day. So Kadri, first rounder, 25th pick overall. Arber Xhekaj to get a player back. Owen Beck. That's the package.
I'm
I see.
fine.
You're fine
That's
with it?
fine. So I'm
But you're
so
loading
okay
up
with that.
all the time, right?
No, because I'll tell you why. Because in a package, let's just switch it just for 1 second.
Sure.
We'll go back to Kadri. In a package for Michael Hage for Robert Thomas,
Mhm.
there's the 3 elements, right? For me, the first round pick is at this point irrelevant. It's the least. It's the thing I care the least about.
Yeah.
Because that's only going to help you in 3, 4, 5 years. And
the first
like
round
you said-
And it may not help you at
at
all.
all because
Exactly.
the next
And like
few
you said,
years,
it's gonna be-
Montreal will pick anywhere between 25 and
Right.
32.
And
And,
that's
and
the other
anybody
thing.
can look at the history of the Montreal Canadiens at 25.
Yeah.
It's
But that's
written
it.
for everyone to see. It's a war and peace of failure.
Michael McCarron was traded this week, by the way.
but that's
There you go.
but I do. But
How's Ryan Palin?
so if it's going to be 25,
No,
it's
Joseph.
like okay, fine. First round pick, take it. I don't
But
really
we
care.
all agree that we're not talking at Nazem Kadri and Robert Thomas in the same.
No,
no.
It's not
But
the
I'm
same
just
thing.
saying.
course not.
So
We'll agree.
it's
and
the
that's why
same
you're not
thing-
giving up Michael
And
Hayes.
it's
Yeah,
the same.
okay.
And
That's
it's
why
the
we're
same
talking
thing.
Owen Beck.
And it's the same thing for Nazem Kadri. In that package, probably the first round pick is the thing I care the least about. Do I put that much stock into what Owen Beck can be? I'm not a believer yet. He
Right.
hasn't shown me anything at the NHL level, so that's fine. And Arber Xhekaj, you might be a fan favorite. I root for him. I like him but
the head coach
you know,
can't like him.
The head coach, exactly. The head coach doesn't like him, and
No.
you know what? I don't like his play on the ice. I like him as a player. I like the idea of him, but I don't like.
I love the idea of him. He's a large guy that beats people up. I think that's fantastic.
I've written a couple of things. I've written a couple of things about Xhekaj recently. The best thing for him personally at this point is to go somewhere else where he's going to play.
Yes.
Yeah. I think there's a ton of potential with Arber Xhekaj. He's a mobile player. He's mobile for a big guy. He's got a huge shot. He's physical. He can fight. He can do a lot of things. And I think mentally he's messed up a bit now because he's playing 7-8 minutes. The last game he played very well. And they were playing him in the third period, which they haven't done a lot. It was the last game at the Bell Center. And I asked Marty St. Louis about it after the game, and, you know, playing Xhekaj in the third period. And Xhekaj talked about how much he liked playing in the third period, being countdown, and the next game is a healthy scratch.
And you know what Tony told me last night? Because I didn't know it. I thought he was younger. Arber Xhekaj just turned 25.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like his window of becoming a better player is closing rapidly. He's near his ceiling.
And you know what? It's a great story, you know, how he was brought in and all that. But at the end of the day, there's a reason why he was undrafted.
Right.
And, you know, he was working at Costco.
He's a when you
that's not to diminish him because he's a good hockey player.
That was 80 years ago.
No, I know, but he's a good hockey player. But there's a reason why he was undrafted,
Stu,
and we're seeing it.
Yes,
I'm laughing because it's the cruelest thing I've ever.
Well,
It's
late bloomer,
but
imagine the sheriff in Calgary with the cowboy hat. That would be fans there would go crazy for him.
You know what I like to do, Eric, is like put the Canadiens prospects in an order of levels. Level 1 has, I think, only 2 players in it. The 2 players in it are Hage and Fowler. I think.
Oh, so Reinbacher is not.
No, he's in level 2.
Okay.
I've got Jarofsky and Reinbacher in level 2.
Okay.
So I think right away, when I think about what the trades are, like if you're giving up a level 1, like that player better be amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Like amazing. And in level 2, I can live with it. Like I could live with level 2 for Robert Thomas. I can't live with level 1.
But Fowler's not moving.
Well, that's why I have him level 1.
Yes. Yeah. He's not moving.
Right. And then level 3 is, you know, considerably lower. It's level 3, I think, has Engstrom on it and Beck on it. Help me, because I'm just off the top of my head.
Well, there's
Pickford might be level 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Florian will probably be level 4.
Joshua Roy.
Level 4 or 5.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, when you look at the levels, and I think that's probably what the Canadiens whiteboard looks like around the mahogany table.
Yeah.
Then you got to assess it from, if we're getting Kadri, what level
and again,
of prospects
so everybody's listening to us, it's discussion, rumors. There's a lot of rumors out there, guys. You know that.
I think that's
one thing that's not a rumor. Just a little point. Crosby's back on the ice today, which is good news for the Penguin.
Yeah, because they were falling apart without.
Yeah, and no, they had a good start after the.
But the last little bit.
Yesterday was difficult.
Yeah.
But and Malkin got thrown out of the game. I don't know. He's meeting the NHL today, Malkin.
He's got to get a suspension for that.
Yeah, well, that's the NHL. We don't know. So
you're right. Absolutely.
George
Peros is like fantastic.
Yeah, it's hard to follow.
Play.
For Kadri, my concern is, I mean, he's 2 years older than Brendan Gallagher, right?
Yeah, well, absolutely. It's about age.
I think he's got more jump to his
coming down. Like if you look at Gallagher's stats for the last 3-4 years, obviously here's a player that's coming down.
He was good last year.
Kadri's not coming down.
Gallagher was good last year.
He was. He didn't play any power play time either, so his numbers are pretty good.
To finish with Xhekaj, Stu, do you think he'll be with Montreal by the end of the day?
I do, just because I don't think. I do, just because I don't think they're gonna. Like I said, with the they got to move Laine's money out to bring somebody in, and I think he probably is. But what happens in the offseason? He's an restricted free agent in the offseason. Do they make him a qualifying offer? Do they try and package him as part of a trade in the summertime? At this point, I mean, we're talking about how they need to be more physical in the playoffs, getting tougher in the playoffs. I mean, he's the guy. I remember last year when they brought him in against Washington after I think he missed the first 2 games. His presence was felt. And, speaking with Cole Caulfield after the last game in Montreal, and he was talking about how much he likes having Arber in the lineup when he's out there. So I think he is, but I don't know. going on beyond this season. Like if they do in the summer, if they are able to get that right shot defenseman who can play on the top 4 defensemen, then there really isn't a spot for Arber, right? I mean, he's right now he's 6'7".
Corey Perry was traded for a second-round pick in 2020.
Second-round
pick. It's a lot
for a 40-year-old guy. Wow, but that shows how much John Cooper loves him. That's
it.
Yeah,
Stu, you just mentioned qualifying offers, and it took my mind to Kirby Dach. You wonder whether Arber's going to get one. Do you think Kirby Dach gets a qualifying offer?
That's
we got a lot of bodies, man.
That's part of why I think they're more likely to make moves at the draft, which Kent Hughes has done frequently since he took over, or in the summer, because then they're going to be able to, okay, what are we doing with Kirby Dach? What are we doing with Arber Xhekaj? And I think they're then in a better position to put together a substantial package like they did last summer to bring in Noah Dobson. That was a deal that would have been hard to do on trade deadline day, right? But they were able to do it in the summer. So I think that's going to factor in, though, how Kirby Dach plays down the stretch here. If they get in the playoffs, if they use Arber Xhekaj, how effective is he? Is he not effective? And then in the offseason, they sit down when they have time and they say, okay, are we keeping Kirby Dach? Are we keeping Arber Xhekaj? What can we get if we package them with a pick heading into the draft? Stuff like that. So I think that's the route they're going to take, because that's what they've done in the past.
Here's why I think that it's a possibility that they don't, is because Dach is 25 and he'll be 26 next season.
Yep.
By the time you're 26, as a defenseman, there's a little bit of room in front of you still. But as a forward, if you haven't arrived yet, you're not arriving. It's as simple as that.
And there's teams that'll still be attracted to the fact he was a number 3 overall pick, right?
That's it.
And then number 3 overall pick, the talent's there. There's no doubt that there's a talent.
There's also
and add all the bodies that are around. Your Hage is arriving. I don't know if Zhuravsky's arriving next year. I hear maybe he even has one more year in Russia. But you've got other guys like Texier. They signed for multiple years, right?
And you guys, you have Anderson who's going to have 1 year left.
That's it.
So,
that whole
so is
line's got a
Gallagher,
year left.
and yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Guys, I know our fan base and every fan base in the league are expecting their teams to move and everything. Let's say today the Canadiens are not moving. How do you react, Stu?
Well, I wrote a comment today saying I don't really expect them to do anything, and I think some fans might be upset. Had one guy saying, "Oh, man, GM's going to bail on them when they're in a playoff hunt." Well, I don't think they're bailing on them. I think they've insisted right from day one. Their goal is to build a team that doesn't just get in the playoffs, but is a legitimate Stanley Cup contender for several years in a row. Like what Tampa's been, like what Boston was before, like what Chicago was during their prime, and that's the goal. And they're not gonna slip from it. And so many, most of the bad moves in the NHL are made on trade deadline day and July 1st.
Yeah,
when teams panic, right, and they jump at things. So, and these guys don't. And kudos to them, and also big kudos to Jeff Molson, because as an owner, he's been patient and let these guys do what they want to do. He hasn't been firing people, or the team missed the playoffs 3 years in a row, and he bit the bullet when he started this rebuild. And I'm sure he's happy with the way things are progressing. And patience has really paid off for these guys. So I don't see why they would change right now.
My answer to that question is, whenever that question is asked, it's answered as if it's a monolith, as if there's a collective on the team, that they're of one voice, one opinion. But that's not the way it is. At the top of the roster, Caulfield and Suzuki would love a super talented, high-class winger to play with. At the bottom of the roster, Jaden Struble is saying, Jesus Christ, another fucking defenseman? So it's not a monolith.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's another guy in the offseason that can factor into when they, like, what are you doing with Jaden Struble? I mean, they have so much draft picks and young players that they can, they're in a position to do like another Noah Dobson move this offseason.
Yeah, Struble's got another year to go.
Yeah.
On his contract.
And he's a guy going, I don't want any more bodies around. I want to prove myself.
Yeah, but I think they by now they know him and Arber. They know
the organization. I'm just talking
no,
about
the players
the room.
also. They know what
the
they fit.
room.
Yeah, the room. He's got friends and everything. They have friends, and then must be for some of the guys there in Anaheim preparing for the game. They're a bit stressed. We know about that.
Oh, for sure, absolutely. There should be no hockey today.
I agree with that.
I don't agree with that. In the NBA, they have trade deadline and they play tonight. It's not like the NFL. The NFL, I think the trade deadline is like on a Wednesday. They're not playing until two teams are playing on the Thursday, and then the rest of the teams are playing on the Sunday. It's not exactly the same thing. I mean, they haven't played for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
You know, they're condensing the
Maybe
season.
Maybe
Maybe
this year you're right.
For me?
Maybe this year you're right with the.
Well,
you got to get these games in, man. There's not enough days.
Yeah, exactly. So, but anyway, that's another debate.
I would be disappointed if the Canadiens didn't do anything, because you have the teams around you that are doing things. And that's not to say they have to take the home run swing of a Robert Thomas. You know, I don't think a sixth defenseman is going to take a home run swing, you know?
No, definitely not.
So
Second rounder?
I just would be disappointed, because you have every team around you getting better and you're kind of staying stagnant with your issues that are, you know, you're kind of hoping that they're resolving themselves. But, you know, at a certain point, you have to take the sample size of 60 games into the season, or however many games into the season you are. These things aren't going to fix themselves.
I talked to Pierre Maguire about an hour ago, just before we went on. He's doing the eye test right now, and we just happened to cross each other's paths via the laptoping. And he said, and I agree with him, when you look at how Buffalo's loading up and trying to win this thing, he feels like you're ceding ground. You're giving up all the ground.
Yeah.
If you're the Montreal Canadiens, by
agree.
not doing
But
anything.
may I give you another take?
Yeah,
I love
absolutely.
the
That's why
Sabres.
we're here.
I think it's maybe top 2 stories in the NHL this year.
Mhm.
I love the Sabres. I've been watching most of their games since December 8th. They're amazing. They're playing for 800 or more. They're amazing. I don't know. This is a big gamble. Nothing's guaranteed.
Yeah. Oh,
Because-
agreed. There's only one parade.
Because now there's 2D coming in. So, you know, they have players, they have friends on the team. It's going to have, you know,
Yeah.
and it's not a guarantee. Again, we see it year after year after year, and only one team will win the Stanley Cup this year.
So,
But yes, it looks good on paper.
Mhm.
We'll see what happens in the playoff.
I'm just wondering if the players in the Montreal room, a lot of them, the ones not on the bubble for ice time, are saying, God, look what the Sabres are doing. They're already good. Are we going to try to compete with that, or are we just ceding ground and calling it next year time?
The Sabres have also missed the playoffs for 14 straight years.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
yeah,
And
but it's
that's so they see, like, for them getting in the playoffs this season is like
Absolutely.
huge, right? Whereas for the Canadiens, they're already sitting like they'd really have to fall off dramatically for the Canadiens not to make the playoffs this year. I think their percentage is, like I saw this one, 87.4% chance of making the playoffs for the second straight year in year 4 of a rebuild. And that's what goes back to the patience I was saying before. Like, Buffalo's in a bit more of a panic situation than the Canadiens are right now as far as making the playoffs this season.
Yeah.
But if you want to look down the line,
Back in 5 minutes. Okay, guys.
let's take a look at you know, the teams in the East that are around them, right? Tampa Bay, and who's getting better? Buffalo, do you see them getting worse next year? I don't. I think
They're a young team.
Exactly. They're young and they're going to develop further. Detroit,
I think Detroit's not finished today, by the way.
I think Detroit is still getting better as well. And
They're not finished today, I think.
I see some moves getting there. And Tampa, I'm not ready to say that they're going to be bad next year, because it kind of feels like the Boston Bruins of old, where every year you're going to say, oh, this is the year they're falling off. This is going to be the year they fall off. And then it just never happens. And it happened for one season last year for Boston. And the other team that I look at is Ottawa. Ottawa is quite literally a goaltender away from playoffs and being a contender, because they're a very good team.
They're 4 points out.
But I'm saying, how many points this year has a goaltender costed them?
Oh, a lot.
So every team is going to get better season after season. Every team around you is getting better. So nothing is guaranteed by just standing pat and hoping things work out.
And the Panthers will probably be back in the mix of things next year.
Sure. Yeah. Toronto's finished.
Toronto's finished.
Yeah, Toronto's boy, oh boy, what a mess that's turned out to be.
Yeah,
and Boston's a nice surprise. Boston, but
Yeah.
you know, they're in, you know, Columbus is making a push. They almost did it last year. They couldn't do it. That's another nice story.
But this is why, you know, they have to do something.
Montreal?
Yeah, they have to do something. It doesn't have to be major Robert Thomas.
It will not be major.
And, you know, it doesn't have to be a major move. But just to, you know, get that sixth defenseman, you know, maybe, you know, if they're going to probably stand pat on goaltender, I'd be really surprised if they traded for a goaltender. But you know what? At the end of the day, if they make the playoffs and they go out in 5 and every game is 6-5, 5-4, 5-3, people are going to say, man, they probably should have traded for a goaltender because they got ousted in 5 and it was because of goals. It wasn't because of toughness or talent. If you want to just like extrapolate these situations, that's why I think they should do something, because every team around you is getting better. And if you're not getting better and you're just staying put, you're getting worse. That's how it works.
But it's still an hour and a half and a little bit more officially to the trade deadline. A lot of things will happen in the last hour. We know that.
Yeah.
They're discussing, they're wheeling and dealing. They're trying to, get in a better position. Every team is trying to do that hasn't moved today. I think they will move, but I don't think anything spectacular will happen.
I would think that, because you look at the holes on the team. Obviously, I would be all in on our Robert Thomas, but the easiest hole to fix, the easiest one, is to fix the sixth defenseman conundrum. That's the easiest thing to fix, and I think they should do that, because you can't keep going forward with 9 minutes a night for Arber Xhekaj / Jaden Struble, and
So when you're talking a sixth defenseman, you're talking a right-handed defenseman.
Yeah.
So you're putting Alexandre Carrier as your fourth,
well,
fifth on the right. You're putting him ahead of the guy you're getting. Depends on who you're getting.
Well, I'm just looking for a stable replacement of Xhekaj Struble.
Okay, that's what you're looking.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yes.
So a stable replacement for that, and a guy you can trust, because when it comes to the playoffs, Brian made a great point last night. They're playing 8 to 9 minutes right now. Xhekaj or Struble, take your pick. Flip a coin. They're playing 8 to 9 minutes in the regular season. What does that go to in the playoffs? That goes to less.
Yes.
So you really need to figure that out, and it's not a hard fix, because there are guys out there now. It's just funny, the view of it all of, be patient. People are clamoring, there's a segment of the fan base that are clamoring for that right-handed defenseman, Trevor Van Reems, like Tony is, putting his,
and Brian's looking would like Brendan Carlo. So
these guys are short-term fixes.
The other thing we got to look at, we're talking the East.
Yeah.
The Red Wings, 77 points. Pittsburgh, 75. Islanders, 75. Montreal, 75. Boston, 73. The Jackets, 72. You can put Ottawa in there at 69.
Sure.
It's a battle.
It is, and it's going to go all the way down to the wire.
And the Canadiens have 22 games left.
And
they're playing 2 games tonight and tomorrow night, back to back.
And, that 87.4% could change on a dime with 2 or 3 losses in a row.
I think everything is weird this year because it's so open. But I think they have a plan. They're smart. Talking about Gordon and Hughes.
Yeah.
I'm sure Martin Saint-Louis would like to have somebody.
Oh, of course. More than anyone is signaling to them, hey, get me a defenseman.
Yeah. Like every coach in the NHL.
More than anyone, he's the one who's doing that.
Yeah.
And like I was saying about those playoff percentages, they could change on a dime. And you heard Cole Caulfield after the game against Boston back in January, or was it February? Whatever it was, doesn't matter. He said, if we miss the playoffs, we're going to look back at this game. So that's a distinct possibility that the players are thinking about.
Yes.
So if all these teams around you, goes back to my point, are getting better, you just need to do something to boost. Just give the team a little jolt in the arm.
Last year, the players on the Canadiens were talking about chemistry. We're good. Don't move Evans. Sign him. Yeah. We're good. You think this year they're having the same train of thoughts, or they're completely different and we want somebody?
I don't, because they don't want to break up the room, right? But then
the room is young. They got a good team spirit.
So
they're all friends.
Maybe this is unpopular of what I'm going to say, but last year, it's okay to not move because they did what they did in hindsight, right? Like they went on that run and they make the playoffs and everything's great and they were ahead of schedule. But that was kind of, Nick Suzuki going and saying like, don't move anyone, that's okay. This year, if they're saying don't move anyone, oh, I'm sorry. That's not the way it works.
Yeah,
that's not the way it works. The prisoners don't run, the inmates don't run the prison. That's not.
Yeah.
The adults need to take over and say, hey, okay, now we did you the favor because we were kind of on extra. We had time to spare. We don't have time to spare. Now we're on a schedule because while they do have a plan, I guarantee you that Gorton and Hughes' plan has changed between the day they were hired and right now because they are ahead of schedule. Things change. That's how it works. So I think the players would welcome a body in should nobody on the roster leave. Would they be upset if someone left? Sure, but you're not going to destroy a room. Destroying a room is trading away Nick Suzuki or Cole Caulfield or Uri Slafkovsky or someone from the core.
Yes.
You're not really exactly destroying a room. You know what destroyed a room? Not destroyed the room. That's a little bit of a exaggeration or strong language. You know what hurt the room? David Savard retiring, and they haven't done anything to replace it. That hurt the room.
Yeah.
He was a leader on the ice. He was a coach on the ice.
Yeah, but on the ice it was difficult.
Oh yeah, of course. No, the play on the ice, but what
play
he
on the
meant,
ice was, he was a warrior.
Sure.
He was out there. I mean, but it was a little bit difficult at the end.
Yeah, the play 100%.
And he was banged up and he couldn't play anymore.
But what he meant to those players and the leadership that he brought to the room, the
leadership now is from Suzuki.
Yes.
Matheson.
Yes.
That's where the leadership is.
Yes.
And these guys can play hockey.
Of course.
So I think, yes, David Savard was a great teammate and blocking shots and everything. And, but I think it was time for the Canadiens to move on.
I don't think adding one more veteran can hurt.
Totally agree with you. It's the youngest team in the NHL.
Yeah.
We've talked about it all year long, and they're way ahead of expectations, I think. But they're playing really well if you look at a 60-game season.
Mm-hmm.
I know they had ups and downs, and I've read a lot of guys that have been following hockey for a long time, and I know that our fan base, that's not what they want to hear. They're saying it wouldn't be that dramatic if they would they wouldn't miss the playoff this year. Take a step back to make 2 steps forward. And then I'm not saying that I agree with that, and I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm just trying to put it in perspective. As last year, if you remember very well, every team involved was losing. There was nobody wanted that 8th spot. This year, everybody's winning. Yeah. It's tough.
So in a vacuum, before the season, I think I was on the more apprehensive side on the expectations on the Canadiens of that. It wouldn't have shocked me if they missed the playoffs, but wouldn't have shocked me doesn't mean it doesn't hurt the team. So those two things are different, in my opinion. And I think if you closed your eyes at the end of last season with that take, I don't disagree that sometimes you take a step back to take 2 steps forward. We've seen that many times across any sport. You could look at football. The Washington Commanders, they were a game away from the Super Bowl and then they missed the playoffs this year. It happens. It's okay. But I think with the way that this season right now has unfolded, it would be a pretty damn big disappointment if the Canadiens missed the playoffs. And if it was teams from behind them, that made moves today, passing them, that's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah. The Wilde made another move. It's very minor. The future consideration, they sent Vincent Inostroza.
Back to Florida. He started in Florida, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So it's a minor deal. It's going to be a lot of like that today. We're still waiting. There's a lot of things. There's still a lot of trades will happen by the end of the day.
I think a flurry of moves are going to pour in as they usually do at 2:59.
Yeah.
The fax machine at the NHL head office gets overloaded at 2:59.
Speaking of big move, I think Shayne is about to come and join us. I think you and Shayne will take over.
Producer Shayne
is supposed to come. I was told eventually. So, because we're all waiting here for the Canadiens to make a move, and we're crossing our fingers. The fan base is crossing their fingers, but they're playing tonight.
Yeah,
there's a game tonight.
There is a game tonight,
and it's going to be a good game.
It's going to be an exciting game.
It's going to be an exciting game because there's like the game against the Sharks. Didn't like the results, but it was an exciting. There's Shayne. I'm going to let you sit there, and then you'll take over me. Because I don't know which one of you.
I think it's me for the 130.
You're going to take over.
Shane's in the big chair at 230.
Yeah. How are you, my friend?
Excellent.
There you go.
Excellent.
We'll try to make it a smooth transition.
Yeah, a lot smoother than what happened at 12:15.
With Tony. Tony was in a rush. You know why the transition wasn't smooth with Tony? He was hungry. He wanted to eat before he left.
Understandable.
Understandable.
Oh my goodness. The smell in this studio with all the food that's over there is.
How are you?
I'm a little bored. I'm not gonna lie. Not by listening to you guys.
Which
there's
is
nothing
okay.
happening, guys.
But it's like that every year.
Every year.
Every year they start at 6 a.m.
You know
Everybody starts early, and that's what it is.
It's like a good movie. Okay, it's got to ramp up. There's got to be a lead in. Okay, there's got to be rumors. There's got to be some sort of traction, and then boom, something happens. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for some action. Again, last year, right down to the deadline, right? 3 p.m. we had Brad Marchand get moved. I'm hoping for something similar. Maybe not to the level of Brad Marchand, but anyways, one can hope, but we're going to be here to break it all down.
Do you have any expectation for our fan base for the Montreal Canadiens this afternoon?
Expectations. I don't know if expectations. I'm thinking at least one move. However big it may be, I don't know. But I think Kent sort of has to move at this point because you see all the Eastern Conference teams getting better, and the Habs are not quite locked into a playoff spot.
No,
right?
they're not.
They're not comfortable right now. If they get comfortable, that's when they're going to slip out. And you got Columbus on their tail. Buffalo's doing great. Detroit's doing great. Tampa's in there, right? So you kind of have to do something, however big it is. But at the same time, Kent has a plan, and he's going to stick to it. That's for sure. He's not going to wave.
I just wonder what that plan is, because I think they're in need of reinforcements, because, again, you take a look at what happened in the offseason. There were there was the biggest thing on the offseason checklist was a second line center. That's still a need. So that's still out there. I think they're never prepared to make the desperate move, and a lot of desperate moves happen on free agency day and on trade deadline day. But there's another side of it. There's Calgary. How desperate are they to move off of players? They want to rebuild, So there's a middle ground to be met somewhere that I think not a lot of people talk about, because I think with all these, a lot gets fed to reporters and saying that just drives up the price of things. But there's, this is an analogy that I used on my cousin when he said, the price for this player is too high. Eric, when was the last time you went to go buy a car?
2 years ago.
Okay. The sticker price of a car, let's just call it $35,000.
Yeah. Are
you going to pay $35,000?
No, you pay more.
No, you pay less.
No, you pay more because they're waiting for you, and they say, well, you need this and you need this. And
no. But but you always negotiate down, right?
Didn't help your point there, eh?
No, you didn't help my point there. You didn't help my point at all. But I'll tell you, for the last car that I, was about a year ago, and by the book, my car costed $300 every 2 weeks. I'm not paying $300 every 2 weeks. That's what it is on the website. So that's market price, MSRP.
Yeah.
I pay $230. So I wanted to
Give
pay
me your contact.
No problem. We'll talk after.
Yeah, we'll talk after.
But see, that's what I mean. They have to meet somewhere. Yes, I approached the dealership because I needed a car. So the Canadiens are going to approach a team, or whatever team is going to approach another team saying, I need X. They're like, well, I have X. This is what you're going to pay. No, it's not, because they want to offload that asset too.
Yeah.
That's the point where the disconnect happens, and that, yes, it's going to be always a seller's market because the seller has the asset, but the seller wants to get rid of the asset just as bad as the buyer wants it.
And we still have officially an hour and 24 minutes to go, and bet there'll be trades announced after. And we have a big trade to announce. I'm going to get Matt to come here. You're going to take over. We're trying to make it a smooth transition. Thank you very much, everybody. Tony's coming back later on. You'll be in charge also.
Yeah.
So it's going to be exciting. You guys will be there on crunch time. You'll have things to. And Brian will come back also. So I'll leave my place. Thank you, guys. There we go. Smooth. Moving. There we go.
My headphones are on the wrong way. Oh, the camera's on you, Shayne. This is your time to shine.
I'm browsing here. I'm checking to see if there's any news. Still just speculation. Matt, okay. You want to rant? Let's rant. Let's have some fun,
sure.
Matt.
No, so you know what? But
here.
so we've been, I've made my stance.
Oh.
Smooth transition. I've made my stance abundantly clear on what I would do and what I think the Canadiens should do, and that's fine because there's a reason why I'm a podcaster, and Kent Hughes is in the seat that he's in. So, but everyone's got an opinion. Curious to know what your opinion was heading into today or heading into this week on what the Canadiens should do.
Mm-hmm. Where do I begin? Where do I begin, Matt?
Sure.
Look, if I'm Kent Hughes, I'm trying to place myself in his shoes and in his mind as well. I'm trying to see how he operates in the past, try to get a sort of an idea of where he could be heading here. He has a plan, right? He always has a plan, but that plan needs to be flexible. That plan needs to be adaptable to the environment that's changing. Right now, the environment is the East is getting stronger by the minute, right? So you kind of do need to act at some point. It would be a disservice to the players and to the fans if there wasn't actually an effort or something done to improve this team short term. I'm not saying sell the farm to compete right now. That's not what I'm saying. However, I think that the front office owes it to the players who have overall done a great job this season to give them a little bit of a boost, a little bit of a help, kind of a vote of confidence to say, you know what, we see you, we appreciate you, here's a reward, right? However big or small that reward may be, I think something needs to happen. That's where I'm at, Matt.
Yeah, so I've made the case for Robert Thomas.
Yeah.
I love Robert Thomas. Who doesn't?
Can you not?
But the price is high. Thank you. Let's see. Let's needed a laptop here.
Shout out Alexis.
Shout out to Alexis Lavoie-Martel.
He's the man.
So
is it Bobby McMahon? Yeah.
Bobby
McMahon's
according
gone.
to Dave Pagnotta of the fourth period, the Toronto Maple Leafs are finalizing a deal involving Bobby McMahon.
We don't know where though.
No, we don't know where or what for what, but
Dave, come on.
Yeah, I know, right? To get back, I want to talk about Robert Thomas. Now, is he going to move today? I think at this point I would be surprised.
Me too.
But to me, the price to pay of Hage, first round pick, first round equivalent prospect or roster player, it's not that high considering second line centers don't just grow on trees. Shayne, in yours and my lifetime, we've never seen the Canadiens have a 1-2 punch
never
at center.
Never.
So it's very rare that these things become available. And the constant view that I hear and see is that there's no rush. There's no need to rush into this. The Canadiens aren't ready. With that mindset, they shouldn't make any moves because you're not going to plug every hole on this trade deadline.
Yeah.
Only Minnesota is just, spraying bullets everywhere.
Bill Guerin's active, maybe.
You're not going to fill every hole, and this isn't a temporary hole. You have Robert Thomas for 5 more years, so you'd have him for 6 playoff runs total, and that's just under contract. Beyond that, I've said that he's in the same mold as Nick Suzuki. Our colleague Brian Wilde last night with Tony said that Nick Suzuki has probably going to go till 36, at least.
Yeah.
He's the same age. And I think Robert Thomas could go 10 more years in the NHL. So, you play your cards right. You have that asset. That's a 10-year asset. I don't know. I think if you have the opportunity to plug a hole as big as second line center, you should probably seize the opportunity. Now, it's probably not going to happen today.
Yeah.
But that's my case. And if for people who are on the opposite end of the spectrum that it's way too much, I respect that opinion, because that there's no wrong opinion here, because I gravitate more towards the known commodity of a Robert Thomas more than the unknown commodity at the NHL level of a Michael Hage.
That's fair. You know what? If by the end of the day, the Habs have somehow acquired Robert Thomas, I don't think any Habs fan will be mad. Some might be disappointed on the price.
Sure.
But I don't think you can be mad, because a player like Robert Thomas does not come around almost ever. Okay, the 400
on the trade market.
Exactly. Yeah. 433 points in 510 career games. He is a proven commodity, and he is in the prime of his career.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in terms of the price point on Robert Thomas, right? Obviously, the Blues are operating from a point of strength. They don't need to move Robert Thomas, since he's not an expiring UFA. He's not a problem in the locker room right there. They don't really need to move him. So that's why I think Doug Armstrong is kind of fielding these offers for, okay, who's going to give me the most? And if no one's going to give me what I'm expecting, I'm just going to go hold on to the player, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think the Habs also kind of need to operate from a position of strength. Don't move out any positions that you're not strengthened in, if that makes sense. Maybe I didn't explain myself well here, but for example, they have an abundance of left shot defensemen, right? I'm just going to take that for example. Well, in that case, well, you're operating from a position of strength. If the other team, not necessarily the Blues, but if another team wants a left-handed defenseman, you have plenty to offer, right? So that way you're not exactly hindering yourself in another department to strengthen one that you need help. That's where I'm at with Robert Thomas. I think trading centers or a center for Robert Thomas is kind of a linear move. It's not exactly, upwards, depending on who it is. If obviously you're able to get Robert Thomas without giving up Michael Hage, sign me up second.
It would have already happened.
So that's
it would have already happened if that was the case.
Exactly. So look, I trust Kent Hughes. I think he knows what he's doing, but then again, he's also not afraid to make a big swing. We saw it with Noah Dobson.
Sure.
2 firsts and Heineman for Noah Dobson. He's got the cojones, okay? To put it bluntly, he's not afraid to take the swing. So if the offer on the table for Robert Thomas is too much right now, well, Kent's going to work on it. He's still got about an hour 15 minutes to go. So
it's crunch time.
Let's go here. But no, I'm not worried.
I'm not worried either. No, and listen,
I think
there's a lot of players
here. Yeah.
There's a lot of players that I'd be in on, and it all depends on how the Canadiens value their assets and how opinions matter on how people value their assets. In that, I told Brian and Eric and Stu not too long ago that Owen Beck, fine. Like if that's a price to pay for Vincent Trocheck or a Nazem Kadri in a bigger package, I'm saying, so it would be
Sure.
It would be Owen Beck first round pick and whoever player X that holds value. Sure. Because I don't think that hits your future so hard, because I think that's a replaceable player.
Mm-hmm.
I really feel strongly though that the Canadiens should make a move.
Yes.
And I feel strongly about it because, yes, they're ahead of schedule, but to just throw that extra time that you've bought and given yourself away, we talk so much about how Kent Hughes will never give up on an asset, give an asset for free. You're giving away time for free.
Yeah.
Because I think not necessarily missing the playoffs, but, I think there's a big segment of the fan base that would be very disappointed if the Canadiens went out in 5 games again.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think the players would be disappointed too.
For sure. Look,
I'm not saying they have to go to the second round, but
at least put up a better fight.
Exactly, because I get it. It was. You could say that every game or most games were decided by 1 goal. Mm-hmm. One of them went to overtime. The Canadiens were outmatched. They were outclassed in every way and every facet of that series. So I think they want to put up a better fight, and I think that there's no downside into, getting into the playoffs and trying to make a push now and using the time that you've bought being ahead of schedule.
I am 1000% with you, Matt. I think making the playoffs is a must. Like, it's not even just, okay, it'd be great if we made the playoffs. No, this is the time where you have to make the playoffs. Now, winning a round is more of like, okay, yeah, that'd be nice. However, you need to be more competitive. I agree with you there.
Yeah.
You need to show a little more something. Can't win just one game, right? Even though that one game was pretty cool. I must admit, it was a fun game, but you got to go somewhere here. The growth needs to have some sort of linear path. Of course, it's not always going to be linear, but you need to see improvements in certain areas. The Habs were outmatched. That's the key word here. They were outmatched against the Washington Capitals. Now, obviously, it depends who they're playing against this year, assuming they make the playoffs. The opponent does change, the outcome and how the games are played, but you need to see a little more oomph, a little more, this team is going somewhere. I like this direction. That's where they need to be, Matt.
So speaking of a little more oomph, it looks like the dance partner for the Toronto Maple Leafs on the Bobby McMann trade, according to Frank Saravalli, is going to be the Colorado Avalanche. Yep. We'll see where it goes, he says. But hey, that's earlier on this show and in our discussion, I think, again, it was Brian who said that Colorado is not a very deep team when you look at the lineup. Adding Bobby McMann would make them a little deeper. We're looking at you, Brian, over there. See, we give you a lot of flowers on this show when it's Shayne and I. Yeah, we're just throwing compliments at you left and right. Yeah, it's great. But no, that's a great get for the Colorado Avalanche. Absolutely. Obviously a team, that's in win now mode, and they're going to do whatever they can. But I'm interested to see what the return is, because
that's it. We don't know.
They said, I believe on Trade Center, or a report came out somewhere along the line, I heard that obviously the Leafs are looking for a first-round pick, at least, for Bobby McMann. Otherwise, they would.
That's spicy.
Otherwise, I don't know if they would pivot to 2 second-round picks, but yeah. So we'll see. We're still waiting on that return. But this also coming in, Darren Dreger squashing what we were just discussing and saying regarding this is regarding Robert Thomas. He can't imagine he gets traded at this point.
Yeah, it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I mean, they look at it from the Blues' perspective here. They're not in a rush. I don't even know why he would be in the market in the first place. I understand.
Bingo!
Ryan, get over here. Brian, get over here.
No,
Brian,
but bingo.
Seriously, why would they move him? The Blues are not.
Get over here, Brian.
We'll get in for just one thought, and then I'll go back to my little rest period before I go on again.
Sure.
You know how hungry you are for Robert Thomas, right?
Yeah.
Because he's awesome.
Yeah.
Because he's in the prime of his career. Like, do the St. Louis Blues think they're doing a 10-year rebuild here? And they got to switch out for 18-year-olds? Makes no sense.
No, exactly. So, the Blues are not, on paper, they're not a bad team.
Exactly.
They're not a bad team. Right?
But you know what? They're not a bad team on paper, but on the ice, they're a pretty bad team. And who's putting it out there? It's Doug Armstrong,
for sure,
who's feeding reporters.
Yeah. As
so
he should.
He's putting him by that logic. He's the one who's put him on the market.
As he should. You should always field these demands, right? Like, okay, a first line center. Robert Thomas is a first line center, right? There's about 26 teams that need a first line center,
Sure, yeah.
So of course he's going to field those offers. He's going to say, hey, what can I get for this guy? If a team is willing to overpay, because you will need to overpay to get Robert Thomas. You're not going to get him at fair value, right? Mm-hmm. If a team is willing to overpay, if you're Doug Armstrong, you listen. You're like, okay, I'll consider this. But I don't know that a team is willing to overpay to Doug Armstrong's standards, because he's expecting the moon right now, as he should.
He's a first-line center.
Yeah,
of course. Exactly. That's the price you pay for a first-line center. It would be shocking to see this happen in season, though. I mean, the saga is not over. That to me is abundantly clear. Let's talk about because as no trades are happening, you know, we'll update our audience when the details of the Bobby McMahon or the alleged Bobby McMahon trade happens. But let's talk about the team that made a move that the Canadiens are playing against tonight.
Wow.
The Anaheim Ducks making pretty massive splash by them. Obviously, he's 37 years old, so he's not. He's. I don't want to say he's on borrowed time because he's still doing it.
Oh yeah,
he's still doing it. He's got 46 or 45 points this year in about 56 games. That's just off the top of my head.
He's good.
He's still doing it,
Yeah.
but that's a serious move by a very young and exciting team.
That's it. No, I have John Carlson on one of my fantasy teams, so I'm excited to see what comes about it. I also have Leo Carlson on that team, so that's a nice stack for me. But anyways, enough about me now. Matt, I'd like to talk about the other team involved in that trade, which is the Washington Capitals, because I played you a video when you went to eat about Alex Ovechkin. That guy is distraught. Like he is demolished today. He said it's the worst day of my professional career. He said that. Like that's how big of a component John Carlson is. When I woke up this morning and I saw that, I had to double take. I'm like, whoa!
Yeah.
I understand that he's a pending UFA, but my God, like it's John Carlson. We're not talking about a scrub here. Oh, Nick Delorier to Carolina. Okay. Fine.
Yeah, no,
good for him.
Nick Delorier still doing it. Good for him. I mean, listen, Carolina needs sandpaper in the playoffs. I mean, I don't think Nick Delorier is the answer there to that because I don't know how many minutes you're going to give him every night. Brian, you're looking at me nodding along. How many minutes do you think he's going to get?
Well, not many, but
8.
Carolina's a bit of a soft team.
Yeah, they are soft.
They are
a soft team, and that's why it's funny when you go down the list of playoff teams talking about the Canadiens and who they could play.
Mm-hmm.
You go down the list, they could potentially play Tampa. I don't know if Tampa scares me as much but that's just me and my delusions. Because they are still Tampa Bay and they could skate circles around anyone and they have the pedigree. But then Buffalo scares me. I don't think a team in the Metro scares me all that much, even Carolina, because Carolina, as my one of my good friends who is a Buffalo Sabres fan and Buffalo Bills fan puts it, Carolina is the Buffalo Bills of the NHL, meaning for our non-football fans out there that are watching, what does that mean? It means every year they have high expectations and every year they fall short of them. So I mean, at this point, Carolina is a team that I don't care who they've acquired. It's just like get into the playoffs and show me at this point, because I'm not buying in no matter who you acquire.
The goaltending's a question mark there as well. Freddie Anderson's made of chocolate. You got
made of chocolate.
This guy is he's melting. He's breaking. Like I don't know.
That's a new one. I don't know
what's happening with this guy. He's not young either, but when he's healthy, he can win some games. But again, when he's healthy, Kochetkov again, health issues. Bussy has been nice, but again, he just came out of nowhere essentially, right? He was in the minors for a while. Can he lead that team to a playoff run? I'm not convinced. I don't know that this is a Jordan Binnington situation, right? Where he came into the Blues and just took them to all the way. I don't know. Carolina's a good team, but they're just a good team to me. Like I don't know. Not a big fan of that.
They're well put together, but when I
love Seth Jarvis though. I anytime I get a chance to talk about and talk to Seth Jarvis, sorry, I had to do it. I had to do it.
That's right.
I'm just a big.
I was waiting for that. I was actually waiting for that. Thank you. No, I mean, listen, you look at the Carolina Hurricanes, and year after year, it's just the same old story. So they need to get tougher. But really, when you look at the lineup and you look at Nick Delorier, I mean. I'm gonna pull up Carolina's lineup right in front of me, and okay, yeah, here's your spot for Nick Delorier. You take out Eric Robinson. That's right. You don't even know who that is because I don't know who it is either. So you take him out of the lineup, throw Nick Delorier in, but how many minutes of a night are you really giving Nick Delorier? Because you just need one of your players at a certain point to step up and say, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to be a dog. Mm-hmm. And I understand you either have that or you don't in a player, but someone needs to just have something awaken inside of them. Kind of, we've seen with the Leafs, I guess at this point, Austin Matthews just doesn't have that in him.
No.
I think William Nylander does have it in him, but he's kind of regressing, and I'm kind of changing my opinion on that. Carolina is that next man up team of who's gonna just burst out and say, you know what, if no one else is going to do this, I'm going to drag you guys into the fight with me.
I think if there's a guy, it needs to be Andrei Svechnikov, because he can actually do it. This guy, if he's on his game, he could be a game breaker. He can be a bulldozer. He can score goals. He can make plays. Svechnikov is going to need to step up big time if the Canes want to do anything really. Nikolai Ehlers is interesting because he's got, again, that offensive potential, but we talk about the Canes being a soft team. Maybe it's too harsh, but Nikolai Ehlers is not making you tougher. You know what I mean? So center-wise, I'm not sold. I like Jordan Staal as a 3C?
Third line center.
Yeah, I like Jordan Staal as a 3C. Who do they have in the two hole? Stankoven?
He's not that good. Logan Stankoven.
No.
You know what? You want to talk like everyone, I think Colorado kind of after that whole Rantanen situation, they kind of came out on top because they ended up with Nietzsche, who has 70 points this year, and he's just been unbelievable. And then Carolina just completely mishandled that, and they end up with Logan Stankoven, who has, I believe, 25 to 30 points, something like that this year. That was just total mismanagement of what they've done with and that really set them back, I think, because they are they're kind of in limbo right now, Carolina, and they almost have no choice but to go for it. But Brian is right, and you're right. They're just a soft. They should be sponsored by Dove for Men. They're so soft.
We're going at it.
But back to
you guys have talked about Carolina for 10 minutes.
I know.
And just Kotkaniemi has not even.
You know what?
He's not a factor, Brian. He's not a factor.
We hear Brian in the room, but the mic isn't picking it up. Yeah. Brian said we've been talking about Carolina for 10 minutes, and we have yet to mention Jesperi Kotkaniemi because it's exactly what you just said. He's a non-factor. He's a fourth line center. He's not making the difference. And you want to talk about he's not helping.
Got 9 points this year.
He's not helping.
Unbelievable.
9.
He's not helping Carolina's case of trying to get tougher. I'll tell you that. He's not going to be the one. He's not going to be the one to make them tougher. So, we're getting orders over here from the head honcho, and
right now?
Is that right now? Right now? Okay. So I'm being relieved of my duties. I could go eat. I could go have
orange julep in the house.
Go have a drink, and by drink I mean water. And Shayne's going to take over in the big chair because Simon the Snake Boisvert is waiting in the wings. Your partner in crime on the Trust the Process show right here on the Sick Network under Sick Media.
Correct.
Another smooth transition. We're going to do this about as well as we can.
There we go. We're back. Is the snake on with us? Is the snake on with us? Hold on. Oh, wow. Beautiful, man. How we doing?
Doing great. How about you, Shayne?
Excellent. How are you enjoying the trade deadline so far, Snake?
Same as every year.
Yeah.
People's expectations are very high, and then not much happens besides, fourth liners being traded for 5th-round picks.
Exactly. Oh boy, and future considerations. That is a study I'd like to do in some capacity. I'd love to ask, NHL front office people, what does future considerations mean? Is it just a fancy word for nothing? Or are there actual considerations that come into play in the future? I'm genuinely curious because I've never seen that explained anywhere.
I think usually what happens, and I see it in junior hockey, it's more like nothing. But if at some point I need some help in the future, then hopefully you will still be around to help me.
Okay, fair enough. I like it. All right. Man, there's absolutely nothing to go on right now. But Snake, I want to get your take, however, on what did transpire at like 1 a.m. this morning. Matt and I talked about it a little bit before, but we haven't gotten your take on the John Carlson trade. That is a name that was not in circulation prior to the deadline. No one was talking about John Carlson being moved, but here we are.
Pierre Lebrun mentioned it maybe 3-4 days ago as a possibility, but I think he was the only one who mentioned Carlson, because although Carlson's a UFA at the end of the year, he was well entrenched in Washington, and a lot of people thought he was going to finish his career over there. I don't think his career is over, so who knows where he will sign next July. Maybe he'll go back to Washington. Maybe Anaheim will extend him because they paid a first-round pick for him. And unless the Ducks reach the Final Four, it could be, I don't know, the 20th, 22nd pick overall. But I think the Ducks, what they see is an opportunity to actually reach the Final Four because the Pacific Division is quite weak. I mean, they're all beatable teams. Even Vegas is beatable. But what I'm puzzled because I think Anaheim already has a good group of defensemen. They have some defensive guys. They have some offensive guys. And Carlson, I have to say this year, he's been good at 5-on-5 offensively, but he can be really exposed in his own zone. And we saw it last year also in the playoffs. So I don't really understand the move on the part of the Ducks because, look, are they looking for a guy to quarterback their power play? They're not satisfied with Jackson Lacombe. Who knows? I don't know what more Carlson can bring to the team, except that if they shelter him on the third pairing, he won't be as exposed and he could take advantage of matchups to score tons of points because he still scores lots of points. I'm not saying he's bad. I think offensively he's still pretty good. But Anaheim, to me, needed more secondary scoring. I know they have some great players up front and they have some good bottom six players. But the middle of the lineup is not that great offensively. I don't know. It was a surprising move, I would say. Probably the most surprising trade of the week. Yeah.
And look, speaking on the Ducks, they made a signing, actually, for Ryan Poehling. Let me bring up – I'll find the term here. I think it's 4 years. How much money on Poehling?
I think it's 3.5 or 3.3.
It's a good amount. What do you think of that one?
Well,
what do you think of that one?
I think I have to get used to the fact that with the salary cap going up, we won't see the same numbers for different types of players as we used to. Yeah. So perhaps a 2 million player becomes a 3.5 million player, and a 5 million player becomes a 7 million player. I think this is what's happening right now with the cap going up. When I went to Anaheim during the holidays, I had a chance to see, the Ducks 3 times, including Poehling, and 3.75. That's a lot. And I have to say he's improved. I'm not saying he's a great offensive player, far from that. But I have to say he's improved from his days with the Habs. And remember, when the Habs let him go, he didn't have much value. And then afterwards, surprisingly, he was traded for Trevor Zegras. For whom a lot of people thought they were going to get a first-round pick and a top prospect. And they got Poehling. But actually, Poehling fits well in Anaheim, and I think this is the going rate now. Look, it's a little expensive for me, but I guess the Ducks have the cap room, although at some point they're going to have to start paying Carlson, Seneca, and company. Look, 4 years is reasonable for a guy his age because the contract will end at 31. Like I say, he's improved over the years.
Another trade coming down now, minor deal, but Timothy Liljegren, defenseman of the formerly defenseman of the San Jose Sharks, is going to the Capitals. So he's filling in for John Carlson, I guess.
And what is the return? Because obviously that just happened.
Yeah, that just happened. It's Chris Johnston that reports.
Okay, so we don't know yet what the return is.
No.
My guess, if they get a 3rd round pick for him, it'll be a good trade for the Sharks. If they get anything better than a 2nd round pick, it's a fantastic trade for the Sharks. Because he was a UFA at the end of the year. Remember this guy about 10 years ago? He was such a top prospect.
It's because he was on the Leafs.
Yeah, before his draft year, he was in a lot of people's top 5, including mine, because his skating was tremendous. And then his draft season, he started showing warts, in his game. And especially that we saw that it was not going to be a top offensive defenseman, although his skating was great. And then the Leafs got him much later in the draft, and then he's been okay with the Sharks. I guess Washington is just basically filling out the hole that they created last night.
Mm-hmm. Snake, we are 50 minutes away from the deadline.
Interesting.
And Brayden Schenn looks like he's going to the New York Islanders. Nothing confirmed yet, but both Friedman and Saravelli are reporting this. Yeah, that's another guy that some Habs fans were hoping maybe. We discussed this. We discussed him on Trust the Process. We outlined the reasons why he maybe wouldn't be a great fit on Montreal. What do you think of the fit with the Islanders?
Well, the Islanders, surprisingly, are probably going to make the playoffs. Well, I say surprisingly. Let's say they were a bubble team, probably.
The Metro is awful. The Metropolitan Division is.
Yeah, it's also. Yeah. But there's a guy named Matthew Schaefer out there who pretty much changed everything. So tremendous. 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 That's not even the word to qualify this guy. But getting back to this, I think it's a great time to be on the air now because we get all these trades. And I have to comment without any preparation. But that's fun. That's fun. I like it. Schenn to me is... Again, I wonder what the return will be because I think this guy is at the end of the line. He's, I think he can still have some value on a bottom 6. Look, the Islanders, they want to try and win a round, I would think. Before I comment, I want to see what the price is. What the price is. That's pretty much sums it all. I mean, could he garner as much as Nicolas Roy did yesterday? Remember, the Islanders, if they give away a 1st round pick, it's not going to be a late 1st round pick unless, again, they reach the Final Four. So let's see what the return is. I think he's going to help, but the Islanders, they need scoring. Mm-hmm. They have good defensemen. They have great goaltending. They have Mathieu Barzal, who's a great playmaker, but they really need scoring, these guys.
No kidding there. That is very obvious. Snake, look, we're talking about other teams around the league, but I know the listeners want to hear about the Montreal Canadiens who have yet to make any moves.
Shayne, before we go on, I thought of you this morning when the Kraken re-signed Jordan Eberle for 2 years at 5.5.
Yeah, you thought of me, right?
Yeah, I thought of you because I know that you're very disappointed in the way the Kraken was built over the last few years. And I think they just continue. They just buy time and they just hope and hope. They might make the playoffs this year, but I see a mushy middle team in the future. So, about the Habs, are you surprised that they haven't made any moves? There's still 45 minutes left, but I'm just surprised. They need grit. Okay, I'm not surprised they didn't go after Robert Thomas and spend prospects and picks on a guy like this. I'm not surprised, but are you surprised that they're not going after a bit of grit? Because some of the trades that were made, I mean, it's teams spent a 2nd round pick for Connor Murphy. Don't you think that, especially number 5, number 6, number 7 defensemen, do you think that Carrier, Xhekaj, and Struble is enough to make a run in the playoffs? So but I know that they're also stuck by the fact that they have the Patrik Laine contract.
There you go. Okay, so this is where I wanted to go first and foremost, Snake, because look, the guy's not playing. He's not playing, and by all accounts, he's healthy. So what that usually means is that the both teams are looking for a trade partner, and pretty much that was confirmed by multiple sources. Nothing's happened yet. Okay, what in a world where the Habs aren't able to trade Patrik Laine today, what do you think that looks like? Does he even get any games, or do they just sideline him for the rest of the season?
That's a very interesting question because unless they have tons of injuries, there's no reason to play a guy who hasn't played in months. But at the same time, the thing with Laine is that he's such a liability on the ice defensively. I mean, he's totally indifferent when his team doesn't have the puck. But at the same time, this is the kind of guy that who could score a big goal.
Yeah.
Because he is a scorer. And for a short period of time last year, he did do it.
Oh,
and
did he ever?
Really, the Canadiens made the playoffs by what, 1 point? I think if they don't have that stretch where Laine scored tons of goals, I'm not sure they make the playoffs. So, look, he was not the only reason, but I think you get the point. Now, it's pretty hard. You have a group of players who have been playing together all year long. You're fighting to make the playoffs, although I think they're going to make the playoffs. But, you can't really sit on your laurels right now because Columbus is doing their thing right now. Boston is still a dangerous team with all these hard workers. So you incorporate Laine and sit healthy guys to have him play. I don't know what his relationship with his teammates. I really don't know. So that's why it's hard for me to comment about what happens in the dressing room. But in terms of playing a guy who hasn't played in months in the stretch, I'm not sure.
Man, it's such a weird situation. Like I don't remember seeing this in recent times where the guy is healthy and like he's he's got his faults, right? We'll say it like that, but again, he's not like a fringe NHL player. This guy was selected second overall in his draft. You know what I mean? He's not the player that he was back then. But the fact that they're just like discounting him completely, you know what I mean? He's on the side, and it already feels like he's already gone, but technically he's not. And I really don't know what they're going to do with him if he ends up staying. Red Wings trade Elmer Soderblom to the Penguins for a third-round pick. What do we think about that one?
Okay, well, Soderblom is a big guy. At some point we thought he was going to become a regular on the Detroit Red Wings lineup a few years ago because he had a good stretch at some point. But the thing with these guys is that they're not consistent, if I may say. And he was sent back to the minor leagues. He only played maybe 2/3 of the games this year. I think it's really a minor trade. I think it's more about either the Red Wings clearing the deck for late
Robert Thomas.
We
talked about this yesterday. Yeah. We talked about this yesterday. Yeah.
or the Penguins. There's a Penguins post out who likes the guy and they want to take a flyer on him because Pittsburgh has been taking flyers on a lot of players this year.
They have, and it worked. Chinakov's been amazing for them.
Exactly, that's what I mean. And Soderblom had a nice stretch at some point, maybe 2-3 years ago. Big guy. Look, not much to say except that perhaps Detroit is trying to clear the deck to make space, make room for a guy they will acquire in the next few minutes.
Yeah. Snake, moving back now to the Habs, and if any other trades break, we'll announce them. You mentioned the the defenseman, right? You say, okay, are you comfortable going in the playoffs with, Carrier, Xhekaj, Struble as your 5, 6, 7 defenseman? I said no, and I meant no. Okay, like all due respect to these guys, look, they're all to me 6 or 8 defensemen. Yeah. So you still need a 5th. I think that's really what's missing here. A fifth defenseman, right?
Yeah.
Okay, done deal. Braden Schen's off to the Islanders. That's done. Snake, a name that we talked about on our show on Monday on Trust the Process. And if you're not subscribed yet, we invite you to do so. Go over to check out the Sick Podcast, Trust the Process. But a defenseman that you mentioned, and I'm still hooked on this one, and I really like it. And it was your suggestion. It's Braden Schneider of the New York Rangers, right? Yeah. Fits the age range, fits the profile. It would be a great fifth defenseman. He listen, for what it's worth, he played on the World Junior Team Canada with Caden Gooley and Alex Newhook, so he knows them. Talk to us about what that price could look like for the Rangers. Like, what would they be looking in exchange for a 24-year-old defenseman who's having an off year? But
they don't have to trade him, just like the Blues don't have to trade Robert Thomas. The guy is becoming an RFA at the end of this season, so obviously he will get a pay raise. They all do. They all get a pay raise, whether they're good or not, on their second or third contract. But probably not much of a maybe 3-4 million range, I would think. I don't know why this name popped up on the trade targets, because the Rangers, I know they're trying to do a retool.
Yeah,
but it seems to me like, is trading a 24-year-old guy part of a retool? Because all these retools or rebuilds, whatever you want to call them, they used to involve 29, 30, 31, 32-year-old veterans.
Mm-hmm.
But ever since the Chicago Blackhawks started trading Dach to Brinkat, who were in their early 20s, and there was another one I think they traded, I think it's almost like teams who do a reset. They want to do a reset with a new generation of players that might only be 4 or 5 years younger than what they have right now.
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of Schneider, I think he's I've always liked him. Yeah, he's having a down year, but I think he would be a great third pairing guy, a great fifth defenseman. And, the Habs could re-sign him for a few years like they did with Dobson. And it's the kind of acquisition that Kent Hughes has been making in the last few years, with Newhook, Dach.
That's it.
What's the other guy? Dobson, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Price is probably too high. To answer your questions, price probably too high. I wouldn't give a first-round pick, even if it's like the 23rd or 24th overall necessarily for Schneider right now. Not because he's not worth it, but because you want to keep that pick perhaps for other opportunities at the draft. Because remember, the big trades happen during draft week.
Bingo.
And trade deadline is kind of a myth because it's usually a bunch of UFAs, older players, role players who are being traded. And the big trades happen in late June. So if you trade your first round pick for Schneider, well, you don't have a first round pick for something else you might have cooking. Like last year, they had the 16th and 17th pick that they were able to trade for Dobson. Imagine if the Habs had traded these picks at the trade deadline last year, they wouldn't have had the ammunition to get Dobson. So I think that's what it is. But look, I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing that the price is too high.
Yeah, that's all we can do, really. We don't have any inside sources.
No,
but it's all about speculation because there's really nothing else happening right now. Snake, on yesterday's show that we recorded for Trust the Process, we recorded it right before Colton Parayko said no, thank you to the Buffalo Sabres.
Yeah.
When we did our show, we were talking as if he was headed to the Sabres.
Yeah.
It's not happening. I'd love to get your thoughts on that whole debacle because that's what it is, man. What a mess.
Well, Parayko supposedly said yesterday that he was open to being traded to another team, but that didn't happen. Yeah. And today he says, "No, I'm a Blues. I'm staying with the Blues." That's fine. That's his prerogative. That's why these no trade clauses are ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I can understand giving no trade clauses to a McKinnon or a McDavid or a Celebrini or a Makar, but I mean, why give a no trade clause to Colton Parayko? With all due respect, I mean, he's a good defenseman, but he's not a superstar. So that's his prerogative. He didn't want to move, although Buffalo will be in the playoffs. So it's not like Buffalo is such a bad destination now. But in the case of Parayko, he has term left. So if you're going to trade a guy who's an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year, it doesn't matter. You stay at the hotel for 2 months. But if you're trading a guy who has like 3, 4, 5 years left, then it's a move, for him and his family. And probably that he didn't feel like it. Now, as for Buffalo, did they dodge a bullet? Well, I think it was a little bit of overkill getting Parayko, and they got Stanley instead. I much prefer a younger Logan Stanley that has no term left, so they can decide if they keep him or not. Luke Shen, you know what I think of him? I think he's a 7th defenseman. He's just that. But he brings grit to the table. Important thing in the playoffs to have defensemen like him. But I don't think he'll play much. As for Mertka, I think again, and that's what I said on our show yesterday. Mertka, 9th overall pick. To me, he's an overrated prospect. However, if the Blues are willing to take him in a trade, it means that he's probably well regarded around the league. So I think Buffalo should keep that ammunition for perhaps another trade.
Yeah.
Whether it be today in the last half hour or in June, because this is a 9th overall pick who hasn't, let's call it, worn out his welcome. He's still the shiny new penny, because you know how these players, when they don't perform well in the years following their draft, then their value goes down. So a guy who's been drafted 9th, then you do a redraft, he's at 25. Then you do another redraft 2 years later, he's a 2nd round pick. So Mertka's value hasn't gone down. He started the year in the American Hockey League, went back to junior hockey. Look, I think he's fine. I just don't think he was worthy of the number 9 pick. To me, he was more like a guy that should have gone maybe 20th.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the repercussions of this situation, I'm really curious to see what's going to unfold, because you got to feel bad for Colton Parayko. Like, the guy just wants to stay in St. Louis, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, right? I don't think he meant any disrespect to the city of Buffalo or the Sabres organization in not deciding to waive his no trade clause, right? He's comfortable in St. Louis. He's roots down. You know what? He's built a family. His life is in St. Louis, right? So I don't blame him whatsoever. However, I have a bone to pick with whoever leaked the information to Darren Dreger. And I don't have a bone to pick with Darren Dreger. He's reporting the information that he got, okay? Whoever leaked that information to him, however, they should face serious repercussions, like potentially losing their job. I don't know who did that, but that is incredibly messy on all fronts. If the player has not yet waived his no trade clause, you don't announce it. Like, you're putting pressure on this guy unnecessarily. Now the city of Buffalo is going to look at him a different way. Maybe some Blues fans are going to look at him a different way, because, we wanted a first and Mertka. We wanted you gone. You know what I mean? This is just such a messy situation. I would hate to be a part of this. Luckily, I'm not. So we get to comment on it. Snake. I mean, this is a mess.
Yeah, let me tell you. I can understand teams leaking information sometimes while they're negotiating. Yeah. Because it's a strategy, it's a tactic. And look, hockey players are aware that they're going to be mentioned on Twitter rumors. Okay. Mm-hmm. When you get into this business, it's like coaches. Coaches know they're going to be fired. GMs know they're going to be fired. There's no stability. And hockey players, they know that they're going to be part of trade rumors and that they're going to be traded one day. Probably.
But this wasn't a rumor. That's my problem with it.
That's the problem I have.
Yeah.
Because the guy was asked to live his no trade clause during the negotiations, or perhaps after they were concluded. Mm-hmm. Usually, GMs are going to ask a player, are you willing to lift your clause? Maybe Parayko said yes. It depends on the team. Maybe, because that's what he said yesterday. I'm open, if blah, blah, blah. And then today he said no. So perhaps he was asked before. They negotiate, but someone leaks the information. Now, the question is, who and why? Because it's not a negotiation tactic at all.
No.
Because the deal was done, supposedly. So it's probably someone who's close to Dreger and feeds him information, I don't know, as a favor, because, do you know what I mean? I think with insiders, very often what happens is that they get information so that they can justify, the fact that they're insiders. But they also they're also going to defend players or agents or whatever, GMs, because you see it all the time. Listen to these insiders. Very rarely will they have an opinion on something. Very rarely.
Yeah.
And when they do, it seems like, okay, what's the agenda? A lot of people, I'm not saying I'm part of it. I'm just reporting what I read, okay? A lot of people said many years ago that Darren Dreger was responsible for Mitch Marner's big contract in Toronto because he's friends with Marner's agent. And he was really pushing like, Marner is a great player, Marner is a great player. Just telling you what I read. That's the opinion of a lot of people. Not saying it's true, but I'm just saying that it's a possibility. So, no, I like you. I don't blame Dreger for getting this out. He's doing his job. That's what he's paid for scoops about trades. Yeah. Because although really, when you think about it, who cares if you learn about a trade 1 hour later? But that's the business. That's the business these people are in. And they get viewers. That's why they have the shows all day long, on trade deadline day. That's fine. But for Parayko and even to an extent Merca, it's not great.
No, really, really bad. Snake, speaking of Dreger, he's confirming the return for Braden Shen, a first, a third, and a prospect. Wow. We don't know who the prospect is, but that is quite the haul. Good on Doug Armstrong.
Wow. Woo. I mean, what is the condition on the first pick? And what year is it? Is it going to be 26? Is it going to be 27? How is it protected? I'm a little bit flabbergasted. I know that Shen has 2 years left on his contract after this season at 6.5. But shouldn't the Islanders have spent money on scorers? Not money, but I mean assets.
Yeah, assets.
Scorers.
I mean, you'd think.
Okay, I'm really shocked. I'm curious to see who the prospect is.
I'm not expecting any big name.
No, probably not. No. It's probably a B-level prospect, but that's okay. Look, we'll see. Mathieu Dash is a new GM. I like what he's done so far. So if I were an Isles fan, I would say in Darsh we trust, Yeah. But and I don't know. Look, I've never been a big fan of Shen's, so maybe I'm biased. Ever since he was drafted number 5 a million years ago, I was never a big fan of his. I think he's been a good player, but I don't think he's been a great player in the NHL. We'll see. The Shen brothers were traded, actually.
Both
they seem to be in demand. Yeah. They seem to be in demand. Yeah, they're good totals for second line player. What would you consider him? A middle of the lineup player, a second liner?
On a Stanley Cup championship team, he'd be a good third liner.
Well, was he a third liner in 2019?
I believe he was the second line.
Yeah, there was O'Reilly. There was O'Reilly ahead of him.
Right now, today, he could fill out a role on the second line. I'm not saying he couldn't, but if you're aspiring to win the cup, I think he should probably slot in to your third center hole. But anyways, that's just.
And he's 24. He's 34. He's 34.
Yeah. Okay. So no retention.
And he's a tough player. So I don't know how well they age. He has 2 years left on his contract. But you know what? Maybe the Isles will be able to flip him at the deadline in 2 years, and someone will give them a second round pick for a 36-year-old guy.
Hey, chess. right? Chess, not checkers.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, Snake, back to the Habs talk now because
Yes.
there's really no other news. The rumor floating around earlier today about Nazem Kadri. Did you see it?
No, I did not see it. So you have to brief me on this.
So it's David Pagnotta who brought up the fact that the Habs and the Calgary Flames are in discussion for Nazem Kadri. Now, whatever, take that for whatever it's worth. Discussions don't always lead to a trade. No. But if in this situation it would, talk to us about the fit with Kadri and what the price you think could look like.
Well, first of all, he's another guy who has terms left. He's another guy who's like around Shayne's age. I think he's 35. But I saw him play a few times this year, and I thought he was good. I know the plus-minus stat is terrible, but to me, that stat doesn't really matter. The Flames are a terrible team. I think he still has gas in the tank, and that's why we also saw that Colorado was kicking tires, see if they could get him back for the playoff run, but they got Nicolas Roy instead. I think my only concern with Kadri is term, because he's 35, and the players at that age, they can be very good 1 year, but then when they fall down the cliff, it's very steep.
Yeah.
So you never know. You never know what you're going to get. If it were only for next season, let's say it was only for next season, I would say, yes, do it.
Mm-hmm.
But there's an extra year, I think, besides next year. I'm going to look it up because it might be 2 more years after, but
he becomes a UFA in 2029.
Oh my God, 29. That's 3 more years after this year. Yeah,
$7 million.
Yeah, I think it's most probably 1 year too many, maybe 2. Depends on the price. But I would think that Calgary would probably ask for a first-round pick. So we'll see. We'll see how it develops. I'm not saying it would be a bad acquisition. I'm just saying I'm concerned with how well he will age. However, he's at 7 million, and 7 million right now is just pocket change for a number 2 center.
Yeah,
it's become pocket change now. So I don't think it would hurt the Habs' salary structure if they get him. And at some point, if you need to trade him, buy him out, whatever, it's always possible. So that's probably why they're talking about this guy, because he's still good. That's my point.
Yeah, exactly. He's still very good on a bad team right now. He's not being utilized to his full potential, I don't think. Snake, prior on the show, we had Brian Wilde on, and he's still somewhere in the studios, probably eating some orange julep. I don't blame him. I'm going to do that when I'm done here. But he floated, his idea for a trade package for Nazem Kadri. He says a first rounder, Arber Xhekaj, and Owen Beck. He think that would be enough. Do you think that's enough, or is it too much, or is it spot on? What do you think?
Well, I don't mind Owen Beck at all. Arber Xhekaj, look, the guy fills a role with the Habs, but it's just a few minutes a game, and it's not 82 games a year. So I think he could be expendable. Depends on how much they will need him in the playoffs. First round pick, yeah. Look, I'm between 21 and 32. Okay, first round.
Yeah.
There are moments where I'll tell you, and that's why some people think that I'm just like contradicting myself. Sometimes I will say, well, it's not a big deal, give him away that kind of pick, because the guy's probably going to be a 3rd or 4th liner or a 5th or 6th defenseman, because that's pretty much what you get with those picks.
Yep.
But at the same time, it could be an asset that you could use in a different way. Like, for instance, let's say you have the 26th pick, Didn't the Habs trade the 26th pick with a second-round pick in order to move up to pick Michael Hage?
Correct.
I think that was a great use of a first and a second-round pick because you move up 5 spots and then you get the player you want that you might not get. So that's why I say I think trading first-round picks, it's on a case-by-case basis. So you're going to trade a first-round pick for a guy who you think will bring you the Stanley Cup this year or next year. Wow, that it's going to be the 32nd or 30th overall pick, whatever. I'm okay with it. But are the Habs in a situation where Nazem Kadri is going to be the difference? Because remember, Shayne, Kadri has 3 years left on his contract. Okay?
Yep.
He earns $1 million less than Robert Thomas. When I mentioned this week, we talked about a Robert Thomas mock trade.
Yeah.
I was mocked because no, Michael Hage is coming. Well, if the Habs get Kadri, will fans say, "Oh, why did they do that? Michael Hage is coming." I know they don't have to give away Michael Hage to get Kadri. I do get it, and Kadri can probably slot in the third line at some point if Michael Hage becomes the number 2 center. So I know I'm not comparing apples with apples, but what I'm saying is that it probably shows, if these discussions are true, it probably shows that the Habs are actually looking for a number 2 center for now.
Correct. I guess that indicates they don't yet have full faith that Oliver Kapanen can fulfill those duties. I think anybody who follows Trust the Process knows that we're more on the Kapanen as a winger bandwagon. So, that would kind of fit with our perspective. But Snake, moving back now to the defense, okay?
Yeah.
If by past 3 p.m., and we have 20 minutes left, 20 minutes left, okay?
Yeah.
If by past 3 p.m., the Montreal Canadiens have not acquired another defenseman, and, the situation with Struble and Xhekaj playing roughly 8 minutes a game continues.
Yeah.
Do you think it's worth it at all to give a shot to David Reinbacher as soon as this year?
That's a very, very interesting question, because there are actually teams who give a chance to rookies towards the end of the year. I mean, the Wilde last year, they signed Zeev Buian from fresh off of college, and they played him in the playoffs. So I wouldn't be against it. However, I would prefer if they gave him a chance before the end of the year, because the guy is really, really green. I mean, he's never played in the NHL. So obviously, I would give him a few games and see if it's worth doing or not. Now, the question is, now you have Carrier and Struble basically as the third pairing, and perhaps Xhekaj being inserted in the lineup here and there. Look, they need an upgrade. Can Reinbacher be better? I don't know if he's strong enough yet physically for the rigors of the playoffs. I'm not sure. But this is a very interesting question because it's been done before. I mean, the Habs have done it, in the past. They did it with Chris Chelios in 1984, and he was very good. And, they did it with Piquet Subban, I remember. And he was pretty good in the playoffs when they had their big playoff run in 2010. So it's been done before.
Yeah. The reason I'm asking, Snake, is because, I was looking at Money Puck, and I love that website. I love Money Puck. It's great for analytics, advanced stats, and whatnot. And I was looking at the pairings on defense this season for the Montreal Canadiens and which ones have been the most effective when looking at their expected goals percentage. Now, the most effective pairing, even though they didn't play a ton of time together, was Hudson and Matheson. However, right below is Hudson Dobson. They have been by far the best pairing on this team this season. So I'm keeping them together, right? I'm keeping them together. That's not moving. And then you look, Hudson Carrier. Well, look, obviously Hudson's a great player, right? Anybody's going to be good with him. But number 4 is Goulet Carrier. So that could be your third pairing right there, Goulet Carrier. So now You're missing someone with Matheson. I think that's the conclusion to be had here. Someone needs to be with Matheson. I think that player could be David Reinbacher as soon as this year, because Mike Matheson is a veteran. I think he'd be the perfect player to pair up with David Reinbacher, ease him in. And obviously, you're not going to play Reinbacher 20 minutes a game.
No.
You're going to ease him in, play him 12, 13, 14, 15, get him in the groove of the NHL. But with Matheson at his side, I think that could be really successful. What do you think?
Well, Reinbacher has been good lately in the Val.
Very good.
It wasn't really talked about, but for those who follow the Rocket and go to games or watch the games on TV, I think he's been very good recently. He's really progressed well. I know that some fans and analysts were concerned a few months ago because he had some very, very bad games for a stretch of time. But now I think he's good. I think it wouldn't be a bad idea. The only thing is, my only concern with Matheson is that he's a very high event player.
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it. He's not the best defensive defenseman around. And I know that Reinbacher probably would have the task to be the defensive defenseman on this pairing, but he's also a rookie. So usually when you have a rookie playing with a veteran, you don't have a veteran who's a high event player. It's usually a guy whose game is more stable, I would say.
Correct.
So I don't know. I don't know if that would work. But again,
it's not
but
best case scenario.
How about Adam Engstrom?
He has proven that he can play on the right side. Because to me, it's simple. Hudson, Matheson, and Gooley need to be on the left. Enough of the Gooley-Matheson pairing. You saw it on the graph. It was dead last. Mm-hmm. It's horrible this season. They can't play together. Okay, stop it. Mm-hmm. So if Hudson, Gooley, and Matheson are on the left side, on the right, of course, you have Dobson. You have Carrier somewhere in there, and a question mark. Mm-hmm. I'm not opposed to Engstrom. I'm not opposed to him at all. Even though he's a left shot D, which is the only hesitation in my explanation here. Yeah, he's proven that he can play on his offside and be good at it. Would I play him with Mike Matheson? I feel like that might be a little redundant. I feel like the two players are very similar in a sense, mostly because of their skating ability, their offensive flair. But if that's who they deem is most ready, sure, I'm for it.
But Engstrom is tougher.
You think he's tougher than Reinbacher?
No, he's tougher than Matheson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? That's a great point, Snake.
And he has a little bit of NHL experience this year. And I thought he did well when he was here.
So to your point here on Engstrom, he's got more grit than people give him credit for.
Yeah.
Okay. He's obviously he's no Dustin Byfuglien. All right. But he plays hard. He's not a soft player. I think that's a misconception that people have with offensive defensemen, is that they can't be, this gritty type of player as well. But Adam Engstrom can play. He can flat out play. Mm-hmm. So it's going to be interesting to see. Hopefully, I think the best case scenario would be for the team to acquire an experienced veteran defenseman to fill in with Matheson on the right side. But I mean, we are 14 minutes away now. Nothing.
And Connor Murphy was traded on Monday. Connor Murphy was already traded.
He would have been perfect.
Yeah, there were tons of guys available,
Snake, we are bringing in more people on our panel. Matt O'Hayan and Brian Wilde are joining us. Brian, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, did you catch the Braden Shen move?
Yes, we discussed that.
We know the return on it now. It's a first and a third.
And a prospect. We don't know which prospect, however.
No, but already with a first and third, that's pretty rich. And it comes to mind, what would Robert Thomas have cost if Braden Shen cost first and third?
A whole lot more.
A whole lot more.
What did you think?
Well, I immediately said that's a lot for that guy.
Yeah.
What did we say he was? 34?
Yeah, he's 34 years old. And it's a weird move at the stage that the Islanders are at, because I understand that they want to make a push, and they're in position to make a push. You're raising your finger?
Yeah, so this is just a rumor from Bruce Garriock. The Detroit Red Wings have emerged as the front runners for Justin Falk. Nothing done yet, But if he goes somewhere, apparently it's Detroit.
So just like for the stage that the Islanders are at, to start giving away assets, it's almost as if they said, okay, we got Matthew Schaefer. Matthew Schaefer is unbelievable.
Yeah.
We're good. We could start selling everything off and start accumulating. Like, let's just get all these players. It's a very weird spot to me to get a 34-year-old whose days or years are really numbered in the NHL, and definitely his best years are behind him.
Absolutely. It's
and add that pick's not 27, 28, 29, 30. The Islanders pick is probably going to be around 17, 18. That's still a high quality spot in the NHL draft. That's about a 65, 70% success ratio that the pick there at around 17, 18 makes the NHL, with a star quotient of around 15%. So you gotta hope at that number and making a really good player.
Mm-hmm. And they need scorers. That's what I was saying, Brian. They need scorers more than they need a Brayden Chen.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. He's more two-way, and when they need some offense, yeah.
I was at the game last Thursday, and I thought, the defense is pretty good. The goaltending is great. And up front, they have a couple of playmakers. But there were times when I was thinking, wow, if they had a scorer, this goal would have come in. It would have gone in, So it's strange. It's a strange move.
So Anthony DeMarco is saying that the Flyers are not going to move Rasmus Ristolainen. They did not get the price that they were looking for. Would he have been a fit for the Montreal Canadiens? Apparently,
yes.
They were hoping for a whole lot in return. Would you have been comfortable paying that whole lot, Brian Wilde?
Well, I mean, what a whole lot is conceptual, right?
Yeah, I guess
my whole lot could be different than your whole lot. But I would have put that in the terms of, I would have given up a first rounder for him.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's somewhere around a 25th pick right now. 25th pick is low return.
Yeah.
The difference between 15 and 25 is large, you guys. It's large.
I don't know if I would have given up a first pick, even though I don't value them all that much, because I think he could have been had for a little bit less. I mean, apparently not, but I would rather give 2 seconds.
Oh, for sure.
Of course, obviously, then at first, because I think that first pick can be utilized if you're going to move it. It could be utilized in a larger package than just trading for one Rasmus Ristolainen.
Yeah, I think that I come on here and I talk a lot about one of my big philosophies, which I talk about because I put a lot of homework into it, doing a study that took me days and days and days to do. And that is the math around what a pick lands at in terms of where they're taken. Top 5 picks in the NHL land as NHL regulars 95% of the time. They become stars, which I quantified as 0.75 points per game for a forward and 0.5 points per game for a defenseman, because you had to quantify it in some capacity. The first 5 picks land as stars 50% of the time. From 5 to 10, it starts to drop. And by 15, you're at about 65%. And the demarcation line is around 22.
Yeah.
Most draft years. Some draft years are stronger than others, but 22 is about that spot where you get really iffy. And Trevor Timmons will agree with me on my assessment that around 25, it's a really iffy prop whether that guy's going to land. And a lot of guys at 25 have not landed for the Montreal Canadiens. Mm-hmm. And that is not to criticize Trevor Timmons and anybody else who's trying it. It's a hard spot to land.
That's it. Now, Rasmus Ristolainen, back on the topic, he's under contract until 2027 at $5.1 million a year. 6'4", 220 pounds. I think he was kind of an afterthought for most of the season, but in the Olympics, he really surged with Team Finland. He was noticeably really good. Mm-hmm. So I think that's where the interest came about. But the Flyers clearly still hold him in high regard. They're holding on to him.
Daniel Briere doesn't have to be in any hurry. I think a lot of times it's where the general manager is in his tenure. And sometimes you've got a general manager who's got a super long leash and is feeling no pressure whatsoever, and he'll be pretty patient. Mm-hmm. And Daniel Briere's in that corner. Sometimes the general manager's in a spot where everybody's like, dude, if you don't do something soon and turn the ship around, you're done. And that's where you sense that they'll make a move that might be a little premature or feel pressured or take a little bit less than they could get. Daniel Briere can worry about next year on pretty much anything. His leash is long.
quick parentheses, if I can, on the Flyers, and anybody can chime in here. Have you guys liked what they've done? Do you like the direction they're taking?
I feel like, and then I want to hear everybody's take on this, so I'll give a real quick one. I feel like they're philosophically doing both things.
Yeah.
With one move, it feels like they're philosophically going for it, and then the next move, it feels like they're philosophically thinking.
1 foot in, 1 foot out.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's confusing.
How about you, Serge? What do you think of the Daniel Briere's work so far?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, Serge, what do you think of Daniel Briere's work?
I'm Simon.
Oh my God! I'm so sorry.
Serge Boisvert is the Habs scout.
I had an old man moment. I'm sorry, Simon. What do you think?
What I think, I agree with you in the sense that they seem to be doing one thing and then they do the opposite. Personally, if when they started the rebuild, let's call it a rebuild, I thought it was promising. But the minute they had to trade Cutter Gauthier for whatever reason, I think that to me was a defining moment. And so far, what I've seen is, if I had to put only one word for that to explain how I feel about this rebuild, disappointing.
Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, they need to go, I think, all in. It seems like they kind of rushed out of it after, they had a good season with okay season with John Tortorella, and then he got fired. Now they're having an okay season again. Like, their record is good. Their record, I'm pretty sure, would be good enough for them to be in the race if they were in the West. Mm-hmm. So they're okay. It's just a very puzzling team.
Yeah.
And I think they could, maybe Daniel Briere said, I think that, we would be in a race. We would be in the race if we were in the West. We have a good record. I think maybe trading away Rasmus Ristolainen for whatever their price was, if they weren't going to get their price, the value he's going to bring to our young team is more than whatever pick that they were getting offered is. That's my only logical explanation for them not moving him.
Mm-hmm. They're in a tricky situation. When you look at that roster and you see Christian Dvorak playing center on the first line, you kind of jolt a little bit, but to be fair, he's been all right this season. Good on him. I have a hard time seeing the vision. That's what I come down to. The vision for the Flyers is confusing. That's my conclusion.
I think they I think it's confusing to them too, because it just seems like a team that's, I don't know, Snake, what you think? It seems like a team that just doesn't know which direction to go, and they kind of don't have a plan, almost like they're just moving. They're making moves just for the sake of making moves.
Well, I think what happened, besides the Gauthier situation, in 2024, they got a much higher draft pick, a much lower draft pick, if I may say, than they thought they would. I think they were probably, in their mind, in the Celebrini Derby in 2024. Yeah. But then they got a surprisingly decent season. But then they drafted, I think at number 12, was it number 12? Jet Luchenko.
Yeah.
I have nothing against Jet Luchenko, but to me, this guy is screaming third liner.
Yeah, 100%.
Third liner at number 12, not so sure. Not so sure. I think he was drafted a little bit too early. Mm-hmm. And then they doubled up last year in 2025 with their first pick, who's a similar player. So I'm thinking, and I'm talking about Jack Nesbitt. So I'm thinking, okay, they get another 12th overall pick, and they get basically another third liner. Yeah, he's a big guy, and I think he's going to be useful on an NHL team. I think they're both going to be. But to me, that's wasted opportunities to get maybe not a superstar, but guys who are going to have a little bit more impact. So add this up to the fact that they lost Cutter Gauthier. Okay, so who's going to score? Mishkov?
Yeah, that's where we are, guys. 3 minutes away,
and the return too. The return for Gauthier. It's just
they were
having
in a bind.
Yeah. Look, to be fair, in all fairness, Drysdale is having a good season, but overall, I mean, it
didn't work out.
It didn't work out. Look, I mean, Gauthier to me is a star in the making. Jamie Drysdale is probably going to be a decent offensive defenseman, but he's not very strong. He's often injured.
That's it.
So, no, I mean, this is really, but they were stuck. There's probably not a million teams that were in the running for Gauthier, because you know how it is with these college guys. They have the leverage that after 4 years, they can go sign with whoever they want.
Yeah.
But at the same time, teams have leverage, because Gauthier had 2 years left in the NCAA. Would he have stayed 2 years? Because the guy's losing money. He's losing precious time.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like hard. Look, we don't know what happened. No one's saying what happened. The only rumor that I heard was that Gauthier was not happy because they didn't want to sign him after 1 year and burn his 1 year of his entry level. This is the only rumor that I heard. Yeah.
And it's interesting too, just for one last thought on Philly, that's a fan base that really loves big bad boy hockey. Mm-hmm. They love the Broad Street era. Naturally so. It's their only cup times, and they still love it. When I watch games in Philadelphia, I visit there, and their pump up video, I don't know if they show a goal. It's just fights and
but it's amazing, Brian,
and
because
they got a small D. Cam York is another small D. Drysdale plays small. It's weird because that fan base is dying for somebody to beat the shit out of somebody else. And they're drafting small guys that don't have high impact. Not like Luchenko is not a high event player. And they love high event players there.
But don't you find it interesting, Brian, that 50 years later, where most fans were not born, let's face it, during the Broad Street Bullies era, that they're still attached to the style of play. It's like people here who still want to have a Guy Lafleur, in town.
I think part of it, Snake, is that it was the only era where they found success. So you're going to be attached to your only era of success. And I think they're also attached to even the fact they still play on Broad Street. I mean, the whole era had an identity that, when you walk up to what was the Wells Fargo Center, now I believe the Infinity Center, like you pass Broad Street and you're all a part of that whole kind of milieu where all the stadiums are there. And I think there's an identity that's just stuck so strong, mostly because they've never had any other success. And I think it's a Philadelphia kind of town, right? You know what I mean? Like being Broad Street Bully is like a Philadelphia mentality. It's not a soft town. Kids.
No.
It's not Carmel, California. It's a bad boy town, and they want bad boy hockey, and they're not getting it without they draft.
Yeah. We take a look at the clock, gentlemen.
7 seconds left.
We can ring the bell. The trade deadline is over.
I'm waiting for the tweet that announces that Kent Hughes is done for the day, having done nothing.
But more trades are going to be
You're
filed
hoping
with the NHL registry in the next hour.
Yeah.
You're hoping. Look, at Sportsnet stats, I got to give them credit here. They had a funny tweet. The combined stats for players dealt so far today on deadline day: 45 goals, 256 penalty minutes.
Wow.
That is a low event trade deadline.
According to Jeremy Rutherford, it sounds like the Blues moving Justin Falk to Detroit is happening.
It is happening.
Apparently, that's what he has. Jeremy Rutherford is the athletic reporter for the St. Louis Blues.
Yeah.
Who's getting him?
Detroit.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's not good for the Canadiens.
Nope, it's not. And we were talking in the green room about it. Just a lot of teams getting better, and it just seems like the price attached to a defenseman, which there were abundance available, was not that high. So,
well, Gorton and Hughes told us they were comfortable to be patient, and today they proved it. I'm not saying I agree.
No,
I'm just
I hear
saying
you.
what they said, and now they're living their words.
Well, they, whatever unfolds this season, should the Canadiens, get ousted right away in the playoffs? Should they make it to the second round? Because that's the other side of it. Should they miss the playoffs? Should they, push a team to the brink of elimination and it goes down to a game 7? They made their bed, and they have to, whatever happens at the end of the season, they could either pump their chests out and said, "We told you so," or they're going to have some questions to answer, because it'd be a couple times now that the lack thereof, either a move that they've made or a lack thereof a move has raised some questions, and that maybe it got people thinking, fan base, reporters, media, everyone thinking, hey, maybe they're not as perfect as we all think they are.
Bobby McMahon was going to the Avalanche like 3 seconds ago.
Shayne, this is probably going to be a first round pick. Are you are you scratching your head as much as I am?
Snake, if that's the case, I am flying to Seattle and I'm blowing up that arena. Like, that is come on. What are we doing? Listen, Bobby McMahon is a good hockey player.
Yes,
okay? There's no criticism on Bobby McMahon, and we don't have the return yet. What the hell are the Kraken doing? Brian, please enlighten me. I need answers.
Okay, Shayne. A second in 27 and a fourth in 26. So I think you can calm down now.
Yes, I can. Okay,
is that the return? You got that already?
Thank you, Snake. Thank you.
That's fine. All right, here's my take on the Canadiens prematurely, because they haven't announced nothing's happening. But here's my take. If I'm wrong and they do something, they'll take it all back. It wasn't that expensive to get a 6D.
Exactly.
It wasn't that expensive to get a right shot D. Yeah. And when Martin St. Louis has the confidence to put Arber Xhekaj out for only 7 or 8 minutes per night in the regular season, with the gravitas of that moment versus the gravitas of how much he's going to use him in the playoffs with much more on the line, add to the fact that that game could go to overtime, it could go to double overtime, and he stops using Arber Xhekaj with 7 minutes left in the game, and Mike Matheson's trying not to make mistakes in his 44th minute of ice time that night. And their bench is down to 5. And as Matt and I discussed in the green room, should they get an injury to one of the top guys, now they've got 4, and both Struble and Xhekaj are not relied on more than 8 minutes. So they're essentially 2 pair of defensemen only that Martin St. Louis likes. They should have got somebody and paid the price for a right shot defenseman to make Martin St. Louis feel more comfortable about how he's going to utilize his 6th D, because he hates the guy that he uses now.
And as you just say that, Brian, Justin Falk is headed to Detroit, confirmed
for a first and a third round pick. So haven't the Blues done well?
Yzerman has lost his marbles, honestly. Well,
why?
I don't think he's been managing this team very well over the last few years, because that rebuild was sort of like artificially accelerated by all these signings that he made. Which is the mistake that the Habs are not making right now. Basically, Yzerman is doing the exact opposite. But now, I mean, I've always liked Justin Falk, but come on, are the Red Wings a Justin Falk away? And again, where is that pick gonna be? Like Brian was saying, where's that pick gonna be? If it's 20th, 21st, I don't know. If it's 29th or 30th, I don't care.
Yeah.
But it could be an early 20s pick, which is where we draw the line. I think your work was analyzing this, Brian, was great. This is exactly where you draw the line, which is why the Habs moved up to 21 to get Michael Hage the other a couple of years ago, because otherwise he would not have been there at 26.
That's right.
Anyway.
Yzerman was just before that, and I think that the top tier ended at Michael Hage.
Here's one for you guys from Elliot Friedman. Ryan Strome goes from Anaheim to Calgary.
Oh, you know what? I thought he would be available. Yeah,
but he went to Calgary.
Yeah, that's weird. See, like there's another general manager who's like, what are you? Are you in or out? That's wild.
Strome is really not having a good season. I can understand why they're moving him. I think there's no more room for him in Anaheim, honestly, from what I saw when I was there during the holidays. I think good move. I don't think they're going to get much from Calgary, however, and I think Calgary is just looking for players just to put a roster on the ice next year.
Yeah, that's probably what it is, because you think you look at it and you're just like, why is Calgary acquiring this? And then it just sometimes it is as simple as Snake said. They're just trying to look to roster a team on the ice. Another one, Justin Hall also going back to St. Louis in the Detroit trade. So a first, third, and Justin Hall.
Maple Leafs legend Justin Hall. Wow. AHLer.
Yes. Not a very good player.
Yeah. Wow. What a trade deadline this was. Yippee.
Well, more is trickling in.
Let's hope so.
We've yet to see any tweet that the Canadiens are done. Maybe they're just typing it up right now. But yeah, this it feels like almost every year we've been saying that all the big moves happen into the lead up of the days approaching the deadline, at least recently, and then the deadlines have been kind of duds. This one, there hasn't even been those moves. I mean, the big move was the one that got nixed by Colton Parayko. That was the big move.
The non-trade was the big story. And I mean, look, you go back a few months there. Obviously, Quinn Hughes getting dealt was massive.
Yeah, that was the biggest trade of past 5 years.
It's not a deadline trade, so yeah.
7th round pick going to Anaheim for Ryan Strome.
Yeah.
7th rounder.
Damn.
Yeah.
Delorier is 7th. That's conditional.
Yeah, well, that's what Strome is worth now, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah. 7th rounder next year, not even this year. That's yeah.
It's interesting in that Detroit and Buffalo, obviously did a lot of moving and shaking in the last couple of days. And I think that has a lot to do with the personality of the general manager and where they feel that they are in their own city. Buffalo is on year 15 without a playoff spot. Detroit, I think, is on year 11. So, I mean, both of those franchises got to, now that they're finally close to it, take it home.
Mm-hmm.
Those two general managers know that their cities need them to take it home. Kent Hughes does not have that pressure.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, Jonathan Drouin.
What? Whoa.
Well, you have to make salaries
work
even out, I guess. Yeah, that's probably
the prospect is, though. Probably not a big prospect.
No, probably a big guy.
From Emily Kaplan and Frank Saravalli, the Rangers did not move Vincent Trocheck. From Dave Pagnotta of the fourth period, there was lots of interest in AJ Greer, but he has not been traded.
The sellers have gotten a lot. It's been a seller's year.
Wow.
And they've certainly stayed steadfast in moves that they could have made and didn't feel the return was good enough. Like a lot of really good players that would have gotten a pretty darn good return still was not good enough. Like the Blues wanted 4 assets for Thomas. They probably could have settled for 3 and everybody was still but impressed. They didn't take it. Trocheck probably could have been traded for a little less and it still would have made the Rangers look good. Kadri could have been traded for a little less than the ask and Conroy still would have looked good. You know what I mean?
Well, but the thing is with those players is that they have term left. These guys they're not under the gun to be traded because they weren't rentals. If they were rentals and the price isn't being met, eventually it's just going to run out.
And then you're a general manager that really should face the wrath of your fans. I forget who the GM was in Vancouver one year that left like 4 UFA on the table about 4 or 5 years ago. Does anybody remember who that was?
Was it
Snake? General manager in Vancouver.
I remember that
4
thing.
or 5 years ago.
Was it Jim Rutherford?
I can't remember who it was, but he actually said the sentence like, "Oh, why bother?" And everybody's like, "What? You could have got like a 3rd and a 2nd and a 4th for that guy," and he went, "Why bother?"
Well, I know the circumstances were different, Brian, because of the centennial, the 100th anniversary that the Habs had in 2008. But they let Koivu, Kovalev, Komisarek, and another guy walk for nothing on July.
So Chris Higgins? I think it was Chris Higgins.
Yeah, and you know what? They could have gotten probably a couple of first-round picks, which would have been very good for their rebuild, because at some point they went down in the standings, and that's when they got Galchenyuk in 2012. But I understand that at the time it was 2009 and it was the 100th anniversary. So I guess Bob Gainey had to keep the team as it was. But still, it was a missed opportunity for the Habs. So that's one example of what you're saying.
Hey, nobody wanted the Canucks players, eh?
No.
Guess
well, they have a lot of no trade clauses, so that's why only Connor Garland was traded. They all have a no trade clause.
What a mess!
A lot of teams are in a bad way. Eh?
Yeah,
like a lot of them are.
Vancouver's in a mess. Like Pettersson is an albatross.
Oh God. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That is bad news. Like you couldn't trade him. I wouldn't pick him up with a 10-foot pole dipped in gold. I would not touch him.
Look, the guy, good for him. I mean, the guy got lucky. He had one good a megastar contract because he was good at the right time, right before he was approaching UFA status. And Vancouver, they did what other teams did with stars. They signed him to an expensive contract. And most of the time, these contracts age well. Most of them. The megastars usually, I have nothing to say against the contracts that they get. But this one, is an albatross. And I don't know if he's ever going to recover. I don't know if Pettersson will ever become a 90-point man again.
I don't think he will.
No.
I don't think he will.
So, guys,
they were mocking him on Twitter. Drance was saying, "Oh my God, it's the first shot on goal in 4 games." For
so
Matt's got something.
I'm not gonna say the first one because I don't know who this is, but the second one that I saw is from our own Anthony Martineau, who is a French collaborator on Le Sick podcast avec Tony Marinaro.
Oh, nice.
Listen to you. Le Canadien n'a toujours pas confirmé le moment où Kent Hughes allait s'adresser aux médias. Il est 15h13. That was 2 minutes ago. So they still haven't confirmed when he's going to talk. So does that mean
he's busy?
That something is was filed at 2:59. We'll see.
Okay.
The prospect in the Braden Shen trade is Gidloff, a goalie prospect.
Yeah, a goalie from Sweden. I think he was a 5th-round pick last year.
Snake knows everybody.
That's
unbelievable. I never heard of that.
That was unbelievable.
That was your moment du jour right there.
That was really impressive.
Yes,
I think he's sick.
His goal save percentage is .931. His
Well,
goal
he
is
7.2. He's a 6'7" guy, so he's kind of an intriguing prospect. But I'm not a goalie expert, and you know how it is with goalies. It's kind of voodoo predicting them. But he's been good so far, and he was a decent goalie prospect when he was drafted a couple of years ago.
There you go. That was the other one.
Lawton.
That was the other one that I saw, but it was from an account that I didn't know. So,
LA Kings.
Yeah.
LA Kings are getting Scott Lawton.
And,
LA Kings.
What Snake, what's your assessment on that? Because
what's their plan?
But that's it, right? Right?
Yeah.
That one makes no sense.
They get Panarin, and then who did they trade? Corey Perry.
Yeah.
And now they're getting Lawton. What's the plan? I mean, Ken Holland. Oof. Brutal.
Yeah, and it's funny because the move that to me would have made sense, just from the fit perspective of they lost their leading goal scorer in Fiala, they lost Kuzmenko, would have been Patrik Laine. But you have to figure, I don't know if they have I don't know their cap situation anymore. Not that I knew it before, but acquiring a player in Lawton, you'd have to see what the return is. But it just makes no sense. It makes no sense to me because the move that made sense the most to me was they need goals and they need them in a bad way. It doesn't matter which way they come because they got Panarin, because they kind of announced that they're not in a rebuild by acquiring Panarin, was Patrik Laine. Yeah. And now it's Scott Laughton, apparently.
Okay.
There might be something to this, Kent Hughes not saying yet, because apparently the media has been asking him and he hasn't been able to respond. So the communication has been sent out because they want to do their work.
Unless he ate some bad food.
No, I mean, that's highly unlikely. But yeah, I mean, there's always something else that it could be. But historically, he's announced right away when he's done, when he's going to talk. Yeah. Right. So historically, he's usually announced at 2-ish, 2:15 if he's done for the day and he's no longer on the phone, and he tells them, let's get this done as soon as possible. So we haven't received the as soon as possible. We haven't received the time that it would be. And it is later than historically it's been. So perhaps there is something to this, and he's still on the phone. Well, not on the phone, but
in the queue,
in the queue to get the trade done.
Yeah.
Yeah, because historically we always get trades announced an hour, even 90 minutes later.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're not saying anything might mean that, he's in the queue. There's something brewing.
Right, because he obviously can't meet the media, having not, made it final with the NHL.
No. So the Devils are done for the day. They're not doing anything. So any Simon Nemec rumors can be put
I like
to
that
bed.
rumor, by the way. What do you think of Simon Nemec?
Where did that come from? That's
can he
so
still
weird.
Snake? Can Simon Nemec still become somebody?
I see him as a good top 4 defenseman.
Yeah,
but I don't necessarily see him as worthy of the second pick overall. But I think because what I like is that he's improving. He kind of reached a plateau maybe a couple of years ago, and then we're wondering, I don't know, he was sent back to the minors. But this year, I really saw nice progress. So I see a solid NHL defenseman in him.
Yeah, me too. I do too. Yeah,
I like him a lot. I tweeted a couple days ago that I think if I was Kent Hughes, I'd be taking a long look at Simon Nemec. Yeah. The Devils are done for the day, according to Amanda Stein. Yeah. But I would have taken a long look at that because anytime you could get a decently sized puck moving defenseman, you can never have enough puck movers. And I think, Team Canada in the Olympics was a sign of that, right? They lost a puck mover, and what could they have used after that? A puck mover. Those things always benefit teams. I think, especially a young moldable asset that maybe could benefit from a change of scenery is always something you should be looking at, especially if you could get at a discount.
Yeah, nothing else coming through the wire here. Earlier in the day, we had sent out a poll on our X account, Twitter. It's still Twitter. It's not X.
Apparently, apparently an announcement is coming from the Washington Capitals.
Just a statement to thank John Carlson for all the
maybe that's right.
Whatever. So we sent
what could
out
that? What could that? You want to speculate on that?
It's not Alex Ovechkin.
No,
it's not.
Come on, no chance. even though he was
no. I didn't say.
No, I know.
I'm just saying who might be moved there.
Nobody. I think they're done.
Why would they say they're about to make an announcement? Nobody says we're going to make an announcement to not make an announcement.
Maybe they're resigning someone. Maybe they're resigning someone for
next. Could be.
I'm just, I don't get on and say, hey, I've got nothing to say. Hey, I'm just going to tweet. I got nothing to say. Just don't say nothing.
It could be. It might be Brandon Duhaime.
Yeah,
might be Brandon Duhaime, because he's a UFA at the end of the year. And I believe Tony even mentioned him by name into players that he would be looking at.
Mm-hmm. So
it has been active after 3, like you say.
it's funny how that
pretty
is.
Much more deals after 3.
We had sent out a poll on our Twitter account earlier in the day, or 2 hours ago or so. We had asked, if the Habs don't make a trade today, will you be upset? Over almost 2,000 people voted, and it's very close.
It is.
Really?
It's 54% no, 45% yes.
Okay.
So almost most people
upset is a pretty
upset.
strong word.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to just
disappointed.
I'm just going to go with positive versus negative. Are you fine with it or not fine with it? Okay, I'll put in the first vote. Not fine with it.
Not fine with it.
Wasn't expensive. Should have got a right shot D. That's my vote.
Connor
not fine with it.
Yeah, the Connor
not
Murphy
fine
one.
With it?
Not fine with
bugs
it.
me.
Snake, not fine with it or fine with it?
Fine with it, except the caveat. Connor Murphy, I would say, or a type
was
of player
doable.
like for a second round pick. Yeah.
Yeah,
that was doable.
There you go. That's what we're talking about. Could have filled that need. If they thought that Arber Xhekaj could play 16, 17 minutes, I would be fine with it. But that they have no confidence in him and made life difficult for Martin St. Louis to manage his bench for the rest of this regular season because he doesn't like Arber Xhekaj with 8 minutes left in the game or less. And then the playoffs are even tougher on ice times and bench management. Then I feel like they're going to be short a man.
Yeah.
And it wasn't expensive to fill that short. So so I'm a negative bastard right now.
No, but the whole thing is, but it's
the window has not been closed.
But you're not you're not negative, Ryan, because everyone is taking this view of like, it's okay. They have so much time. They have time. Wait, be patient.
Nothing's
be patient. Be patient.
Yeah.
Nothing is guaranteed.
Yeah.
And just to, you don't have to go for the world-beating, blockbuster trade just to plug a hole.
Yeah.
You could, get something small done, minor stopgap, just to say to your room, hey, guys, you're bottom 3 in goals allowed. Here's a little bit of help. Here's a cookie. Here's a little boost shot in the arm. That doesn't cost, that's not it's not a future mortgaging trade we're talking about. That's the disconnect that I have is a lot of people seem to think any trade you make is going to mortgage the future, and that's just not the case.
That's it.
So we have a time for Kent Hughes. He will speak at 3:30.
Oh, it's done.
So they're
it's
done.
done.
They're
It's
done.
done.
He's talking
They
5
did
minutes.
nothing.
It's done. Yeah.
Wow.
Just considering the moves that were made around the East and in the division, it's very disappointing, especially because, doesn't it seem like every loss seems like the sky is falling?
No.
To me, it feels like that.
Among the fan base, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm talking vibes-wise. Vibes-wise, because,
100%,
the
100%. I'm actually kind of shocked about how badly a loss is received, considering it wasn't only 365 days ago that every win was a miracle.
Yeah.
Like we got really comfortable with them being good really fast.
That's true.
To the point where we feel like when they lose, they're underachieving already. Like that's a big attitude change in a very short amount of time in the expectation scale.
Mm-hmm.
It's what's his first name? David Camp.
Mm-hmm.
He went to Washington.
Okay.
According to Darren Dreger. That's the move.
Yeah. A lot of moves that just make me shrug my shoulders.
My question is, when the Habs reach that point where all their offensive players, offensive stars, or whatever you want to call them, are ready. Hage, Zorowski,
right,
and the guys who are already here. Demidov will most certainly get better.
Yeah,
when they're ready. Okay. My question is, what kind of moves will they make? Because we all know that this team lacks grit.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And my question is, are they going to try and get it at some point, or they're not interested in that kind of player? I'm just asking the question.
I think they are, because when because when the press conference, the post-mortem of last year's playoffs was on, I think that Kent Hughes and Jeff Gorton have made it very clear to everyone that they think they lacked grit in that series against the Capitals.
Mm-hmm.
And so if they believe that, when are they going to go get it?
Yeah. When they feel that they are genuine Stanley Cup contenders?
I suppose, but grit isn't the most expensive purchase.
No. Because look, if you look at Mike Greer in San Jose, they are far from the cup. Very, very, very far from the cup.
Mm-hmm.
But he's already starting the process of getting tougher, getting Sherwood, getting Ostapchuk as a tough 6'4" fourth center. You know, he because he knows that he has a score. You know, Celebrini, Misa, and all these guys, Musty, Chernyshov, they're coming. Yeah. They're already here or they're coming, just like the Habs. But he's already started the process. Is it too early? I don't know. I'm not crazy about the Sherwood long-term signing, by the way, because I don't think they're there yet. But it goes to show you that Greer is kind of ready to fill out the bottom six with gritty players. So I guess my guess is that the Habs are waiting to be closer to the cup before they do it. I don't know what you guys think, but that would be the logical explanation.
Well, I'm looking at Jeff Gorton's last year with the New York Rangers. That's what I'm looking at. The last year he was in charge. Mm-hmm. And I'm just looking down the roster, and other than Brendan Lemieux, Chris Kreider, if you want to throw him in there, I don't see a lot of grit in that lineup. Mm-hmm. At least in the forwards. I don't see it. On defense, yes, there's great. I mean, on defense, they had Jacob Trouba. You know, it doesn't get much grittier than that. Mm-hmm. But I don't see a lot of it. I don't see a lot of it at all.
We shall see, because there's also Kent Hughes in the equation.
Yeah, that's true. So that's the part of the equation that I think, because I think that Jeff Gorton has a keen eye for talent, and I think that Kent Hughes brings something in that he knows what he brings, the other perspective of what the team needs in terms of grit and intangible. Maybe that's my read on it, because it's a very similar build so far to what the Rangers, the profile of players that they're looking at. It's very similar to what the Rangers had in the Jeff Gorton years.
I think the key moment is going to be at the end of next season, because I think that they're going to view themselves as having three scoring lines. When Hage and Jarofsky arrive, they're essentially three scoring lines. And then three contracts come off the books, this so-called defensive line that doesn't actually defend well. All three of those contracts come off in Deneau, Anderson, and Gallagher. And that'll be the moment that they have complete freedom to decide what that final fourth line is going to look like. And it better be big bodies.
And I do think that you probably need a couple of big bodies on the top nine also.
How are they going to fit that in?
Yeah, that's the thing. Right. And when I mean big bodies, I don't mean guys who can't play hockey, but I mean guys who can play, who are big bodies.
Right.
How can they fit it in? Could it be that one of the skilled guys that they have be sacrificed? You know, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a more recent example. Well, Buffalo did. You know, they traded Matthew Savoy in order to get Ryan McLeod.
Right.
That's an example, because Buffalo had too many small offensive players. So at some point, and if we go back, you know, for older fans like you and I, Bryant, Wendell Clark for Matt Sundin, which I think was a terrible trade. But that was the idea of trading a skilled player for a tough guy who can play hockey. Unfortunately, at the time, Wendell Clark was really at the end of his career. Yeah. And he didn't bring much to the table. But that was the reasoning of then GM Pierre Lacroix, I think.
Right.
Yeah. So there's conflicting things going on with the Montreal Canadiens press conference. There's reports saying it's supposed to start now. It's obviously not starting now. Could start in 15 minutes. There's also no official announcement.
That's
made.
Very unhughes
from Tony. Tony texted us saying, you know, he should start speaking soon. So we'll keep an eye on that.
That's very unhughes, like all of it.
Two pieces of information here, very small moves. Lucas Reichel was acquired by Boston, I think, for a 6th-round pick. And the Islanders have re-signed Jean-Gabriel Pajot for 3 years at $4.85 million AAV. The overtime killer.
I think the Islanders think that they've reached the summit. But I mean, come on. I mean, this is a team without Matthew Schaefer that probably wouldn't be in the playoffs.
So, Snake, it's funny because Brian and I were talking in the green room, and I said the exact same thing with the moves that they're making. It reminds me a lot of the Toronto Maple Leafs when they got Austin Matthews. Obviously, I think the Islanders have less to work with because before the Maple Leafs got Matthews, they had Nylander, they had Marner, they still had some young talent. But when they got Austin Matthews and he played his rookie season, they said, "We're good.
Mm-hmm.
This is it. We're ready to take off, and we could start dishing our picks."
Look what happened.
Exactly. And it looks like the Islanders are doing the exact same thing. They got Matthew Schaefer first overall. They had another draft where they got 2 picks from the Canadiens, and then Schaefer is having the rookie season that he's having, and they're saying, "We're good. That's it. This is our team. We're good enough."
And you know what? Generally speaking, that leads you not to the promised land, but the Midlands.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the Midland for a very long time if you leave the bottom too soon. The most important thing of a good rebuild is you do not leave the bottom too soon. You get enough top 5 picks where all your stars are found. You don't F up on any of those top 5 picks. And that's how you find greatness that you can surround yourself with. It's easy to think you got enough early and mess that up. I know philosophically, Snake, you feel the exact same way about it. You got to stay down there for a while.
We have a show called Trust the Process for that very reason, Ryan. For that very reason.
That's right.
As you saw on the screen there, Elliot Friedman reported that Scott Laughton went for a 3rd round pick going back to the Toronto Maple Leafs. I don't know what the Kings are doing, but good for them.
Yeah, they're going back and forth, eh?
Yeah.
The Kings, I'm not sure what their plan is.
Yeah.
Are we great or are we not great? Are we rebuilding or are we not rebuilding? Are we going to sell assets or acquire them?
I guess they want to give...
Maybe they think they're making hockey trades.
Yeah, they want to give Anze Kopitar a nice send-off in a sense, right?
Do you really think that's that important to him?
He is like a key part of their history.
It's
So
bad
you think
business.
about it, like he is...
It's bad business.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's the way I look at it.
I'm trying to justify it.
No, I know. I know.
We heard a really great example about. We heard a really great example of bad business. It's the 100th anniversary. Let's stay strong that year. Not get anything for our 4 really high-prized assets that are UFAs and mess up the next 7-8 years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Snake told us how you can really mess that up. And that's a perfect example.
Yeah.
So you can't sit there and honor Anze Kopitar and sacrifice 5 effing years. It makes no sense.
Makes no sense.
That's where we are. That's where we are. We're trying to justify it in some ways. But
as long as the GM has a plan, honestly, whatever it is, I respect it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But, and I know you have to be flexible, but generally, the best policy is to stick to it.
Mm.
And if you fail, you will have failed sticking to your plan.
Mm-hmm.
But if you keep going back and forth, one example is Jarmo Kekalainen when he was in Columbus. He kept going back and forth. One year he's a seller, and he gets all these high picks and prospects. And then the year after, he trades picks and prospects to get players. And he signs the late Johnny Gaudreau. So I was thinking, okay, what is this? What are they doing? That eventually, that's why he was fired.
Well, nothing else coming through the wire. So, gentlemen, let me ask. We'll start this part of the discussion now. Winners and losers. If this is it, which teams do you think improved the most, and which teams do you think messed up?
Minnesota is a winner.
Yeah,
they didn't give very much for. I mean, the upgrades that they made were kind of just to insulate their top 6 is set in stone, right? So the rest of their moves were all these depth moves to provide them because there's no roster limit anymore. So they're going buck wild just acquiring, right?
Exactly.
So I think they've improved their team quite a bit in terms of depth. And I mean, they didn't necessarily improve their team now, but I mean, the Blues are a big winner for for trading away 2 assets, what they got in return.
2 firsts.
Yeah. Among many other things.
Among
many other things, that's a big win for the St. Louis Blues.
I'm going to throw out a surprise one because when I was asked this question 2 hours ago, I answered Buffalo Sabres. And I'm going to change my answer. I think the big winner today was the St. Louis Blues, who got a really good return for their players.
Yeah.
Firsts and
if I may, Brian, the St. Louis Blues also did not trade Robert Thomas, which I would consider a win.
Me too.
So,
Me too.
They did great. Slick, what do you think?
Yeah.
Obviously, Minnesota, St. Louis. I would say Colorado.
Yeah.
Look, and I know the trade was done a while ago, but Brett Kulak, Nicolas Roy, this is exactly what the doctor ordered for this team. They were my Stanley Cup pick at the beginning of the year, and they still are my Stanley Cup pick. Who knows what's going to happen, because the playoffs sometimes can be a bit of a crapshoot, especially when it comes to the when you reach like the Final Four. But still, I think those 3 are winners. I don't like what the Islanders did, honestly. That Shen trade, I don't like it at all. And I think Chicago did well also, because they're sticking to their plan. So I wouldn't say that they're big winners, but I would say that kudos for sticking to their plan. And who else? I mean, the Oilers, I would say in the short term, have improved. And like you and I discussed, Shayne, at the SIG podcast, they're trading away, they're cleaning house. I mean, all the prospects and picks that they might have are going out, except for the kitchen sink. And but they have no choice, because they have 2 years and 1 playoff series with McDavid left. So I think the acquisitions were good. It's just that a first-round pick for Jason Dickinson is ridiculous. But in this context, I get it. I get it. They're on their last gasp, really, with McDavid being 29 and a free agent in 2 years.
It kind of feels, though, that trade and the moves that they made was kind of reminiscent to me of the year that Marc Bergevin acquired Andreas Martinson, Steve Ott, and Dwight King.
Dwight King.
What a year.
That's what these moves kind of feel like to me.
Yeah. Because they weren't even
they're
NHL.
There were more impactful guys out there, and these are the moves that you decided to trade your premium assets.
Yeah.
Basically all you have left for. This is what you decided to move on.
Okay, so those were the 3 winners.
Correct.
Or the 4 winners.
Well,
Let's do the losers.
Yeah,
Let's do the biggest loser. My biggest loser is the Vancouver Canucks.
I was thinking the Vancouver Canucks.
They could not find any interest in their players.
Connor Garland, and that's it.
That's it. They could. Nobody was biting. Like, not even the rumor dudes bit. You know what I mean? The guys that are paid to, like, I heard one guy talking about that guy at the Starbucks. I'm putting that out there. Not even that bit for their players. There was nothing. Alvin was quiet.
You look at the contracts, Brian, and it's a great point. Elias Pettersson has a no-move clause.
Okay, give me some of these.
Listen to this.
Contracts they have to live with for the
you're
next.
You're gonna do a backflip, Brian. All right. Elias Pettersson has a no-move clause. Brock Besser has a no-move clause.
Hold on, give me the money, please.
Okay, Elias Pettersson is at 11.6 until 2032. Brock Besser, no-move clause, 7.25 until 2032. Jake DeBrusk, no-move clause, 5.5 until 2031. Evander Kane has a modified no-trade. He's a UFA at the end of the year. Marco Rossi, these guys don't have no-move clause. Now we go to the defense, okay? Philip Hronek has a no-move clause, 7.25 until 2032. And then Marcus Pettersson has a no-move clause, 5.5 until 2031. No wonder why they couldn't do anything.
The biggest
no
loser
wonder.
by far. You know, if I were rebuilding that team, if I'm the GM, I want Wallander, and the rest of you can F off.
I missed one. We forgot the goalies. Kevin Lankinen has a no move clause and is signed for $4.5 million a year until 2030.
So basically, what they're telling us is that when they negotiate with agents, the no move clause is a deal breaker.
Yeah.
Because why?
Yeah.
The no move clauses are for megastars.
Yeah.
Kevin Lankinen is a decent goalie, but he's not a megastar.
How did he get it? Yeah,
how can he get a no move clause? I mean, these GMs, they're giving out these no move clauses like, like Santa Claus, on Christmas Day.
Agreed. It's silly.
It's mind-boggling, these no move clauses. Yeah.
Vancouver could find nobody for their players, and there'll be nobody in the future. If I were a Canucks fan right now, I would feel so down about my team's problems.
Oh my God. There are some.
We're the worst already, and nobody wants our players.
Yeah.
And the guy we got 11-5 in is like falling apart in front of our eyes. And they're mocking him. Drance, who covers the team regularly, tweeted yesterday something to the effect of, I have a news flash. Pettersson got a shot.
Wow.
That's a guy who got to go in the room. That guy goes in the room after every game, dishing out that. Yeah.
Listen, to bring it back to the Habs, if I may, for a few
look
seconds.
at this. Did you see that?
Yeah.
What just happened?
Can you put that up again?
The old Vancouver Canucks roster.
Okay, yeah.
Eesh.
Gone. Guys,
For nothing.
nobody wants.
For nothing.
Yeah, what do they have to show for it?
Gone. This is 2 years ago when they were good.
Oh,
wow. Have you ever seen a turnover that fast in your life?
It's horrible.
And they were on the cusp, too. A lot of people were saying, that roster could potentially push for
I
cup.
You know what? And that brings me to Matt, who I've disagreed with today on Robert Thomas. But it brings me to Matt because the way people feel about the Montreal Canadiens right now is the way Vancouver felt about that team that we just said gone 17 times. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen to Montreal. Don't get me wrong. Don't quote me wrong. I'm just saying nothing is guaranteed.
Things can happen.
And when you're having a good year, it's not a bad thing to jump on it.
Yeah. So Mathieu Bédard from TVA Sports is saying, I'm going to say it in French, I'll translate it after. Le DG du Canadien n'a pas encore parlé. Il est 3h45. Par expérience, il n'y a jamais de fumée sans feu. So he's saying that
where there's smoke, there's fire.
The fact that he hasn't spoken yet does mean something.
Yeah, but we're at 45 now. We're at 45.
Another piece of news trickling in, and it's pretty unfortunate. Brian, it's a guy we were talking about in the green room. Yuri Kulich is expected to miss the remainder of the season with a blood clot.
A blood clot?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Stuff.
Oh, no. Yeah. That's serious usually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's serious.
That's really unfortunate news.
Blood clot is the St. Louis guy.
Pietrangelo?
Yeah. It's serious. Like you sometimes don't play again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, didn't Steven Stamkos also have
sometimes
a blood clot?
You do play again.
Yeah.
And sometimes you don't play again. Zach Wheeler, just to take it to baseball for a second, the Phillies pitcher, blood clot. It was in his shoulder area, needed surgery. He'll try to come back off of that major surgery. It also can be life-threating as well.
Chris Bosch of the
Miami Heat.
That's right. Miami Heat at
very
the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Shayne, I was thinking we're talking about the Flyers. You saw that trade, Bobby Brink against who'd you call it?
Jiricek.
Jiricek is the typical case of I was a top 10 pick and I have 9 lives.
Mm-hmm.
Really? He's a bust. Okay, David Jiricek.
You're ready to call it on him, hey? Bust.
I'm ready to call him a bust. Okay?
Ooh.
And basically, Minnesota spent tons of picks to get him. And now that they trade him to Philly, they still got a serviceable middle of the lineup skill guy in Bobby Brink. Not saying Brink is a star, but for Minnesota, which has a big team, I think he fits well. Like he wouldn't fit well, with the Habs because they already have, Cole Caulfield, let's say. But with Minnesota, I think he fits well. And all they had to give up was Xhekaj. And I think Xhekaj, if he's not a number 6 overall pick in 2022, he's worth a 7th-round pick right now, honestly.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Did you say 7 or second?
7.
7. He's worth a 7th-round pick. I doubt this guy will play 200-300 games in the NHL. I really doubt it.
Foot speed?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So we have the full details of the Justin Faulk trade.
Okay.
Detroit received Justin Faulk. St. Louis, you're going to like this even more. I think the Blues are big winners for the day. They get Justin Hall, whatever. Dmitry Buchelnikov, an interesting prospect. Detroit's first-round pick in 2026.
That's
and San Jose's third-round pick in 2026.
Wow.
That is a fantastic return.
So St. Louis got first-rounders on 3 deals.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's great.
This is
that's Armstrong is the winner. You got to admit he's the winner. Armstrong.
Yeah.
That's big.
Yeah.
3 guys, first-rounders?
Yeah.
That's the big winner. St. Louis GM is the big
for
winner.
guys basically who are not going to be effective once St. Louis goes back into some kind of status of contender or whatever, at least being contending for the playoffs.
And you know what? He probably could have got 4.
Yeah.
If Parayko says yes, he probably would have got 4 first.
Exactly.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Snake, you've been with us for quite a while. If you want to jump off, be my guest. We've so appreciated your time. If you want to hang out, keep talking with us. You're more than welcome to. But I give you an exit if you want it.
The emergency exit door has been opened if you want it.
If you want.
Well, Kent Hughes is probably going to talk very soon, so I'm going to let you guys go now. And it was a lot of fun this week, Shayne, working with you. And we're coming back on Monday on the SIG podcast.
Correct.
We're going to wrap up all this for those, especially who listen to the podcast, but were not necessarily listening today because they were at work or something. So we're going to recap all this. And it was a lot of fun, although when you think about it, not much happened.
No, exactly.
Agreed.
We make the most of what we have here at the SIG podcast. It was a blast. Snake, thank you so much. I'll see you Monday, my friend.
Yeah. See you guys. Have a good weekend, all 3 of you.
Cheers to you.
Bye.
Simon the Snake Boisvert, or as some referred to him, Serge Boisvert.
I would say that
that's good. That's good. Alexi's on it right now. He is.
I would say that was the quietest trading deadline that I can remember, and not just from Montreal Canadiens perspective, but overall. Like, there was not a single wow blockbuster moment.
Well, the wow blockbuster moment came earlier in the year when Quentin Hughes was traded.
That's the blockbuster.
That's the blockbuster moment. And I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure there was another one.
What was the biggest trade in the last 48 hours?
The one that didn't happen. Yeah, it was the one that didn't happen, right? It's the Colton Parayko one. It's the one that didn't happen, which, by the way, I don't know why people are ragging on him for – it's for
just a bunch of didn't happen.
Yeah, that's it.
Like, look at all that didn't happen.
But the thing is, so this is an interesting. This
Trocheck didn't happen. Coleman didn't happen. Ristolainen didn't happen. Van Riesbeck didn't happen. This top of the list. Parayko didn't happen. Ekman Larson didn't happen. Dougie Hamilton didn't happen. Kane didn't happen. Kotkaniemi, why is he on this list? Thomas didn't happen.
I'm also
Greer
looking
didn't happen. Kovacevic didn't happen. This entire list didn't happen.
The one that I'm looking at that now is the other deal that the major blockbuster was Artemi Panarin. That happened a month ago, right? So that happened a month ago. Andre Palat got traded more than a month ago. Kiefer Sherwood and Rasmus Anderson were traded back in January. Those were the big names as advertised. The rest of the guys that were being advertised had term left. So the GMs didn't have exactly.
Your back's not against the wall unless your job is against the wall.
Exactly. Yeah. So they didn't have really the real pressure to get rid of those guys, and it makes sense that in that sense, why it was a seller's market, because they could have just held firm on their price, which they did, at least as far as we know.
Yeah, still no news from Kent Hughes. Brian, I'd love to go back and revisit a little bit the discussion we had on the Vancouver Canucks in regard to their contracts and compare it to the Montreal Canadiens, okay? Because I think it's worth highlighting just how good these contracts are.
Oh my God.
For the long term.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll run them down real quick, okay?
Right.
Nick Suzuki has a 10-team no-trade clause kicking in next season, and he's at 7.875 until 2030.
I'll take the under.
Cole Caulfield has a 15-team no-trade list kicking in 2028, and he's under contract at 7.85 until 2031.
Again, the under, Alex.
Juraj Slafkovsky is under contract for 7.6 until 2033. I do not see any sort of no movement clause on him.
The under.
You see Gallagher, Danault, Josh Anderson are all expiring in 2028, so we move on from that. The rest are, smaller contracts or entry levels at forward.
And the defenseman?
This gets interesting. Noah Dobson is under contract until 2033 at $9.5 million a year.
That's
with
the
14-team no trade list starting next season.
And that's the evens.
Correct.
That's my first evens. Fair value.
Caden Gooley's under contract at 5.55 until 2031.
The under again.
He has a 5-team no trade list kicking in 2029. Mike Matheson is under contract until 2031 at $6 million a year. He has a full no movement clause. That's the first time I mentioned that. Okay. Take notes, Vancouver. Anyways. And then we get to Lane Hudson.
You haven't said his number, so I can say way under.
Yeah.
$6 million.
$6 million for Matheson.
Way under.
Lane Hudson is under contract until 2034 at $8.85 million. Way under.
The under.
And then in
Kent
net,
Hughes has overpaid for no one.
In net, you have no long-term commitment. Sam Montembeault's contract expires in 2027. So does Jakub Dobeš.
Crazy.
And you know what?
What a negotiator.
But you know what? And to flip it back to Vancouver for a second into how bad of shape they're in.
Yeah.
Do you think, given the opportunity, if he was given the opportunity, where the Canadiens are, where they are right now, they're in a playoff push. Do you think, given the opportunity, say, call it last year or 2 years ago, that if he could have, he would have moved off of Josh Anderson and Brendan Gallagher's contracts? Do you think? Because that's what Vancouver's contracts are. They're immovable objects.
Yeah, except for they're in the same predicament, only the contract ends in 2033.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Right?
They're where the Habs were.
Like,
They're where the Habs were a few years ago. Because those contracts are immovable objects.
They very much are. But they're a lot smaller, and they don't have no moves. And they don't end in 2033.
No, but that's what I'm saying is those are the contracts for Vancouver.
Even when they looked like albatrosses, there was only 2 years left on them.
Right.
And Gallagher had a pretty good year last year.
Yeah,
I think this is the first, large segment of the season where he's aging out.
Right.
Danault looks like he's aging out. But the good part about that, if you're the general manager, is they all end next season.
Mm-hmm. Marco D'Amico says no word from the Canadiens at this moment as to when Kent Hughes will speak. Almost an hour after the deadline. What the hell?
And even a half hour after he said 3:30.
Yeah, this is just getting weird.
It is a little weird. Maybe he's having lunch.
It's having lunch. Oh, yeah, it's possible. It is. He is on the West Coast.
Daniel Briere says he's not going to say if a first-round pick was ever on the table for Risto.
Okay.
That means there one wasn't. I mean, that's what that means. There wasn't one.
Says he doesn't think that's fair to the other teams involved. Reiterates that is all I can tell you, that the value wasn't as high as we needed for him for us to move forward. How would you like to be him, though?
Ristolainen or Briere?
Ristolainen. Like in
I'm
one
making
way,
$5 million a year, so I'd be pretty happy.
Fine. But in one way, you're sort of like, nobody wanted me enough, including my own team. And in the other way, you're like, hey, I make $5 million. I'm fine.
I would still be very happy.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that too. Yeah.
Gentlemen, I mean, look, while we're waiting for any news from Kent Hughes, there is a game tonight.
Yeah,
the
there is a
Montreal
game.
Canadiens are playing
Big
the
game.
Anaheim Ducks,
Yeah.
and there are some lineup changes. Yuri Slafkovsky moves back to the top line. Alex Newhook moves back up to the second line with Kapanen and Demidov. Snake. See, there you go. Yeah, I canceled your Regin.
Buffalo Sabres.
Scummy Bob, if you don't mind.
I didn't even know this guy was still in the NHL. Tanner Pearson to the Buffalo Sabres.
Okay.
So more depth.
For a 7th rounder.
Yeah. More depth for the Buffalo Sabres. Hey, listen. You want moves? I'm monitoring the situation as closely as I possibly can.
So, Brian, we got your takes on the show last night. Feel free to chime in, but we didn't get Matt's takes.
Matt's
on the lineup
takes
tonight. What do you
on
think?
the lineup tonight, right?
Slafkovsky on the first.
Yeah,
line.
I really like it. I thought the change was needed for the Canadiens just to shake things up because, like we've said, since the return of the Olympics, there was the one good game by Suzuki, and then it's been not so good. The second line hasn't been so good. They needed to shake things up, and I think that, Newhook was with Demidov before.
And they were great.
Yeah, before he went down with the broken ankle.
They were great.
And they were really good. So it just makes sense, put things back to normal, shake things up. And it's not really a promotion demotion for really anyone except for Kirby Dach, who,
But he was good.
I'm
with
pretty
both.
impressed with Newhook. I think that's a bit of a promotion.
Oh, you know what he's done.
Sorry, Shayne.
I was a Alex Newhook hater last year because I said that I had never seen a player work so hard yet accomplish so little. So in one way, it's a compliment in that he works very hard, and in the other way, it's not a compliment because he's not accomplishing much. But he put it all together this year. And my biggest fear when he went down with that injury was that all that momentum is lost, because we've seen it so many times how hard it is to get back up to speed coming back from an injury in the middle of a season. And I mean, he's done it this year. It's pretty remarkable what he's done.
You know what's kind of shocking about Newhook? If you do the math on him, prorate his games versus his goals, he's prorated to a 32 goal season.
It's been unreal this year.
That's kind of crazy,
It's been really, really good.
So I'll cut in here and I'll bring in a special guest. The show is named after him. We got Tony back on. Tony, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Tony, are you in
Loud
an
and
Iraqi
clear.
prison?
Loud and clear, Tone.
I'm at TVA Sports. Obviously, we were on the air until just a couple of minutes ago, and now I'm in one of their studios to actually join you guys. And then I got to go back at around 5:20 p.m. So we're going to spend some time together for sure. I don't know where you guys were at with the Canadiens, but it seems like something is percolating. I don't know if you guys have heard the same thing. The Canadiens were supposed to speak with members of the media at 3:30 and then 3:45. The Canadiens are working on something. Whether or not it's going to materialize, based on what I'm hearing, they are definitely working on something that obviously is taking time. We know that, even
Tony,
though the
can I
deadline
ask
was
a question here?
Yeah.
How can you still be working an hour after the deadline on something? How does this work?
Cap intricacies, maybe? Like getting the money to work?
Listen, things that are in at the NHL office, they're backlogged. They haven't been it hasn't been announced yet, but
Big one, Tone. Sorry to interrupt you. Nazem Kadri got traded back to the Colorado Avalanche. This from Elliot Friedman.
Wow. There you have it. Yeah.
Wow. So that might have been what they were waiting on.
Probably, yeah.
Maybe there was either Colorado or Montreal, and then
I'd be willing to bet that the Canadiens were in on Kadri, and we'll find out for sure from Kent Hughes. We're probably hoping that that Kadri was going to at the Calgary Flames were probably going to play some of that salary, and it didn't happen. So listen, we'll wait and see. We'll have to hear what Kent Hughes says. Obviously, look, I was working on a panel where there was a lot of disappointment. I mean, guys, in the end, if they don't pull something off, I mean, Kent Hughes has stated last year that he believes that it's the time of the year where you overpay and the biggest deals are done in the summer. Now, of course, when you see the teams around the Montreal Canadiens all getting better, especially in the last 24 to 72 hours or so, you're hoping that they will be. But, you know, the one disappointment I have that is up until now, the Canadiens weren't able to add some physicality, some toughness, some nastiness. I mean, those are big reasons why the Canadiens were eliminated by the Washington Capitals last year. One of the reasons was experience, no doubt. The second reason was Washington's depth. But the third reason was because some of Washington's best players were big, were strong, were nasty, and they leaned on the Canadiens. Just getting a text message here. Let me just see it. Yeah, okay, Cadre, Colorado. I got that already. All right. And so let me get back to you guys. I'm a little disappointed they didn't address that. Having said that, guys, what could they have possibly addressed today that would have made them bigger, stronger, nastier, and more physical than a team like Buffalo should they have to go through Buffalo? Probably nothing. You know, probably nothing. Buffalo's way too big and way too strong. And that doesn't mean that the Canadiens can't beat the Sabres. We talked about it earlier today, should they play them. But I would imagine that they would be really roughed up if they would come out of that. And I think we have to ask ourselves the questions, guys. The question, guys, is that the way the Canadiens want to win hockey games? Do the Canadiens believe that that's the kind of makeup of their team they want to have? Now, we know that wasn't the makeup of Gorton's Rangers. Is that the kind of team that St. Louis wants with the Canadiens? You know, I'd like it if they had that team, but I assume that they believe that they could beat teams and eliminate teams by not being overly strong in that element.
Where do we begin with that, Brian?
Right?
Where do we begin with that? Because it's a loaded topic, really is.
Well, we talked about it last night, and we're totally in agreement, Tony and I, on it. Completely in agreement.
I guess, look, it's kind of hard to comment when you're not in the room with Kent and Jeff, right? You don't know the plan.
Right.
You know, I think we have an idea of what the vision is, and the vision is starting to come about. But
what I don't understand, guys, is if you take a look at the last month or two, and you obviously see the time on ice that the Canadiens' number 6 defenseman has been getting. And you know that Xhekaj's played more games than Struble, but when Struble has played, he's played a little bit more than Xhekaj in terms of time on ice. But in the last month especially, their minutes have gone down. They're under 10, they're under 9, sometimes they're under 8, sometimes they're like about 7-ish. That's not a lot. Now, Canadiens had a team that got to a Stanley Cup final in 2021 by basically playing 4D, and I get that too. I don't understand. Like, I would imagine the price to pay for a Trevor Van Riemsdyk,
Ristolainen.
Ristolainen, I would imagine the price was high, Brian, because the second Colton Parayko told everyone, I'm not going anywhere. At that point, Philadelphia, they had a price in mind, and they said, if you're going to pay the price, no problem. But if you're not, forget about it. He's not going anywhere. So they stood their ground. But a guy like, and I brought up his name earlier this morning, a Van Riemsdyk, who's a 34-year-old right-handed, big, veteran, experienced defenseman who's been in the league for 12 years, who won a cup, who's solid defensively 5-on-5, who plays the penalty kill. Perbix's name came up. There's others. What did you have to give up to get a player like that? Let's be honest. You would think that Washington, who traded away John Carlson, they would have no problem trading away a guy like Van Riemsdyk. I don't get that, but I guess the Canadiens have another plan in mind, guys.
Mm-hmm. Do they prefer, or do they want to prioritize maybe in-house giving experience to the young guys, right? Not pushing them out. I think that's the only justification here.
You listen. I was talking with the guys once again on the show. JC, Dave Morissette, Antoine Roussel, Michel Bergeron. When the deal went down of Braden Shen to the Islanders, they all looked at me and said, don't you think the Canadiens could have given up a first, a third, a prospect of 20 years old, and a Drouin type of player for Brayden Schenn. And I said something like, the Islanders are better today than they were yesterday with Brayden Schenn over Drouin. They're better today than they were yesterday.
Sure.
But I would imagine the reasons the Canadiens weren't in on something like this is they probably thought if Brayden Schenn comes in, he ends up playing a role on the team that ends up taking away some part of responsibility of Kapanen's role. And maybe they want Kapanen to experience the playoffs, and whether he's ready or not, for it to be part of the process and his development. And they didn't buy that, and that's okay. It's just an opinion.
Yeah.
But I also believe, and I know that not everyone's going to agree with me here, I also believe that right now Oliver Kapanen's a better hockey player than Brayden Schenn. Now, I'm okay if people don't agree with me on that one, because Brayden Schenn is a guy who has had a 65-point season in the past and a 24-goal season in the past. But he's gone down from 24 to 21 to 20 to 18 to 12 goals. I said, and I maintain, and I'm, once again, I'm taking a little bit of heat for it. Not everyone agrees with me. I think Oliver Kapanen right now is a better player than Brayden Schenn. That doesn't mean he'll be a better player in the playoffs, because young players have a hard time in the playoffs. I mean, look, Lane Hudson led the Canadiens in points last year in the playoffs, but he wasn't as dominant in the playoffs as he was in the regular season. So it's normal. But that's my take, and maybe that's the Canadiens' way of thinking on this. I don't know. Until it comes out of their mouths, all we can do is speculate.
Do we have any information in regards to when Kent Hughes is going to speak? Like, this still remains up in the air. Like, we haven't seen anything.
I'm just going to check my texts here. Give me a second to see if, so I'm probably, I don't know if I'm off screen or not.
You are off screen.
Okay, so then bear with me. Okay. I want to see if something came in.
You know what's crazy, guys? Is this thing on? Testing, 1, 2. I'm back.
Yeah.
I'm back, by the way. The crazy thing about what happened before is the Avalanche down the middle now are Nathan McKinnon, Brock Nelson, Nazem Kadri, and Nicolas Roy.
They did okay, huh?
Talk about winners. I think we can readjust our winners of the deadline.
We don't know what they gave up yet, though. No matter what.
You know what? Unequivocally.
It almost doesn't matter, because they're going for a cup, and they made sure that they had a real solid chance of doing that. Right? And they recognized that they didn't have enough depth, and they answered it.
I don't have anything from the Canadiens.
So
something's going on, though. I think you're right, Tony, because it is 4:08, and as I mentioned before you got on the air, historically it hasn't been a lot of years, but Kent Hughes, when he says he's going to be somewhere at a certain time, like 3:30 today, he's there.
I think he was a little late last year too, or the year before, but generally, yes, he's there for sure.
Yeah. So this is unlike his personality, which means something big's on the table. He's not just deciding to sit in his hotel room and make everyone wait. That's not his personality. So,
or something big was on the table. But don't forget too, everyone in the Canadiens organization gets briefed quite a bit before they talk. So,
yeah. Right. So when somebody said 3:30, it was because they were told 3:30.
Yeah.
And then when 3:30 passes, it's because, he made them wrong because something came up. And something came up would be, according to his personality, pretty important, because he's not the type that does that kind of thing, shows up late to people and is irresponsible in his commitments. He's a very committed man, very honest man, and he doesn't like to ever be wrong, even about the smallest things.
So look, the big question now is, and listen, this is if in the end he didn't budge, and right now there's nothing on the table. This is this is a turning point in the season, guys. I remember last year, Nick Suzuki went to Kent Hughes, of course, and said, "Kent, don't trade anybody. Keep us together." And Kent said, Nick, why? And he said, well, because we're a team, we're a family, we're this, we're that, and all that stuff. And he said, you know what, Nick, if you don't want me to trade anybody, show me why I should keep this group together. And Nick basically carried the team on his back. He was a leader, and they didn't trade anybody. And the players were really, really happy about that. And in the end, they won their gamble because they ended up making the playoffs on the last game of the regular season. Now, if Carolina doesn't sit all those guys, Canadiens probably don't make the playoffs, guys. But they did, and the Canadiens made the playoffs. So you know what? They won their gamble. I have a feeling, and I haven't talked to the players, but I have a feeling that if they were happy that there was no movement a year ago, I have a feeling that they're probably going to be disappointed that there wasn't any movement this year. Right? This team is seeing everybody around them get better. And I know the Canadiens got better in the last year. Dobson in the summer, Bolduc in the summer, Texie and Dano during the season. The Canadiens got better.
Demidov
For an entire season, of course. But, I think they saw the push that the Sabres made. The Red Wings got Falk and David Perreault.
I'm right there with you, Tone, because I said it earlier. If you're with everyone around you getting better, if you're standing pat, you're losing ground, which means you're getting worse. If you're not getting better, you're getting worse. You cannot stay the same. That's just not how sports works. If you come back on next season with the same roster as last year, when every other team improved or many other teams improved, you're going to get past. Mm-hmm. And this team, the fact is, they're in the bottom 10th of the league in goals allowed. They needed to do something, and we don't know. Maybe they did do something. Again, we don't know. I've been refreshing Twitter nonstop for
me too.
We all have.
It has to be very disappointing to not even give your team a jolt in the arm, send them something of a message of help is on the way. How much clearer of a message could Martin St. Louis be sending to the front office by playing Arber Xhekaj and Jayden Struble night after night between 7 and 9 minutes? How much clearer of a message can it be sending the front office?
Well said. Exactly that.
To me, it's you don't. It's like I said to you, Brian. You don't have to go for the home run swing. Just if you have holes in your ship.
I like that.
Yeah.
Be bad. If you have holes in your ship, it's not. There's 3 holes in the ship. No point in plugging any and trying to move on. No, you could plug one hole and then it's going down a little slow. You plug another. It doesn't have to be a permanent fix.
Yeah.
Just something, because the price wasn't expensive.
Allow me to break away for about a minute because I'm doing this on my mobile, and I want to check once again my messages on my mobile to see if I don't miss anything. So I'll be out and I'll be back, but just continue, guys, and I'll be back in a minute.
Okay,
yeah,
makes sense. Yeah, and I'm going to revisit after what you say, Matt. Not everybody's been watching the whole 4 hours, so it is something I've said during this. But people do take breaks, come in and then out. So to further your point, you are sending a message to the players in the room that you're okay with this. And that can be sometimes a really bad message. And then just from a statistical point of view with the 8 minutes is just such a valid comment, because the hockey gets harder. The bench just generally already gets shorter. The games get longer. They get tougher. And if you're down to 5D and 1D maybe gets injured of your big 4, now you're down to 4D that you're relying on. And okay, maybe that's okay in game 3 of the first round. But now let's say they win a round and it's game 5 of the second round. And now you're playing with 5D. The pain that the guys are going through and the daily grind is adding up. Matheson's doing 32 minutes every second night. One game goes to double overtime. That game he's doing 43 minutes. He's asked to be out 2 nights later and put in another 32. Arber's still getting his 8. He doesn't have a good game once. Struble gets in. He gets his 7. it's just something that's going to add up that they could have addressed with a second round pick.
If I may, and to circle back, I'm trying to see it from all sides here and trying to understand, rationalize the decisions. Okay. Tony said, what kind of message is this sending to the players who have fought hard and have earned their way into a playoff spot currently and are looking good this year, right? That you're not giving them a boost. What if, on the flip side, maybe they asked to keep this group intact, like not make any changes whatsoever because they like the synergy so much? Could that be a possibility?
You're saying from the player's perspective?
Yeah, because
you're saying if the players sent this message saying they don't want any ads?
Clearly there's a great connection between the coaching staff, the players, and the management,
yeah,
right? The line of communication is open. Is there a possibility that the players, somehow sent the message that they did not
horrible
want
business in that
to
case.
Change the roster?
It's horrible business.
Okay.
Last year, it's good
and they're
business.
not allowed to.
Last year, it's good business.
Yeah.
It's okay to listen to them because they
want to prove something.
Exactly. They wanted to prove something. You've already proved you made it to the playoffs. Now it's time to take another step. And if you're going to, have the players' input on every decision you make, listen, I get that they're a tight locker room and that they're all friends, and that's great. But this is business. And you can't let the inmates run the prison. That's up to the warden and the officers. Seriously.
Yeah.
That's if that's the reason we hear, I would be, even if that's just how they're framing it and it's not even true, I'd be extremely disappointed.
Because
extremely disappointed.
We're trying to rationalize this decision, and I don't think we've been able to come to a conclusion. It's like this, unless the prices were just so exorbitant that.
This is funny. Eric Engels has just tweeted.
Yeah, I saw that.
I gotta say, it's weird.
It is
in a what do they call these? Not an emoji.
GIFs.
GIF,
but to back to your point, Brian, on improving the team and the message it sends. The players brought up when they lost to Boston, that 4-3 loss in regulation on the freaking coldest night in the year in Montreal. I don't know the date. I think it was in January, but it was definitely in January. It was the coldest night of the year in Montreal. They mentioned missing the playoffs. That if they miss the playoffs, they're going to look back at that game and it's going to haunt them. They're going to think about this one for a long time. If the players are mentioning missing the playoffs, flashing red lights to the front office. We need help. We need help.
Should be.
That's what that is.
Good point.
And if you want to keep and what I just said contradicted my last point of, the inmates running the prison.
But they still have a voice.
But
they
have a voice.
Right.
If you want to keep a group together, and you're not making moves based on, you don't want to improve based off of that. That's what. But if they're saying, "Hey, we need to improve, we need help," and you're not heeding that message, that's tough.
Apparently, the word is that the queue is really slow.
Well, it's a fax machine,
and the trades into the queue that were done before 3 are still being notified to participants. So, in other words, Kadri came in before the queue, of course, and we only learned of it 10 minutes ago, which increases the probability with Hughes not.
There we go.
Hughes, there you go.
Nothing
there we
happening.
go.
Yeah.
On his way to address the media with nothing to report.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
are we going to that? How are we doing it? What are we doing there?
I believe we're going to be listening and commenting afterwards.
Uh-huh.
Tony's going to be back at some point as well. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to stay for just the first couple of thoughts that he makes, and then I'm going to take off.
Yeah. See, it's going to start at any moment now.
Okay.
So
I'll just make a comment or two about what he says, and then I'm going to call it a day.
I think we all are. But I want to remind everyone that Tony and Pierre Maguire will be live tonight after the game between the Montreal Canadiens and the Anaheim Ducks. Time yet to be determined. Depends on when the game ends, if there's overtime or not. But you know, when the game's over, Tony's going to be there. He's going to bring the energy, and he's going to recap the game as he always does. And then it's back to regular business next week. No more trade deadline. Okay, there we go. Kent's talking.
Non. Qu'est-ce qui explique qu'il n'y a pas eu de mouvement de la part du Canadien aujourd'hui?
Comment est-ce que je pourrais l'expliquer? C'est sûr que au départ, notre objectif était toujours d'essayer de trouver des échanges qui avancent notre objectif principal et à long terme. On a dépensé beaucoup de temps sur un dossier en particulier. Puis c'est allé jusqu'aux dernières minutes, ça n'a pas réussi. Mais ça ne nous empêche pas de le revisiter dans l'été.
Est-ce qu'il y a eu des transactions de la part de vos adversaires directs, Buffalo, Détroit? Est-ce que ça vous inquiète pour la fin de la saison et la course aussi?
Non, pas vraiment. Pas vraiment. Quand tu parles des échanges à court terme, pour nous, il faut qu'on évalue comment l'échange, quel effet l'échange aura sur notre roster présentement, puis aussi dans la future aussi.
Il y a eu un dossier qui a été exploré. Évidemment, tu ne vas pas nous dire c'est qui, mais est-ce qu'il y avait une position en particulier ou tenter? Je
peux pas répondre. J'aimerais vous répondre, mais peut-être que vous allez le sacher dans l'été.
Excuse-moi, dans le cas de Patrik Laine, encore ici, de toute évidence,
oui.
Comment vous allez composer avec ça? Est-ce que ça va être une distraction ou est-ce que vous allez...
Non, Patrik, il fait partie de l'équipe comme tous nos autres joueurs, puis il n'est pas une distraction. Il n'a pas été à date, puis je m'attends que Patrik, c'est toujours il est disponible à l'équipe, puis les décisions des coachs qui va jouer d'un match à l'autre.
Est-ce qu'on comprend dans le cas de Patrik qui avait sa situation salariale est devenue, sans dire un obstacle, mais une problématique que vous n'êtes pas parvenu à régler avant midi aujourd'hui? Est-ce qu'on peut comprendre ça?
C'est sûr que les échanges au debt limit sont souvent influencés par la masse salariale, les équipes qui ont les moyens de prendre salaire de retour. Mais dans notre cas, on n'avait pas besoin de faire un échange parce qu'on avait de la place. Autant qu'on ne faisait pas un échange, on n'avait pas besoin de la masse salariale de notre part. Mais on a quand même travaillé avec son agent beaucoup d'essayer de trouver une solution pour lui.
Juste une précision dans son cas, par contre, vous dites qu'il est disponible pour les entraîneurs, mais vous avez quand même une limite de joueurs. Comment vous allez gérer?
Et la limite de joueurs, ça augmente à...
Oui. OK, parfait.
Is he activated?
Not yet.
Okay. Ken, when you say that you're working on one file in particular, just where did you put the balance of helping this team for the future and helping this current group in what they're going to face over the next month or so?
Well, we looked at the deals that could help us kind of more in the short term, right? But those deals you have to look at, as I said, our roster as it sits today, what we have coming and how those decisions affect both the here and the future of it. And if we had found a deal that we thought made sense at the right price, we would have done it.
What was your just mindset coming into today, knowing you were looking to add?
Well, it's different. Somebody said, how long do you know? Because we had some other things that potentially happened if we had concluded the one that we were working on. And somebody had said, how long? I said, well, you don't determine the timeline as much as from a buyer's perspective than you do as a seller's perspective. So
when you say you spent a lot of time working on something that you might revisit in the summer that could get consummated then, can you characterize the nature of such a deal? I know you can't speak about a position, but is that a big deal? Is it something?
Yes, I think it was a significant deal for us.
Est-ce que le prix du marché t'a surpris et est-ce que ça a peut-être fait reculer certains désirs de ta part d'aller chercher des joueurs?
C'est sûr, les prix étaient augmentés. Ça ne nous aurait pas empêché si c'était le propre joueur pour nous. Alors, mais on ne l'a pas trouvé.
When you were
when you spend that much time on something and you want it to happen ahead of the deadline, and imagine some of the ripple of that is to make your team feel like they're supported for everything they've done this season and give them a boost going for the final run towards the playoffs. Just how do you approach the team now with nothing having been done today?
Oh, I think there's probably a good part of our group that's I felt like I was the principal in a high school or elementary school after a bunch of students screwed up. Every time I walked out, everybody put their head down, and I was not. I don't think anybody was looking to speak to me today. So I feel like one, it's a sign that our players are happy to be here and that they're happy with the group, and they're not ignorant or what's the word I'm looking for? They're not ignoring the fact that we made significant moves since the end of last season to improve our team with the acquisition of Noah and with Zach Bolduc, and then with Phil Deneau. We just did it earlier, not at the deadline.
Ken, for the conversations you had today, whether it was with agents or other potential players, what type of feedback were you getting about the desire to play here in Montreal and what you're building here? What was that response like?
I mean, to be honest, there were a lot of people. There were a couple of calls where we were on the no trade list, but it was interesting that the feedback was maybe we had been on from a prior time and that they were willing to waive if a deal came through. So I think there's a recognition around the league that we're heading in the right direction. We understand that we have to keep moving. We got to keep moving the ball forward to get where we want to be.
En français, si tu pouvais confirmer, donc vous aviez des joueurs qui avaient des clauses non-échange ou non-mouvement qui étaient ouverts à venir jouer chez le Canadien. Est-ce que c'est comme ça qu'on doit le comprendre?
Oui.
Et tu perçois ça comment?
J'ai toujours cru, je pense que je l'ai dit depuis que je suis arrivé, que les joueurs d'hockey sont contents quand ils sont dans un bon contexte pour eux puis pour leur carrière. C'est plus important que la ville où tu joues.
Ken, to what extent is your long-term plan is your guiding principle through everything that you guys do? What was the willingness to veer off that a little bit? Or is there a willingness?
Well, I mean, we have, right? Like we traded a second-round pick for Phil Deneau. If there was another deal that required that type of return that we thought moved the needle for us, we would have done that too. But I think part of the message to the group is, we like these players. We've got a lot of good hockey players. We've got good hockey players that aren't playing games right now for our team. So for us to add to that logjam, we wanted to know that it really was meaningful enough for us to do it. And then I also think it's not like we've tried to build this team uniquely through the draft. And when we look at a number of picks that we've traded away to this point, I think we've traded 3 first-round picks, 4, I guess, if you include Romanov's being traded for a pick that was then traded for Kirby. We've traded, I think, 3 second-round picks so far. So we're not afraid to do that. I don't want to leave the impression to our fan base that we're just going to keep drafting and drafting and drafting. We're going to do what we need to do to keep moving the needle forward. And if we find those deals, but by the same token, we're not going to transact for the sake of transacting so that everybody's happy in the moment. And then, next year comes around and we're all scratching our head as to why we did it.
What do you think this team is capable of right now? What do you think this team is capable of right now, Cal?
Well, if you look at our record since the 4 Nations of last year, it's been a pretty good hockey team. And I think they're a more confident hockey team than they were at this time last year. I think that as a group, they feel much more confident that, we've got to continue to work towards making the playoffs. But this group is more confident that with a year's experience, they're more ready for what comes. I did talk to another general manager in the league, and he said one of the things, he goes, he was just commenting on how our group had advanced or progressed a lot. And he's like, one of the things that you need, you can't buy is experience. So you also need to give that experience to your young players. So I think that's an opportunity that lies ahead for this group. Whereas if you bring older players in, you deprive some of your younger players of that experience.
À ce sujet-là, en français, Kent, sur ton groupe, puis le fait d'avoir gardé les joueurs ensemble, quelle signification ça peut avoir pour eux à l'interne et pour vous de leur faire confiance dans cette phase qui s'en vient pour les prochains mois?
Oui, je pense que les joueurs, écoute, on a une équipe qui s'entend très bien ensemble. On a vraiment un bon culture, ils ont beaucoup de fun ensemble. Puis j'ai vraiment senti que les joueurs étaient plus inquiets que individuellement qui seraient échangés, mais aussi qu'on aurait fait des changements importants de la groupe si on aurait échangé des joueurs très aimés et très importants à l'équipe jusqu'à date. Alors, écoute, c'est si on dit glace, la verre est moitié remplie. Je pense que c'est la manière de le regarder, puis je crois que nos joueurs le regardent de cette manière.
Did hearing Nick multiple times this week sort of lobby for you guys to not touch their group, did that have any influence on how you guys approach it today at all?
No, I think at this point we know that the guys, like, it's a very close group, right? And the players that have come in, like a Noah Dobson or a Zach Bolduc or an Alexander Texier or Phil Deneau, I think that's been reinforced to me from them in terms of how close this group is. So, listen, we're going to make moves again. And when we make those moves, whether, I don't know when that's going to be, we understand that there's a chance of subtraction from the group. So we like that everybody likes it, but it's not going to paralyze us from doing a trade that we think, moves us where we want to go.
It seems to be commonly held opinion that the East is wide open this year. How do you view it?
How do you view it? Is it wide open because Florida is out, you mean?
I think just the nature of the standings being close, the way it's gone this year, there's a lot of people that believe that the right moves potentially could have pushed you over this year, or any team that's in that race, or like, how do you view yourselves in the race?
I expect we're in this kind of a race next year and the year after and the year after as well. So I certainly wouldn't go into it thinking this year represents an opportunity to us that's not going to exist in the future. Like, we've got to make the playoffs one way or the other, as do all these other teams. And there's a lot of good hockey teams, and they're going to continue to get better. And if we don't stay the course with them, then we're going to have an uphill battle for a long time. Stay the course with them, then we're going to have an uphill battle for a long time.
That's it. I think that's it. There we go.
Well,
we have our answers.
Obviously, the big piece of news is that they were working on something that would have been a significant deal for the group, and that they will circle back in the summer. To me, let's just touch on this one point before we get to the other points, and probably before Tony rejoins us. Because he put that out there, it's going to happen. That's my read on it. He would not say that and put that in the universe out in the open that I was working on a big, significant deal that we're going to revisit in the summer, or we hope to revisit in the summer. You might hear about it in the summer. He's not saying that if it's not going to happen. Or if it wasn't,
really close.
99.99% done.
Really close.
If it was 99% done, they would have got it done. And they didn't get it done. This is unusual behavior from him. This is really weird for him to say we were working on something significant. This is also going to drive the most passionate fan base absolutely bonkers until they get some idea who he was talking about. It's going to drive everyone nuts.
Tone?
Hey, guys. Okay, listen, I'm speculating here. I don't have it on any good information. But if I connect the dots, I think it's pretty easy to figure out what he was working on.
Wow, I don't.
I do.
I don't have a clue.
Yeah, it's
Robert Thomas. Without a doubt.
Robert Thomas all the way.
Robert Thomas,
Really?
without a doubt. Of course.
Yeah, all the way.
Of course. Listen, it's very simple. He can't circle back on Nazem Kadri. He's got a contract. He went to Colorado. He can't circle back on a player that was out there and he was trying to acquire, and knowing that team is willing to trade him at some point, just that team, what they asked for today was too much for Hughes to digest, so he ended up passing. It has to be Thomas. I mean, for anyone speculating that it's, a depth defenseman,
Trocheck?
No.
It could be Trocheck. It could be, but I think he's talking about Thomas. To have a significant impact on your team? I mean, Robert Thomas, the number one centerman who has 2 seasons, in the last 2 seasons, got points in the 80s. He's got 5 years left on his deal after this year. And, the St. Louis Blues traded, Justin Falk. And we're about to trade Colton Parayko.
Tony, I agree with you, but I also don't agree with you.
Okay.
You could be right, but to suggest that it is clear and obvious, I think is too much.
I bet the house.
Because it's a giant league.
I bet the house.
Like it could be Trocheck. It could be Steve Stamkos. It could be Philip Forsberg. I mean, it could be. Would those guys have a
significant? Would they have a significant impact on the team?
Do they
I
also?
Think so.
No,
for sure they would. There are a lot of guys that can have a significant impact. Everybody on a team that was selling today could be selling today any one of their players. So to say I am pretty damn sure, and I think you're right. I think it's Robert Thomas, but I wouldn't voice it.
I hear you.
I'm pretty damn sure. I think I'm pretty damn sure is a little too much because it's a giant league with a lot of talented, significant players in it.
So let me rephrase. Once again, I emphasize that I don't have it on any information, but in my opinion, the guy he's talking about is Robert Thomas. Let me just put it that way.
I'm going to go 60-40. You're right. Maybe 75-25.
Tony, I want to bring the point I made to you, what I made to the boys here right before you got on, is that Kent Hughes wouldn't have been so upfront about it if he wasn't pretty confident that it. I have 2 reads on it. This is my initial read: is that he wouldn't have put it out there that if he wasn't pretty sure he was going to get it done in the summer, or 2. He did it to take some pressure off his back, but he still has the pressure now to make a significant move in the summer because he put it out there that he hopes to circle back to it in the summer.
Yeah, but if that's not like, he's going to continue to improve the team. He's made it very clear to us that it's, there's a puzzle here and it's putting, the right pieces to the puzzle together. And if it's not going to be Thomas, it's going to be someone else that he's going to go after in the summer. So, doesn't have to be that player. But, Kent Hughes told us a year ago that he believes that at the deadline, you pay a pretty hefty price and bigger moves are usually done in the offseason. So he will circle back. And once again, I don't know for a fact. No one told me. But when I hear Kent Hughes talking about a pretty significant move, that's a pretty significant move. I think the other ones are, big moves, smaller moves, couple of steps forward moves. He says pretty significant. I can't help but think of Thomas.
I agree because he fits the profile exactly of what the Canadiens
now having said that,
in that age group.
Well,
now having said that,
guys, I feel there's a little bit of confirmation bias going on here. Like you've confirmed you already love that guy more than anything in the world, and now you're going to confirm you're right about him as the guy.
But no, it's just because you threw out the names Vincent Trocheck and Steven Stamkos, right?
And Philip Forsberg.
Those guys are all.
Binnington would have been significant.
Those guys are all
significant players.
They are, but they're all way above the age group in what we've seen in what they have moved for in the past in all their significant moves. What was the last significant trade that Kent Hughes made?
Noah Dobson.
Correct. He's around the same age as Nick Suzuki and Cole Caulfield. the other move before that was who? Was it Alex Newhook?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, and I agree with you. He's probably the likely answer to that. But I'm just going to say it again, that there are 16 teams that we're selling and 16 teams that we're buying, somewhere around there. And of the 16 that we're selling, they all probably own 5 significant players, and some of them would fit the profile of what Kent Hughes is interested in. So yes, I'm saying yes, Tony is right. Probably Robert Thomas, but you got to be careful too. It's our job as reporters, journalists, to be a little bit careful. And so I'm the guy going to be a little bit careful right
now. Let me ask the question now. We can probably circle back to that statement that Kent Hughes said, but he said a lot of other things that caught my attention. One of them being kind of, justifying not making any moves today and saying that he wants to prioritize giving experience to young players. That's something we've discussed. Do you agree with that sentiment?
I'm not surprised by that. As a matter of fact, it's a point that I made on TVA Sports probably about an hour and a half ago, when I think I told you guys that the panel was talking about, Brayden Schenn, why didn't the Canadiens go after him? And I said, well, one of the things I can tell you is they probably thought that it would take some responsibility away from a guy like Kapanen. And you can't buy experience. You have to go out and you have to give the guys the experience. And if it was going to take away some of the responsibility of Kapanen's role, they probably figured out, you know what, we're better off not doing it. Let Kapanen get the experience, and if he passes his rookie season, he passes the test. And if he doesn't pass the test, he doesn't pass the test. So I'm not surprised by that at all, guys. At all. I'm not surprised by that at all. And I think it's the right thing. Look, there's something, when the Canadiens don't make a move, it's not popular in Montreal, right? Everyone wants them to make a move, and everyone wants the splash, and everyone wants this. Someone very close to the Canadiens texted me a couple of days ago and basically said that, everyone thinks that, there's a lot of people that think that the window is now, but realistically, the window is 2 to 3 years away, and patience is a virtue. And you know what? If things just play itself out organically, and the Canadiens, and they don't force any moves, that they'll be fine. And it was a very logical text, but the very passionate fan doesn't see it that way. They want, the big fish to come here in a trade. And then if the big fish come here in a trade and the Canadiens end up giving up a Michael Hage, then in 2 or 3 years from now, if the big fish ends up having a bad season and Hage ends up winning Rookie of the Year or ends up putting up 40 goals, then those same people that are going to be happy the deal was done are going to criticize the Canadiens for being dumb to give up on a Michael Hage or an Oliver Kapanen. It doesn't work that way.
100%. I think that you bring into the equation as a general manager where you are in your tenure. You bring in the leash you have in terms of how long it is for you to get the job done. What we see today is a very comfortable, confident Kent Hughes who knows that he's in a good place. He's very early in his tenure. He's very secure in his position. He doesn't have to do anything that he's not completely confident is right for the team. So when he says he has a significant move on offer and it didn't come to fruition, it's because he thought it was just a little too rich still for his blood. But your blood becomes more tolerable of what is rich the shorter your lease gets and the more difficult your tenure is. When you're in a perfect position like he is, you have a long leash and your blood isn't boiling yet. So, you're patient. Mm-hmm. So he didn't feel like grabbing that brass ring just yet. And he might, if he were, a general manager like Marc Bergevin his last 2 years, desperate to do something to keep a job, So I think you bring your own personality and your own personal experience. Steve Yzerman hasn't been in the playoffs in a decade. He brings his personal experience to that. He overpays for a pretty good defenseman, but not an amazing defenseman, So I think you bring your own personal experience, and Ken Hughes is a pretty comfortable dude. And so he behaved comfortably today, and he sat on his hands a little bit, and he'll revisit because he's, pretty happy guy. Yeah. I know that sounds simple, but we bring our own lives to the equation all the time.
Are there any other statements or, anything else that he said that kind of caught you guys' attention?
After significant, I couldn't think.
Yeah,
I'm
we all looked at each other like,
I'm right there with
whoa,
you. I'm right there with you. I couldn't think after he said significant move that we're going to
My
circle.
mind was like, who is that? Who's the player?
Well,
Who's he talking
significant move that we are going to circle back in the summer.
Yeah.
You know, to me,
and
a lot of reporters are going to bring that quote out.
And Tony makes a good point about that too, because like, obviously he's not bringing it up if he thought it ended today. So it's not Kadri. It's not somebody who moved and is going to stay in the new location for a while.
Correct.
So, that's a really good point by Tony. It has to be somebody who's on the block, who people were talking about. And that's why my examples were people talked about Stamkos, people talked about Forsberg a bit, people talked about Binnington. There are examples, but the best one is the guy who had all the heat, and that's Thomas.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't think it was a right-handed defenseman. Like,
no, I mean, because there's nobody left that's a big name.
No.
I mean, Rasmus Ristolainen is okay, but significant impact to the team.
You would not use the word.
No.
You would not use the word. Significant has to be a scoring forward, I think.
Well, the fact that
yeah,
and also the fact that he's going to revisit the move in the summer.
That's it. A scoring forward with the impact in front of him as a player, so youthful, and the impact in front of him as a move, St. Louis rebuilding.
Yeah.
So the Blues have the Blues, by the way, have 3 first-round draft picks in the upcoming draft.
They did incredible
well
today.
They didn't even. They could have had Parayko 4 and Gyro at 5 too if they really wanted to push it.
If you want to add the prospect
and Thomas at 6, they could have got 6 first-rounders.
Well, also the prospect that Buffalo included in that trade is last year's first-round pick. I think 9th overall.
9th overall, Radin Merca. Yeah.
We have the full details of the Nazem Kadri trade. Good. So, to the Colorado Avalanche, Nazem Kadri at 20% retained and a 2027 4th-round pick. To the Calgary Flames, a 2028 first-round pick, 2027 second-round pick, Max Curran and Oscar Olofsson. What do we think about that?
Well, first is what I predicted in the afternoon, and I don't know the prospects all that well to say that they're in the Owen Beck range.
We need Snake here.
I was going to say that would have been useful.
If one of those prospects that are in the Owen Beck range, then I got it right.
Yeah. It would have been nice to have Snake here during.
That's right.
When you read those 2 prospects.
I can't say that I know those prospects.
Yeah,
I won't lie to you. I'm not going to pretend.
No, but to me, interesting that the first-round pick comes in 3 years.
Everybody seems to be avoiding this year. Hey, like nobody wants the first rounders from this year. Is it that thin a draft this year?
It's a good draft.
Is it?
Why
is everybody opting for
it's a fine draft?
It's
fine. It's not 2015. Like anybody saying that it was shaping up to be 2015 is out for lunch. Like it's a fine.
It's pretty good.
It's okay.
But everybody's deferring to later along the curve, which is unusual.
I guess they're hoping that there's regression with the other team.
Yes.
So they're hoping that the Avs kind of regress a little bit because they know that this season the pick is going to be
31 or 32.
Yes. So, with Colorado, it's 29, 30, 31, or 32. Highly likely. Right?
That's the reasoning.
No, you're absolutely right. Shayne, you get
Colorado obviously feel like they can make a push for the cup. Dallas feel the same. I would say the Minnesota Wild probably feel the same. The Buffalo Sabres. It's it's anyone's cup, guys. It's anyone's cup.
Yeah.
It's not going to be
from the Blues' point of view, though. They're thinking all of these guys are awesome. Now let's hope they suck later.
I guess. I guess. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Kent Hughes also talked about Patrik Laine. He mentioned him a little bit. He says he's a part of the team. He's not a distraction, and it's on the coach whether he plays or not. Any thoughts on that?
The coach will play him if 3 players get hurt, maybe.
But Tony, I think there's something to something you mentioned earlier in terms of not letting him talk.
Once again,
what's going on
I mentioned that I had this on Good Information. I was told probably give or take about a month ago that there was Patrik was supposed to go in and talk to some school kids at some point in the middle of January, if memory serves me well. And, the organizers got a call a couple of days before saying that Patrik couldn't be there. And, basically he was told that it would probably be a good idea to maybe reschedule sometime after the Olympics or in the month of March. So, look, you heard Kent Hughes, who talked about the fact that with Patrik Laine's agent, they were looking to get him a deal. Guys, there's no doubt that they tried to move him. And there were no takers. And there were no takers because there's a lot of teams that don't like his defensive play. And I know our poor buddy Mark Dumont got criticized and crucified for what he said, but you know, Mark said something to the effect that Patrik Laine is the worst 5v5 player in the National Hockey League. And he might be right, he might be wrong. There's a bunch of stats, and the stats can say what you want them to say. But Patrik Laine is not known as a very good defensive hockey player, guys. Patrik Laine is known as a blue line in player. He's not known as a player who gives you everything that he has. He's not known as a player who gives you a very solid commitment to defense. He's not known as a very physically committed player or invested when he's on the ice. He's known as, for the most part, a one-trick pony, a guy with a big shot on the power play in his office. He's not known to be a player that has a lot of pace at this stage of his career. And, you know, he's been rather inconsistent over the last couple of years. And you add it all up. It's not an overly attractive thing for another team to want to pursue a player like that. So having said that, you know what I would love? I would love for him at one point to be able to get an opportunity and just prove everybody wrong.
Yeah.
The best feeling in the world is just proving people wrong. And as Brendan Gallagher said, probably once upon a time, probably even better feeling than that is probably proving some people right.
Yeah, that's good.
His next offer is going to be $1 million, though.
Prove it deal. But yeah. I mean, at the point, you have no choice.
Yeah.
You have no choice.
And his shot is so good, and the fact that he scored 20 a year ago and 15 of those 20 on the power play, I think he will get an offer.
Mm-hmm.
But he better make the best of it when he does, because I mean his lifelines are running out here.
You know, it's tough when the whip goes out on the candle. I mean, Jonathan Drouin got a nice start on Long Island. He hasn't scored in 48 games, and he got traded. I mean, it's hard to recover from a moment like this, and I wish Patrik well, because he's trying his best as a human being.
Oh yeah,
you know, it's been rough for him,
and
mental health issues are very serious. You want to be a better person in terms of how you feel about yourself, and it just doesn't happen. So I wish him well. I hope he lands somewhere. It feels like they won't let him speak now, and that's a shame, because I'm sure he wants to talk. And I actually wish
don't forget,
let him play another game. I really do.
Don't forget, Brian, when you're not activated, you don't speak. When you're activated, you're available to the media at that point.
Yeah.
So here's a guy who has
love to get him to play.
Here's a guy who has been practicing with a contact jersey, like every other player on the team, for the last month and a half.
Yeah.
But he hasn't been cleared to play.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I'm not talking about after a game or a special press conference, but it just generally speaking, when you walk in the room after practice, everybody's still taking off their gear. And he has not been allowed to still be taking off his gear. Like, he's even being hurried out of the room to take off his gear so the media arrives after he's exited it.
Wow.
So like this is a weird scenario, and it's got to be rough for him considering his past. And I hope he finds an opportunity to get on the, and I hope he plays another game for the Canadiens. Like, I don't hope for 3 injuries, Tony, but I hope they give him another look, because apparently he's skating better. You know, his skating was bad because he hasn't had one regular season game with a healthy leg.
You know, Brian, I'm sure you heard this. I'm sure you heard this, but that Mark Dumont post that we had when Mark joined us and we put on social media.
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
Patrik had liked the post. Patrik Laine had liked the post, and he had commented on it as well. That like is no longer there, nor is that comment.
What was his comment?
How's your game?
How's your game, boy?
Okay. So wow. Okay. So see, that hurts, right? Like, there's a guy who's hurting, And I'm not saying that Mark doesn't have the right to say what he says. That's what he gets paid for. And Mark always backs up his comments with statistics and very thoughtful arguments. Mark is a very erudite reporter. With that said, this is a world that stings when we do what we do.
Mm-hmm. And Patrick's got every right. He's got every right to respond, by the way.
I'm not criticizing him for that at all.
Yeah.
I just know in his shoes it hits him a little harder.
Yeah.
Some people can just I've known Brendan Gallagher now for I feel like my whole life. And you can say and do anything to Brendan Gallagher and it'll just fall right off him. He's just got the strongest will, you know what I mean? He's just a guy he's just amazing.
He's a great person.
He really is, and he went through a little thing too on Twitter when the whole Mondays thing. Nobody likes Mondays. You remember that with PK Subban?
Yeah.
And that just fell away. You know what I mean? I was just talking to him about him, and then he said, "Well, what can I do about it? I can't do anything about that. They're just going to interpret that the way they do. I'll just go about my business. I'll play the best hockey I can. Everybody will forget about it." And he was right. Yeah. And I'm the first guy to bring it up in 6 years. So I mean, some people are built for that, and some people are built like Laine is. So my heart goes out to him. I imagine that really hurt him, and he's in a bad place because he wants to play hockey and they're not allowing him to. And that's my statement.
That's it. And by all accounts, he's been nothing but good to the city, the fans, the players.
And he loves it here.
Exactly. He's not a problem.
No,
you know what I mean?
He loves it here.
That's something lost in translation here.
And his blonde love it here. He feels at home with his teammates. This is a guy that felt mistreated in other locations.
Yeah, and he
comes here. And here's the weird thing. He felt mistreated in Columbus, and nobody had any idea why. Now in Montreal, he's actually being mistreated, and he loves it here. Yeah. So I mean, life is a plate of cherries that have irony all over them.
Would you love it in Columbus? Would you love it in living in Winnipeg?
He was. No, I would in Winnipeg too.
No, but yes, but I'm saying the city itself.
That room in Winnipeg. Cancer.
Yeah. Forget the room. I'm saying the city itself.
Oh,
of course he loves living in Montreal. I mean, would you like living in Columbus? Would you like living in Winnipeg?
No, I generally no. But, I would not. But at the same time, a lot of players do, and they grin and bear it and don't say that sucks. Like Winnipeg sucked because the room was brutal, and I think it is still.
On a serious note, though. I don't know if we still have Tony or not.
Yeah, he comes in and out. I think he's checking his phone.
Yeah, maybe he got a call or something.
But on a serious note, I think at this point, if I don't see how he doesn't get another game, he's here at this point. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
No, because I know I'm not.
Texier sitting.
I'm not.
Veleno sitting.
Yeah, but I'm not so sure it's set in stone that he's not going to play another game because he's now. Before it was, we're going to keep him out of the lineup because. For his agent's trying to find a deal. We're trying to find a deal. Right. Now he's here.
That's it.
You're here.
Yeah,
that's it. It's over. I wouldn't be so sure that he's played his last game because now the deadline is passed and he is still
right. He was almost before the trade deadline. He was held for management purposes, essentially,
right? And
roster management, as they call it, when they sit a guy like Trocheck.
And they're at a yeah.
But I don't know if you saw the story about that. I think it was Andy Strickland who reported it at a press conference. Obviously, the St. Louis Blues and or Jeremy Rutherford. It was one of the two. I saw it very quickly. Doug Armstrong tells members of the media that he guarantees that the leak did not come from the St. Louis Blues regarding the Parayko trade. Very upset about it. And as a matter to say that they checked phone records of members of man and their staff. They checked phone records to see if anyone had actually placed a call or sent a message.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's good to know. Yeah. That's good to know. And you know what, too, if you think about it in terms of who prospers more from that getting leaked, in terms of he's got a no trade.
Yeah,
Buffalo, and that's why
guys. Listen. Yeah. I got to let you go, and I want to say this. I want to thank all you guys for doing like such a really good job today and filling in and everyone doing their share. And this was a big time team effort. And this is what Sick Media and the Sick Podcasts are all about. It's about guys like Shayne and Matt and you, Brian, and Stu, who gave us some time, and Eric Hoziel and all the collaborators. And I don't know if I forgot anybody, but if I did, I'm sorry. But Snake Boisvert joined us as well. That's a big time effort from everybody today. Big time. And from everyone behind the scenes too. Agnello, Sammy, Rosa, Juliana, all of our sponsors who made sure that we were well taken care of and our stomachs were full. And I wish I could come back there right now and eat more of that lasagna that Patisserie Lasalle sent over, or some of those burgers that the Orange Tulip sent over, because I had 2 quick pieces and I ran out of the studio, and right now my stomach is growling like you can't believe it.
Great to be a part of it, Tony. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a team effort. There goes Tony. We're going to wrap up as well. We've been live for almost 5 hours. And another person that Tony forgot, but I won't forget him. Alexis Lavoie-Martel, à la mise en onde, who is no longer here. He just left, but he was here since 10 a.m. What an effort by that guy. He was incredible. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Brian. I'm producer Shayne. Thank you all for following along with us, the Sick Podcast, at the NHL trade deadline. Not a whole lot happening, but we're glad you tagged along. We had some fun, and we ate very well. Not to make you all jealous, but you know where to go to eat well, okay? Orange Julep, Patisserie Lasalle. We're pushing them out. Like, you know where to go. So anyways, that'll do it for us today. Tony's back tonight with Pierre Maguire to recap the Montreal Canadiens against the Anaheim Ducks. Hope to see you all there. Until then, enjoy the hockey. Take care, everybody.
And that's a wrap. Hope you don't miss us too much until next time. Follow the Sick Podcast with Tony Marinaro on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Google Play, and Apple Podcasts. The Sick Podcast is brought to you by Energy Transportation Group, driven to be different. La Vida TB, embrace your true nature. And Playground, your premier gaming destination.